Excellent, excellent. And then screen share. Like to the people, to R0 viewers. Oh, we got this. So is this one viewer, me?
Nah, we don't see who actually viewing it because it's streaming on YouTube.
Huh?
We don't see who's actually viewing it because it's streaming right here on YouTube. They can just go here, click the link.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know how I said like one viewer at the bottom of the screen.
The video.
That's Oh man.
That's R0 viewers. Oh, we got this.
Sorry, let's just we coming. Nah, we don't come with streaming. We don't see who's actually viewing it because it's streaming right here on YouTube. They can just go here and click the link.
Well, I mean, you know how I said like one viewer at the bottom of the screen.
That's
the whole team outside.
Yeah, I think we all should bring some stuff.
Don't leave us so much stuff.
Yes, okay. Yeah, but it's some.
I phone in.
No. We will see. Well,
Good morning. Good morning.
look at you so tipsy.
I repeated some people.
Good morning.
Hey, Kendra.
How y'all doing?
Fine, I got you. Oh, man. I did.
It might be called it might be called Jamaica Reggae. Jamaica Reggae.
Don't you have this
Yeah. That actually
Damn, you know I'm gonna
All right, y'all, let's hurry up and get situated so we can go ahead and get started.
So, Bill and Nago, do you think Dr. Gilbert would hold a sponsor meeting for the
Still streaming?
You can ask him.
anyway?
ask them.
I'm pretty sure it's possible. Since he won't have to.
We're so gonna ask him.
Gordon and he won't really have to.
Are we streaming right now still?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, screen shares on. So let's see. Right now. Transition. So let's just make sure we chop all this out. Transition meeting.
See what happened was my phone's dead.
Hey, bro, where's the click at, bro? That nice joint.
Remember, it got lasers, so you ain't got to walk to the screen and point.
I just do that because I be having problems.
You can walk around, you can be like,
I be having problems directing it.
So, Gilbert, and how is it done? Is it like reimbursement or am I just purchasing the plan?
Well, the way it usually is reimbursement, but the way that Google is set up now, everything they can pick from.
Put on. It's cool. Okay.
Shit, I got mine for my grad, from the grad here.
You know he did. It's on the Georgia Southern.
He had
They got shades.
Oh, we got our next meeting.
Right. Shit, y'all, okay, y'all the same.
All right, 2 minutes, everybody.
Check out John, yo.
Maybe later. Maybe later.
And you got to see the movie pencil.
Maybe later.
Change the color. Let's see what What's white?
Excited.
Oh, okay.
And you was gonna take the pen for the hotline.
You started in just a minute.
Oh, you gotta go to.
The real issue. So what's the other issue? Hampton. Oh, okay. Because I always wondered what's not like the real HI.
My bad.
The video game.
Oh, so when y'all say that, y'all be for real.
They be for real.
Yeah, like honest.
Yeah, because.
So they're called Hampton Institute.
Yes, before they became here.
Oh, now they.
So y'all were the first.
That's what we say. Yeah, she went on square away.
As opposed to who? The real GSU, the true GSU. What?
Real deal.
Georgia State.
Compared to who?
Now, we wasn't
Georgia
first.
State.
Georgia
We never been the first.
Oh, okay.
Anytime like that.
Where's Georgia State here too?
It's the
It was right around the corner where we were there yesterday at the bar.
They Cheney by
Is Georgia something?
Anybody come in.
Yeah, outside the ground.
We gonna get some black
Words
boys.
of affirmation. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all Cheney got.
Get some color in here. Get some color in here.
See what you, yeah, I'm gonna say, see what you don't start.
Yeah, we're gonna have a nice little
People gonna be in
variety.
Is that what they're gonna do? All right, listen. Come on. Come on to the table.
Nice.
Just
Don't come in here.
Right? Little tigers on the table.
You better come bearing gifts. Hello. Hey, I'm about to get started there, but I need 4:30 and 5 o'clock. So did you get 4 and 4:30? You said you got like 3:30 and 4. So can you get the latest one, the 4:30 one? So
That's what I meant to. SP, but that's.
4:30 or 4 o'clock? Okay. Okay. We'll be there. All right. Thanks. I'll call you at lunch. All right, y'all.
Ready?
All right, y'all. It's officially 10 o'clock. Now's the time. We're getting started. The song is supposed to do it. Oh, we got pineapple. Hey, healthy in MVPS, sir. All right.
Oh, okay.
Shoot. So real quick, before we get started, do a review of yesterday. So the takeaways from yesterday: awareness, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. These are things that we gained yesterday. We gained a vision, we gained trust. All right. So anything else, we can do what we like to call unfinished business. So anything that you learned yesterday that you want to share, any realizations or revelations that you've had since yesterday, anything that maybe you had a question about, or anything else that you took away that you want to share with the group. Okay.
Or any of the electronic documents sent out yesterday that you said you was gonna send.
not to the mass, you know. So we do have the strategic planning presentation. We have access to that, so we'll be using that today as we start strategic planning. So that's it. So everybody's good.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So today, what we've done is write a list of things that are most important for us to tackle before we leave today. That's what you see up here on the whiteboard. So we're going to start with the game plan. We're going to hit the mission, which we talked about the vision yesterday, and so we'll build the vision. I'm sorry, we built the vision, and now we're going to kind of look at the mission that we already have and see where the lines and what areas we might want to change or improve upon. Then we're going to go into the Constitution. All we're doing here, right, for the Constitution is deciding what group of people is going to be responsible for updating and designing and redesigning the Constitution. So that's not going to take much time at all. After we kill those, we are going to look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the organization. Good morning, brother. Then we'll consider the roles and responsibilities. David's going to be leading that session. And so after we do that, the biggest and most important piece of us being together and us investing time and energy into becoming leaders is to discuss the strategic planning piece, right? So we're going to spend a lot of time here. And that's the budget, right? The budget, the conference, the quarterlies, and then also programming throughout the year, okay? And so at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a problem-solving session called Problem Solving in a Brave New World. That's going to be led by Dr. Consuelo Ward, who actually was here yesterday. So you had the opportunity to speak to her, that you already know how amazing of a woman she is. And everyone that took place in the growth group yesterday in the session that we had early in the morning, that whatever you felt then, whatever level of expectation you have, you can also apply that to Dr. Ward. So any questions before we move forward?
No.
Excellent. and speaking on everybody. Now I want y'all to be present, right? It's important to focus on what we're doing right now. We'll get the stuff done, right? We're dedicated, we're committed, right? I'm describing my leadership team, right? Everyone in here is pretty dedicated, pretty committed, except so yeah, we're gonna get the stuff done. So if your energy level, if your frequencies are frantic, right? It's one thing to be hot and excited, it's another thing to be concerned and stressed. Those are two different types of energy. And since we're all tapped into each other, if one person is stressed, that can throw off the dynamics of the whole group. So I want you all to definitely stay focused, but also don't be so concerned about time. Let's be more concerned about getting the job done effectively. Is that cool?
Yes.
Excellent. So objectives for a year. All right, we want to create clarity among the entire organization. So yesterday we talked about, while building a vision, if somebody reads this, will they have to go do some more research to figure out what it is we talk about, right? I think we did an excellent job with the vision. What do y'all think?
I agree.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Turnup. See, and so turn up. I think we did an excellent job with that. So clarity, we defined our purpose. We know what that is now. We have an overarching principle, and now we're going to, figure out what those concerted actions that each of us must take to bring that vision alive. What those actions are, and then a simple focus. We know what it is that our focus is now. Someone asks us, what does MBGSA do? What are we about? We know. All right, so the next piece is going to be internalizing it. So if someone does ask you, if they be like, what y'all selling? If you ask McDonald's what they selling, they're going to say burgers. So we're going to say hope or whatever, development, whatever we talked about yesterday. So we need to get on that level to where it's in us. All right, does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. Consistency. All right, tendencies and trends. What are our consistencies? Are we consistently late? Yes, we are. When we get in a space together, are we consistently effective though? Well, we'll see after the end of the day. But y'all feel like yesterday was a pretty effective day. We got some very important things tackled. Okay, so we want to feel like that every time we meet, and we can talk about over the course of the year what are our trends, what are the things that we have a tendency to do. Reliability, repeatability, evidence-based and data-driven practices, and then what are the best practices for the organization, and that's going to come from figuring out what the best practices for each individual position are. Okay. All right, and then duplication. So if we're talking about growing, if we're talking about moving into having a global impact and presence, then we have to be duplicatable. All right. Before we duplicate though, we have to make sure that we tackle these things. We have to be clear and we have to be consistent. Because what happens, right? Who in here? I know we have some computer scientists and people who work with math a lot. But what happens if you're solving a problem and you make one wrong step at the beginning? Absolutely. So if we duplicate a process that is incomplete and ineffective, then we're going to have a bunch of trash. That's ultimately what's going to happen, and it's going to take a lot more time and energy on the back end to correct that than if we get it right on the front end. So ultimately, our goal is to be duplicatable, right? So no matter where you are, there's a NBGSA way of doing things. That standard is stressed and pressed, and it's exhibited wherever you are if you're associated with NBGSA. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so we went over these guiding beliefs. Now, I want to make something clear. Yesterday, a statement was made about me using quotes because I want y'all to think I'm smart, which that is part of the reason. Now, one thing that I really want for you all to understand is that every time I give a quote, it's more like me giving homage to the source. Like these aren't my words; these are Stephen Covey's words, Albert Einstein's words, Zig Ziglar's words, and so hopefully that's encouraged you all to go seek that information in because. Imagine if they can say something this deep in a few words. Imagine what other wealth of knowledge they have, right? So that's something that I really want to point out as well. So over the course of the year, get used to that. Like I'm exposing to as much as I can so that we can all become better together. All right. So guiding beliefs, right? Mindsetting is very important. Your mindset, is really important in terms of controlling your body. Right, controlling the actions that you take. Bible says, "As a man thinketh, so is he." Right? It all starts in the mind. So we talked about yesterday the importance of awareness. Right, awareness is understanding, knowing what the problem is, knowing what you like, knowing what you don't, knowing what you need. Right. So once you figure out what your needs are, that's when you go to the knowledge piece because you figure out what it takes to meet those needs. Your needs, the needs of the organization, or whatever the case may be. Right. So after you gain that knowledge, right, you see over here we have, these lines trending up, right? So knowledge is what? Knowledge is what? That's absolutely wrong. So knowledge is potential power. The effective application of knowledge is power, right? So the important thing to remember here is that once you get those skills, right, once you learn what skills you need to meet those needs on the awareness level, you have to apply that. Right. So yesterday, we applied a lot of different skills, right, to make sure that we know how to meet our needs. So we have to consistently do it. We had a growth group in the morning. That was excellent, right? But it's just like your body, right? You can't eat once in a lifetime and be all right, or maybe you can. Your life's gonna be real short, right? So we have to make sure that we're feeding that part of ourselves on a regular basis, and then after we do it long enough and consistently enough and enough times. That's when we reach that level of mastery. All right. The wellness wheel, 7 areas of wellness. All right. This is something that's really important as well because a lot of times, especially within the organization, we're focused on one area. Or if you're at work, you might be focused on one area, right? But there are actually 7 areas. We'll get to that at another time more specifically, but just know that your environmental wellness, how do you feel in certain environments? If you feel comfortable, right, then you might be a little more open, right? If you don't, then you'll be a little more closed. And same thing with your intellectual. How do you feel when you're I used to use the term cognitive stamina yesterday, right? So are you intellectually stimulated? Your social, what's your network look like? Are you a support? Are you a part of a support system, right? If somebody needs help in your network, can they come to you for support, right? Your physical wellness, right? We got a lot of fruit on the table. We're eating healthy today. Exercising, what does that look like over the rest of the time? Spiritual, right? That vision that we talked about, that's part of the spirituality of this organization. What are we here for? What's our purpose, right? Where are we headed? And that's really important as a guiding force. You want to make sure that your spiritual connection with something that's greater than you, some being, a source that's greater than yourself is really important. Financial wellness, right? So I like to think of your financial wellness as fundraising for your life. How do most people fundraise for their life? Work what? They work a job, right? So is that the only way to do it though?
No.
Okay, so we're going to be talking about different ways for the organization to raise funds as well, because typically, anyone who's ever been on an exec board or anyone who's ever been involved in an organization, how do we typically raise funds for our organizations?
T-shirt sales.
Right, okay, yep. Selling t-shirts, what else? Bake sales, what else? Membership fees, what else? Sponsorships, right? Conferences, right? Okay, so we're either providing a product or a service in exchange for money, or we're just asking for money in exchange for value, right? Okay, so those are typically the two ways that we're doing it. So what about other things like asset management? What about other things like passive income, like endowments? We've been working on certain things like that for a while. I think it's long overdue for us to start getting that stuff into fruition. So maybe if we get to a point where we have an endowment set up, that money generated can pay for conference expenses, can pay for quarterly expenses. So anything that we make after that is just extra. Does that make sense? Okay, so your emotional wellness, and this is quite possibly one of the most, they're all important. Let me just say that. But your emotional wellness is really important. Y'all remember how y'all felt yesterday morning before the growth group? Do y'all remember the energy, how that felt in the room, right? Afterwards, was there a major difference? Yes or yes?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
So we have to make sure that we pay attention to all 7 of these areas. And if you talk to someone else, they might say that there are more or less our areas. We're going to focus on these. And the fact is that if you're lacking in one of these areas, it's going to affect how you perform overall. We're talking about holistic wellness. We're talking about being effective on all fronts. So, I'm trying not working.
I clicked on that. Cool.
Nope.
This work.
Nope. Oh, it's loading. All right, cool. All right, and then going to be on beliefs. All right, be, do, have. A lot of people think have, do, be. All this is basically saying is that you have to work on becoming an individual, right, that attracts a certain type of lifestyle. Okay? So if you think about it, people think if I want to be rich, then I need the cars, right? If I want to be successful in school, then I need the grades, right? If I want to be Jay-Z, then I need Beyonce, right? That's what people think. When in actuality, Jay-Z is an individual who attracts a woman like Beyonce, right? You have to become that person. So as an organization, we each have to become individuals with respect to the organization who would attract the type of success that we want. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So who am I? How do I feel? My values and beliefs, those are very important. That's going to determine the decisions that we make, how we use our time, and how we interact with others. And then that will ultimately determine our results. And then your conscious and subconscious mind, fruits versus roots, very important, right? So if you take a test, right, let's say it's an essay exam, you get maybe like a C on the test. Who would be happy with a C on an exam? All right, so exactly, right? We can all agree that we're not really feeling the C. Right? So would it make sense then, if we're not happy with the C, to scratch, or let's say we got an F. I know y'all probably seen that trick where like you get an F and you draw a line and make it look like an A. So, right? Mm-hmm. Does that make sense though? Does that really make sense? If your goal, well, depending on what your goal is. Okay, so that's like focusing on the fruits, right? Those are your results, your actions, your strategies, your plans, your goals. And a lot of times we put a lot of effort in focusing on the fruits when essentially we need to be looking at the roots, right? We need to be looking at our intuition, our habits, right? Your study habits. So if you get an F on a test, you can scratch out that F and make it an A. But essentially, your roots are still going to be producing Fs. Right, so we're going to spend a lot of time this year looking at our core beliefs, right? Our basic identity beliefs. What do we do when we feel rejected? Our fears of failure or success, right? Because some people aren't afraid to fail necessarily. They're more afraid of succeeding and what it will mean for their life if they did succeed. And that determines a lot of the decisions that we make. All right, your sense of self-worth. Do you view yourself as a leader, right? Do you view yourself as a winner, all right? Because the way you see yourself is what you will always act upon. So if you see yourself as a loser, you will always find a way to lose. If you see yourself as a winner, what will you do? That's what you're gonna do. What will you do? If you see yourself as a winner, you're gonna find a way to win. So that's absolutely right. So we're gonna spend a lot of time here as well. And I think this is the last slide for this. Okay, then we're gonna go to facts and figures. So, okay, so this is the guiding principle that I want us to work on over the course of the year. Better understanding this. And when I say that this man is like a genius, Stephen Covey, he knows what he's talking about. All right, so these are things that you can apply to all areas of your life. That's very important to me. As a leader of this organization, I want to make sure that whatever you learn here, you can apply outside of here. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so 4 levels of an organization, right? So the personal level, right? This is talking about the individual. Is an individual trustworthy? Meaning, are they competent and do they have character, right? So that trustworthiness is very important because how can you give someone something that you don't have yourself? Right? If you aren't a trustworthy person, then how can somebody trust you? Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. And so that's very important, which is why we have spent so much time at the personal level developing that trust. And we spend a lot of time at the personal and impersonal level, right? So once you get to that interpersonal level, you start talking about interactions with other people. Right? So do I trust you? Do I feel comfortable enough with you to do what you say you're going to do? I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
That was
That was poorly timed. That could have been timed a bit better. All right. So then once we get to the trust level, that's where we can start to talk about the managerial level. That's the empowerment piece. And so we're gonna talk about win-win agreements, right? Making sure that at the end of the day, I'm not managing you all are leading yourselves. So you know exactly what you need to be doing. You know exactly the type of results that we're looking for. You know what the timeline is. You know what the consequences are if you do or do not get it done, how it affects you in a positive way, how it might affect you negatively. And so at the end of the day, you've already connected why it's important. And you're leading yourself at that point in time. You're holding yourself accountable, and I'm a resource at that point. So if you need help, I'm here for that. All right. The biggest piece, though, is going to be doing the work so that we can get to a point where we trust each other enough to empower each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So the last piece is the organizational alignment. That's what I've been talking about all weekend. Are the individuals in this organization, are the values and core beliefs of these individuals aligned with those of the organization? That's very important. Because how many people have been in an organization where they feel like it's like another job? Or like it's something else you have to do. It's something separate from the things that you already have to do, right? That makes it more difficult to complete your task, right? So essentially you want to put you all in a position where you all are doing things that you're already well at, that you're already good at, that you already do and enjoy. Okay, so that makes it less work on the organization. Like if you're great with numbers, you know, but not so much with people, or you're great with people but not so much with numbers, maybe you don't need to take on accountancy duties if you're great with people but not so much with numbers. Or if you're great with numbers, maybe you don't need to be talking to everybody. Maybe you just need to be, you know, if that's your strength. And if on the other hand too, there are opportunities for growth. A weakness is nothing but an opportunity for growth. So maybe we can be intentional about how we facilitate and grow for everyone in the organization. Is everybody on the same page right now?
Yes.
Cool. Excellent. So let's get to these facts and figures real quick. But how's everybody feeling right now?
I'm so hot. I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Really can't.
What can we do?
I mean.
They probably, but if you think, they probably turn it off on the weekend, so we probably can't do nothing.
So we're gonna be unbuttoning his shirts and stuff. Yeah, I mean. So let's see what we can do. So we can open the door. We might be able to open some windows.
Yeah, all right.
It might be hotter outside, honestly.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know.
See, I wasn't even focused on that a minute ago, and now I'm sweating. Or maybe I just became aware of my sweat. Okay. So let's see, where are we going to start? Okay, let's start with the report.
I think
No, so.
here.
Okay.
He out.
Okay.
I like the word.
Everybody.
Wow. Okay. Oh, no,
At the bottom.
To the right. To the right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. See, okay. Well, maybe I don't need you right now. That's cool. All right. Thank you for your help, brother. All right. So these are the conference income and expenses. So as of a couple of days ago, this is pretty much what it is. Registration, we've already made a total of $21,390. It's projected that we will have $25,210 when all the money that is outstanding is returned to us. Recruiters made a total of that, and we're looking at $61,1378.
Question.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was pointing out that you.
Oh,
Yo,
recruiters, can you explain what that is?
Thank you.
I can.
Great.
Absolutely. So after we go to the next page,
Okay.
I got you. All right, sponsorships. Currently, we have outstanding about $10,000, so we'll be at $27,956. Vendors, we have one vendor for $250, and then our total income from the conference will be $59,530.67. So we made a little bit of change this year. We did quite all right for ourselves. All right, so expenses. The total for the conference was around $36,000. So that's $36,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. But yeah, anyway. So if you separate, if you subtract that total from our income, we're looking at about $23,198.25. And these numbers are pretty accurate. They're a little rough because we still have some things out there, but that's pretty much what we will have made, about $23,000 from the conference. Sounds pretty good?
Yeah.
That's right. Especially judging where we came from. Yeah, we doing numbers, man. All right. So we don't need all that. We need this stuff. No, we don't need that. We need this stuff. All right. So we had a total of approximately 107 paid registrants. All right. So they either registered as an attendee or a recruiter, and I'll get your question in just a second. And so we will have made about $25,210 just off of registrants. You all saw those numbers on the previous page. So about 107 people who actually paid some money to attend the conference. Okay. Now, out of everybody that was at the conference, we had a total of about. I'll just pay again. We had a total of about 150 individuals, 151 individuals in attendance is about what we had. And so one of the challenges of the upcoming year will be to coordinate, because part of the challenge this year was communication, because we had several different hands in that pot. So when it came time to sit down and talk about who was a member, who attended, what do our numbers look like, we had some discrepancies. We had a few discrepancies. So like if you look at our VP of information, our VP of memberships list, they might have a few more attendees or a few less attendees. So that's something moving forward that I want you all to keep in mind. How can we do better with data entry and collaborating between different positions? Does that make sense, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so conference recruiters, vendors, and sponsors. So who all had an opportunity to go to the school fair, job fair thing? Those are the recruiters, right? So we have people from different organizations, different businesses, different schools come and they talk about whatever it is that is important to them. And so since we are an interdisciplinary organization, we have a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds that come to work with us. So this year we had about 14. We had about 14 individuals come. And so that's where the recruiter fees comes from. And depending on what level of recruitment you spend a little more money. A little more money is a lot of great for us. Then the vendors, I know you all saw Mr. Wade out there selling y'all might have bought a cup link or a tie clip or something, maybe some earrings. So that was Mr. Wade, and that's $250 for the vendors they have to pay to sell. And then the sponsorships, right? We have different levels of sponsorship as well. So these are our sponsors. We had 6 this year. And then we also have opportunities to buy ads in the ad book and then put ads on the website as well. So, man. And then we have about $10,506 outstanding. And so again, our total will be around $23,000 that we made. All right, we'll go over expenses later. Okay, and then we'll just do a quick. So as of right now, we have a total of. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know I could do that. All right, so we have a total of in the Bank of America account, we have a total of $4,991.88, and then in our PayPal account, we have a total of $8,810.20. And then we have in all $13,802.08. So outstanding, we have about we have outstanding about $10,000, $13,000 outstanding. So when everything comes back to us, we'll have about 26 in our account to work with over the course of the year. So when we get to the planning and budget section, we'll revisit this stuff because that'll help us. And then we also have denotations for how much money we spend in certain areas, so that'll be helpful as well. Something else. Something else to consider when we look at our numbers from this year, we have a total of 19 members. Yeah. So Q1, right, which will be June, July, August, right? Our total so far is 19. So what you don't track, you will continue to lack. We have to know where we are, and that way we can create goals based off of these numbers. If we already have 19, I don't know if that's a lot or not. We can talk about it. We can say, look, by the end of this quarter, do we want to multiply by 3 and say that we want 60 members each quarter? We can talk about what these goals need to look like and strategic plans to make them happen. And by the way, who's paid their membership already? Raise your hand. For this year?
Yeah, because on lifetime, it says there's a lifetime, so that should be possible.
Fair. That's fair. Okay, so for a lifetime, this stuff is individuals who pay like that year. That's what that includes. So I can talk with Jessica because she'll be keeping track of this stuff moving forward and talk about it. Because that would be more so VP of membership to say like, because I'm only tracking the stuff that made money or took money away from the organization on these sheets. All right. So yeah. So that's gonna be pretty key. Yeah. Did you have a question? All right. So that's gonna be pretty key moving forward. Now, for those of you who haven't paid, may I ask why?
Forgot.
Okay. Anyone?
Well, I'll tell you why I haven't paid. I tried to figure out what it is that is paid. And when I went online to try and do it, they told me I needed a password and I won't ever share that information with me as to what I need to do to get in the system.
Was that when you called the national office out here? Was that?
That's part of it.
Okay. Okay.
The system is telling people to wait for a link to complete the registration process.
Right.
That link is not coming back.
So I come back. You can't get in. It's saying that you need a password.
Yeah.
And no one ever gave me a password or sign on.
Okay. Now how recently was that? When tried this morning? Tried this morning that happened?
It was just before, about 2 weeks after I left the conference. And I tried it again last week, and it's still telling me I need a password.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that might be part of the system that you're using right now. I think that's something that Wacom's working with. I think everything goes through a portal. So I don't know what that means, but it's like you either need to not do that, or that needs to just be able to work. People need to know how to do it, but it's consistently a problem. I mean, that's crazy. People are trying to join, trying to get you money, not getting it though. But that sounds like somebody needs to follow up like right away to say, okay, how is this? How can we change it?
Okay. So that's pretty urgent.
Yeah.
It's very urgent.
Very.
Yes. Yeah. Because I paid the other day with it. I know everyone's not having a problem with since people are obviously having a problem with just that. Yes.
You probably use your thing on that. You know, we have to so if you already have a username and password, then it works. All you do is you don't already have it. You have to actually set up an account.
Right.
Okay. And you tried to do that still, didn't you?
It wouldn't let me do it.
They won't even let you set up an account. Cool. So that's
But I had some real problems even registering this year, and I'm about midway in terms of tax, so this would be mindful of all of these.
so
Yeah.
we need to clearly simplify some things.
Yeah, we had some problems too at first. When we were breaking so
Okay, so this is great. This dialogue is great. Now, this is what the SWOT analysis is for. So remember, hold these thoughts, also the recording, so we have all this information. Jessica, I need your help in terms of secretary stuff.
You saw what I did?
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
You there? So you got us on that?
Yes.
Just put it down.
Yeah.
Come join the building. Come join the
you
building.
can connect with any game.
You over there.
I am.
Listen, lean back.
Connect with the conference.
Over there on
Hey, she good. She good.
There you go, Jessica.
We got a spot at the table for you. We just saying. Come feast with the
This
fam.
isn't uncomfortable at all. Thank you for putting me on the spot, you guys.
You're welcome.
You know, we all used to it.
How about you thank us later? How about that? All right, so fingers crossed that you'll thank us later. All right, so these are the numbers right now, and then if we do one more, and so if we look at the numbers from last year. All right, so if we look at the numbers from last year, we had a total of, I want to say 95. Yeah, so we had 95 official members. We had 95 official members. According, these are my numbers. Like I said before, these are my numbers. So we had 95 official members. We have 18 associate 1 members. We had 7 associate 2 members, 1 alumni, 4 affiliates. We did have 1 lifetime member last year, so that's no. I'm sorry. This is just for the last. This is for the last 2 quarters, right? So don't worry about the lifetime member. We actually had 1 person become a lifetime member last year, so kudos to them. All right, so in total though, we had 195 members, based on my numbers, and that's as of the end of May. Okay. So in 1 year we had 195 members. You divide it by 12. I mean, I don't know how much that is. What's up?
Is there a way, this may not be ethical, legal, anyway, what if you have a system, is it already set up such that you send out an email like, it's gonna automatically renew your membership, we're gonna take $25 out of your account associated with this,
Like just
they want to cancel.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Like Netflix.
Pandora, exactly, Amazon Prime, Pandora, they all do this. We send you an email, hey, if you don't want to do it, tell us, but we sent you an email that we're going to re-up in 1 month. Have a great day.
And typically when people sign the terms and agreements, that stuff is in there. Like it's an automatic
It's not
service.
transparent, but-
We can make it transparent, but like, look, when you sign up, you have the option to make this automatic. So this time next year, you automatically renew. We take $25 out your account or however much. We can talk about that. Again, there'll be a suggestion for the brain, right? That would be a great time to write that for, and I guess that probably would fall under VP of membership or VP of information. And then also during the SWOT analysis, we can talk about that as a weakness, right? If you have to renew, some people can't even renew, and then some people forget to renew. So especially if we're not relevant, you know what I'm saying? You if you go to church every Sunday, you probably don't remember to pay your tithes, or you at least don't think about it. Forgetting won't be the reason. It might be another reason that you can pay your tithes. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of our goals to relevancy. So we can talk about that when we get to SWOT analysis. Yes, sir.
Unless some people talking about it last night, but because we have to focus on it like this for financial reasons, because you want to know what revenue is coming in. But for organizational impact, like if somebody comes to us and says, "Oh, how many members do you have?" If you say anything like 19,295, we don't sound very powerful. But I want to know like who currently maintains the database of everybody who has joined or become involved in BGSA, because if we have 195 every year, we should be into the thousands within a matter of 5 to 10 years, for example. So if no one's doing it right now, and we don't put somebody in charge of keeping all these email addresses, and so that if something happens, we have some job opportunities or there's some resource project, whatever, we can send this out to the 5,000 people in our database. Whether or not they're active members, they can still be members, for example, of NBGSA. I think we really need to, if it's not being done, even if we started today, we'd be a lot better off next year.
I think that's excellent. And that's one and I don't know. It's the answer to the question. I think, of course, Jerry was VP of Info, so he did a great job of yeah, he handled that stuff. So he might have some more insight on that than I do. And if it isn't something that's happening, I do think that that's something that we need to make happen.
Next question: where are those actual records? Who actually keep the records from?
Like long term?
From previous years as to.
Great question. It might be on SkyDrive.
I mean, it might be in the I guess on the back side of the association management membership portal. It may be there.
You said in the back side of it? Is that what you said?
Like as far as our, we have our website or whatever, our membership directory, as people call it. I don't know what it's called, the name of it, but where we manage all that stuff.
Gotcha.
For example, like all these people, paid, and like John was saying, like the membership was from last year, somewhere in the backside of it, they were saying, like the emails, everyone who gave the email is there. So if you can't go back in history, you should probably at least be able to do last year.
Right.
And even if you couldn't restart now, maybe it's the VP of membership who maintains 2 separate lists for our current members. What are all the email addresses that we have, unless someone asks to be removed from the list? And we keep track of how many, so when someone asks us, how many people are involved in the organization, we become larger.
More active members.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's great. So please make sure that we revisit all this stuff when we get to SWOT analysis. So these are results from the leadership team assessment. It's really important to me to make sure that everything we do this year is data driven. So when we send out an assessment for your experience here, right, make sure you all are brutally honest, right, authentically honest, I think is a better word. So moving forward, we can effectively plan. So on the leadership team, we had 25 members, not including the advisors last year. Of those 25 members, 15 actually came to the conference for some period of time. And then, that makes our attrition rate about 40%, right, for last year. So almost half of the exec board did not finish. And we're not even talking about how many people were engaged consistently, right? We're talking about people who were engaged to some point, on some levels, okay? So now if we were to, try to create some data for engagement, those numbers would probably look a lot lower, right, in terms of consistent engagement over the course of the year. So these are the questions that we asked. I enjoyed being a member of the leadership team. I would be willing to be a member of the leadership team. These are all of the questions we asked, and I assigned a grade based on the quantitative responses that we had, and basically for I gave a 95 because that's what typically you get, like an A. If you're doing a plus minus scale, you get like a 95, 85. It'd be like in a range from like 96 to 97. So, or 90, whatever. Y'all know what I'm saying. So, now basically in the graduate program, anything below B is unacceptable. So in areas that we had B minuses, that's the orange. And honestly, if it's not a B plus, like how many of you all would be happy with a B as a grade right now? Okay, that would be acceptable for you, right? Acceptable, right? So is that your goal though? Do you go into a class thinking, let me at least get a B? Maybe some classes, but you need that A, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what
I
you're
wanna
saying,
see
yeah.
what you want.
Okay, we can do that. Absolutely. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understood the criteria. So now let's start with the good. Let's start with the good. So the areas that we did pretty well in, relatively speaking, we got a B plus in understanding the purpose of NBGSA, which I think is interesting. I understand the purpose of my position. A minus. I believe my position is valuable to NBGSA. Right, that's a B plus. Okay, so there's some value there. People think that based off of last year's results and the individuals that responded, they said that we think that what we do is important. Okay, I have gained personal development skills as a result of being on NBGSA leadership team. That's an 86. Another B is I would be willing to be a member of the leadership team for another year. We got a B there as well. So keep in mind now, these are 10 responses from 10 individuals out of a leadership team of 25. Okay, out of 15 who are actually active enough to come to the conference. Okay? So these numbers are this data is a little bright, just a little. Wait, do you have a question?
No, I'm just trying to figure out why did they not respond to the survey? I mean, I guess everyone asked that question. Why 25, give 25, you only had 10 out of 25 respond to the survey?
Yes. Yes. And so we'll get to that. We'll get to that because we have some qualitative questions as well. So now the areas of the greatest challenge for improvement would be I have met the goals I personally set for my position. Got C plus there. Plus. Yeah. I felt comfortable with the organization culture. This was our lowest score. We got a D, 65. Right. And then over here, I trust the decisions that my team members made were for the benefit of the organization. 75. Got a C there. Okay. So these were our lowest scores. And our grade. Oh, actually, hold on. Those were our lowest scores, but we got one more. I have gained professional development skills as a result of being on the NBGSA leadership team. We got a C minus there, 71.5 average. And our average is a 81, 80.9. That's a B minus. How y'all feel about that? Based on the data that you've just seen so far, anyone just share? Room for improvement? Anyone else? Not that good? Okay, cool. So we look at reasons. Goals and duties of mine that were not executed were reasons. I didn't have enough funding, I didn't see enough support, I didn't understand what my goals/duties were, I didn't have enough time because of other commitments, right? So I'm uncomfortable with this. These are the two main reasons that people didn't do what they were supposed to do. Either they didn't have enough time because of other commitments, which is a priority issue, right? Or I didn't see enough support, which is ironically one of the things that's now in our vision. Okay? I don't know if it's that ironic. I just like using that word sometimes. So I didn't have funding. I didn't have funding, right? That's another big thing. So we talked about that as well. Had support from institutions, advocacy, that piece. So and then on our end, fundraising and financial management is important as well. And then the last one is I didn't understand. One poor soul just didn't know what they were supposed to be doing. Any conference call I missed was mainly because I had prior engagement. 7 out of 10 people said it. And for some reason, the system, I guess somebody answered twice or something. I don't know, but there are 11 responses here. I didn't change it. It's raw data. So conference calls did not work for my schedule. So that belabors the point that it's a priority issue. That's saying that the conference call time was perfect. I just ain't feel like getting on. Or something else was more important, right? And that's honest, okay? I didn't have anything to contribute. Or I have never missed a conference call. 2 people said they've never missed a conference call. Excellent for those 2 people. What about the rest of us? Okay? So, are these numbers lining up to everybody, making sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Any questions before we move on? Yes, absolutely. It is hot, man. I'm sorry, y'all. We gotta stay focused. We can man. Okay. So what are some of the things What are some things you feel the leadership team excels well at? We working well together at the time of the conference, pulling through adversities, working together in crunch time, passion and dedication to NBGSA. I think the leadership team is amazing at handling last-minute situations. Everyone participates to fill the gaps where needed in pressure situations. All right, so a very important thing that we learned yesterday was being able to see what isn't there, right? To hear what people aren't saying, right? So, and to see what people are showing us. Right? So what is this data telling us that it isn't saying? What are some trends? What are some consistencies across this first question?
Things were done late.
Things were done late. Last minute. You got something else?
We game time people.
Game time people. We a bunch of Allen Iversons that we
Yep. We AI. Practice.
So, work well under pressure.
But they ain't good for organization.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Okay. So that's some of what that data is telling us, and so we know where to guide our time and energy this year. Okay, so we do better at proactivity and planning, right? Advanced planning and execution based off that advanced planning. Yes.
You guys, can you make sure you speak a little loud because I'm recording.
Okay. We're recording the session too, so.
No, I'm saying for you, I think to take notes. So when I go back later on.
Okay. I'm letting you know that this will also be on YouTube, so you have options. You got options. Okay, so. Right. Got that. No contingency plans. Very important. You need that. All right. So, what are some suggestions you have for improving the leadership team? Also, making sure that you get your job done. Right. So she's gonna get that done. She has no excuse outside of the execution piece to get that done. So that's beautiful. All right. What are some suggestions you have for improving the leadership team? Now, this is the piece that I've been working from. All right. So communications and commitment. Sense of cohesiveness, fairness, trust, and respect should be thought for and encouraged throughout the year by members of the leadership team. Team building, trust, inclusion, and simplification. Refrain from the personal agendas. Different format for meetings. Have two separate. Do some internal fixing of the organization. Take some time to regroup. Have more events throughout the year. Don't send out new membership cards and pins every year. Change the silly cycle of membership. Assist with funding of the team to either attend the conference, attend the quarterly, or at least free membership. I think that's fair. Free membership piece at least. At least you do. You can't do nothing else. Yeah. Right. So what are the perks of the organization? More organizational attire. Follow through on some of the grand ideas. Some, not all. Right. All right. Pointing fingers, taking responsibility for one's own actions, making excuses. I would suggest the leadership team be more open to each other's opinion and learn to communicate with each other in a professional manner. Some individuals have the tendency to communicate aggressively to each other. In addition, individuals need to learn to listen to each other first before commenting. Some members just want to hear themselves talk without listening to comments that were already discussed. Okay. What's being said here? What's being communicated here that isn't being said? They were pretty honest in this session, right?
Yeah, that was.
So I'm sensing that everyone feels this is very accurate, right? Okay, anything else that you all want to add? Oh, you feel like that was done with somebody?
Time to do it.
So you feel like they were committed?
That made it more personal.
Okay.
And, something that should have been taken care of personally rather than, out there.
So you feel like there were some underlying feelings in it?
Yeah.
Okay. And what were you about to say, bro?
What she said?
What my sister said. All right. Cool. So is it becoming a little more clear as to why we spend so much time?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. And in the perfect world, when we do stuff like this, you all will get the results immediately. So you already have an idea. Because when we talk about principle-centered leadership, it's more us running together, right? So you all are already in line. You already understand the rationale behind most decisions that are being made because we're the ones making them together. Okay. So what are some things that you would like from our advisors? Now, we have some mixed emotions here. Be more involved, have a stronger voice, and be part of decision making, meaning any decision made by the team has to be approved by the advisors. Less engagement, more advising. Be consistent. I think the advisors do a phenomenal and selfless job, brownie points. Provide more guidance, hold leadership team accountable. All right, and then I think the advisors can take a more authoritative role in maintaining the decorum of the leadership team. They have a tendency to be a little too passive. All right, that's what people felt. What do you got?
I mean, that's not their role.
Right. Speak on, bro.
I mean, I'm saying that's not what they're for. They're here to advise us. They're not here to baby us.
Right.
You know, and I think what we do is we sometimes cast responsibility on the adult when we as children continue to play. And we just have to kind of grow up and do our part and let them advise and give us the wisdom that they have from their experiences. Right. And that's what they're for. They give us wisdom. They don't want to micromanage what we do. You know, so I perceive our advisors as that's their role.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Sounds like there's a lot of agreement with what you said. Does anyone want to expound upon the point that stood out to them?
I mean, I think the fact that alone they're actually here, because you know, you have a lot of advisors just signatures or on paper, you know. So just the fact that they're here with us and offering any help like yesterday, it was really helpful. That says a big thing, because they could be doing something else.
Anyone else?
I think I think the advisors sometimes I think the advisors sometimes have the historical information, and they're kind of the consistent structure or individuals within the organization, because a lot of us don't. A lot of us are new to MBJSA. We don't know the organizational history, so on and so forth. So they tend to provide that. So when we don't hear from them, we lose that. So like even when you have like terms of office within politics, you have the staff who's there who kind of maintain, who get excuse me.
On the drink?
Feeling the, yes, please, some water.
Give me a water too.
Feeling the legislators, you know, as far as what's going on and stuff like that, what has been in the past. And so I think that they're more than there just for that, just for advising on particular issues. I think they're there as well to give us more of the tradition, the purpose, you know, what was the intention. You know, we have a founder on our as an advisor. You know, some of these things that we need to have so we can maintain the integrity of the organization and not doing things that we want to do, that we see.
Okay. So it's pretty important for. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So summarize the withdrawal.
And then I don't. I'm going to have me.
Okay. So it's important for what David was saying, right? I want to make sure I was going to say. It's important in terms of transitioning effectively and making sure that we keep the bigger picture in mind for the advisors to be there, because we might lose some things, and versus us just coming in or every new regime coming in and trying to do something that may have been done before and maybe not worked, and also keeping everyone on track and in line with the bigger vision and overarching principles of the organization. Is that pretty much on point? Am I hearing you? Mm-hmm. Cool. Yes, sir.
But I will also admit to you leaders that I struggle with my role as advisor. And my personal struggle is to be very cautious, because I never use the word student leader. That's redundant in this organization. The student, you are the students and you are the leaders. Period. You make the final decision. You make the policy. You run the organization. So how to provide institutional, memory and historical memory, some insight, but then let you do your thing. Because as folk will always talk about the founders, and I appreciate that. But like I said, there would be no organization if there weren't brilliant people who stepped in after the founders and carried the vision forward. So, I struggle at times, I sometimes think that you even have an executive session. I mean, this is the first time I've heard direct feedback about our role as advisors, which is helpful to us. So you having ways in which you can talk to give us honest feedback. I mean, at the times, which I don't think we advise too much, but I'll just say I'm cautious. I try to be cautious. Now I know we have disagreements, but we suddenly approach it from different angles as advisors. But sometimes I'm a little quiet because it's not my, I don't know if it's right to say, but I don't think it's my place to speak. It's your voice that's most important. I being secondary to yours. Go ahead.
Terms, you have everything you wish?
I would just say that, I mean, it's interesting, I think, like, Dr. Shaw, you know, there's a little bit of a struggle. For me, I mean, he's real old school. I'm just, a little bit old school.
Wait a minute.
No, but I mean, I've been consistently involved for 10 years with the leadership team. First as a regional rep and then all the way through president to advisor. I've been here the whole time. And I think I hear some things, and I think there's some real points about being more consistent and being a little bit more available. I think I went a little bit too far to the left for a host of reasons this last year. I've been much more uninvolved than I've been in the past. Having said that, I'm, would get the word for being most over-involved. So I have to watch that. So I definitely would share a lot and say, so having said that, take it all with a grain of salt because it is advisement. It's some historical perspective, to let you know that we've done that before. But just because I don't think you should do it again doesn't mean that you can't, or even that you should. Maybe it'll work this time because of something. So, and then there are things that, that didn't even register here that we talk about. For me, I think one of our major roles could and probably should be helping out with more of the sustainable financial piece. We've been here at different points. So at some point in the future, I'd like to see, we want people's feedback. It's in order to be advised, you need to give X number $1,000 a year. Just saying. Or, maybe that might be a little high or whatever, but it would just be nice. In that way, you get people, we have 10 advisors, and by definition, we at least have $10,000 every year. It's that's a part of your commitment, because you can't maybe always be here. But we get your feedback, we also get your support in that way. But we're talking about that, we're working on that, and we're listening. So
thank you.
I have another thing to add to that as well. I think that yesterday when we had the session with the Hayslips,
yes,
yeah, with the Hayslips, I think that further echoed the fact that that we need sometimes a mediator, because since we are a group of peers who are interacting and attempting to lead the organization together, we have to work together. There are oftentimes, I know in my experience, there are oftentimes fundamental disagreements. And sometimes you need someone who is from the outside to come in and step in with, an objective perspective, not on one side or the other or whatever, to just come in and kind of, bring everybody to have a, come to Jesus meeting type of thing. And I think that we were able to see that yesterday because, they had nothing to gain by, saying one thing or another or whatever, so that was there so that we were able to, break down barriers and so on and so forth and move forward so that we can be more productive. I think in the past, in my experience on the leadership team, the advisors have somewhat had or have been asked to serve in that role occasionally because they're there. And because they're not a member of the leadership team and not a part of whatever the other stuff that people had talked about, personal agendas and so on and so forth. But maybe we may need someone outside of the advisors, like a consulting group or counseling group or whatever, to help facilitate some of those types of issues, because they do exist and they are a major hindrance to working them.
Yeah, man. When that female crowd said word out, they're strong right I think that's an excellent point. And so now I did get some suggestions from them and also some feedback from the experience. So one of the things that they were talking about is developing the skill set to effectively resolve that type of conflict amongst ourselves. So I think that's something that we need to consider as well. I think that, while moving forward, are we looking for ways to cope with the problems that we have right now or transform above them, And so in having them come, it should be intentional that we're learning how to do this stuff better ourselves as well. And also implicit in my vision is applying and implementing a system within the organization where a lot of those conflicts are conflicts, like personal agendas. We all know we have, We have things that are important to us. We have self-interest. Everyone has those things. Everybody has a mom in the room, right? Right. Now, my mama is more important to me than any of your mothers, because that's my mom. That's my mom. That's my interest. That's my personal interest. So we all have things that are important to us that we want out of life, and part of that is putting on the table on the front end. You know, part of that system is saying, like, these are my goals and things that I want in life, and this is how it connects to what I'm doing in the organization. So, absolutely, I think that's a great idea. I just wanted to highlight that part of the plan moving forward is to be able to address some of these concerns ourselves, so that when they do come, we're focusing, or if we decide for them to come back, they're focusing on things that we know it may be above our level of awareness. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe a way we can do this, like I guess with the advisors, in my job, when we have a meeting, at the end of every meeting, we can do, we have a part where we do limit speeches, blood slaps, backpacks, stuff like that. So what it is, like, say for example, Marcus, you did something super awesome. You know, like a basketball game when they make a shot, they do a butt slap. So I said I want to give Marcus a butt slap for running errands for the organization. Or say Philip did something that was really, really wrong. I can be like, I want to lemon squeeze Philip for how he called me out or something like that. You know, it's out on the table, and the advisors can operate as moderators for that activity. And it would be something that we would do, you know, at the end of the meetings. That way, when we come to the next meeting, everything's already out on the table. It's a time to give affirmation. It's a time to give correction. It's a time to speak your mind in a safe space. And if the lemon squeezes get too out of control, the advisor can say, all right, let's bring it back in, tighten up.
Some of that sounds like sexual harassment.
Yeah.
But you just had to hone in. Jokes aside, to hone in on something key that you said, the safe space piece is very important. And before, has anyone been in a situation where you've had stuff like that and everyone's not being real? No one feels comfortable enough or safe enough in the environment to say what they really want to say. So you have meetings after the meetings, you have cliques, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that's great. And then also I want to make sure that we have that safe space before we do that stuff, because otherwise it's more of a waste of time, honestly. Because at the end of the day, the stuff that really needs to be said is not being said at that time in that space. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. And then another piece, according to the Constitution, the advisors are part of the leadership team. So I think we should definitely include them more in on decision making and with respect to their roles and responsibilities as we all see fit. We have to define what those things are, because like you said, you kind of know what it is, but you all are torn. And then there are also suggestions of what you all should be doing, like, shoot, 5K, I got 4 advisors, 20K a year, I'm down for that. So if that's something that you all feel is feasible and should be in roles and responsibilities, then that's something that we should outline. So with them being on a leadership team, I think we can look at, again, using those skills, using those opportunities as a skill development also, so that we can resolve conflicts, because we're part of organizations outside of just MBJSA, right? So this is stuff that you can apply at your own school, in your own chapter, or shoot, at your home, in your life. How many people have conflict in general, everywhere, right? David, I'll find it. You know that I believe you, David. I actually believe it. All right, so I think we're good.
So time should
Well,
like an hour and 55 minutes until
1 o'clock. We do need to decide about lunch too. So this is the last one. Additional comments. MBJSA needs an executive director who the president reports to, and decisions made by the team are approved by the director. MBJSA needs also a conference planner so the team can focus on other activities. That's you. Probation period included for leadership team. If a person does not perform adequately role, I'm reading as is, he or she need to be gone. There it is. Making sure money is set aside for team travel and room and board for leadership team quarterly meetings and conferences, as long as the person has performed his or her duties. Ooh, perks. I call those perks. This year has provided many great learning opportunities. I'm not gonna lie, that was Okay. Any thoughts? Okay. You agree?
With the, everything after the conference plan.
Everything after the conference plan piece?
Yeah, because you already have.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
What was this question?
Any
We
thoughts?
agree.
No, I'm saying it was the question that they responded.
Oh, the additional comments.
They said we need a conference plan.
Yes, that's what they said. No, this one, look, the year has provided many great opportunities. That's not.
But then did one say we need a conference plan?
Yeah.
So, but what about the person that we already have?
So to give, maybe you can elaborate.
I guess they maybe they're talking. I don't know. I can only speculate that maybe they're talking about a professional conference planner who's paid to put on the conference, and then the organization focuses on other activities. I think in the past, I feel in the past that the whole leadership team has served as the conference planning committee, and so the some of the other activities and programs and initiatives that the organization could be doing, they didn't have the time or capacity to do it because they were focused on conference planning activities. So that could be what that person is talking about. Maybe if they have a separate conference planner who just does all that, then maybe the rest of the leadership team can focus on.
I was asking because I think that kind of goes back to your question about having conflict resolution. I think we probably run into more conflict when we start doing other people's jobs.
You're absolutely right.
And if we just get behind the person who is in charge of that area and provide support to that person, we can't all have the vision for everything. We need to support whoever that leader is and provide what they need and allow them to do the job. And that's probably why we run into so many problems around conference time, because everybody gets to conference and wants to do everybody else's job instead of providing support to that one conference administrator who just needs people to get in line with what's going on. And I know it may not have been that historically.
I mean, it sounds like you're talking about empowerment. Role clarity.
I was about to say, we can do that, but when we go to a conference, roles need to be defined before we get there. I think we run into people doing other people's jobs because work needs to be done, and everybody's like, we just need to get it done, let's do work. So it's not really clear who's doing what. So it's not intentional. I don't think it's intentional, so I think that that's one thing to consider is having roles laid out before we get.
But all that, again, falls under the role of the conference planner, which in our constitution is VP for conference affairs. This year was a unique situation because our VP for conference affairs wasn't there. So we can't really use that as the show, you know.
Right. And that can happen. Right. And that can happen. And so, and we also, as an executive body, need to be more honest with the persons who are leading the initiatives by saying we're not going to be there or we are going to be there. So you'll know in the future who you are able to depend on and assign roles prior to our arrival.
Right. So it sounds like we need to operate with more intentionality. There's role clarity, and then also empowerment. So empowering individuals to do their role. So once you're clear on your role, you know what you need. You know what you need from other people. You ask them to do that. The person responds. You all figure out an agreement, right? And then they meet that agreement, thereby empowering the leader. And that's for every position, not just the conference. So yeah, moving forward, we're gonna talk about that stuff. Dr. Shire, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
You did ask, I mean, the longer comment, I did want to.
Oh,
yeah, obviously, I was
you want to bring it back up?
You don't. I would just say that, because the suggestion was that there would be an executive director that the president would report to.
Kind of like the president of the president.
So definitely, that's not normal. It's very normal for associations to have executive directors. They definitely report to the board and it goes the other way around. So you make the decisions. Now, the huge benefit to having an executive director, which by the way, NBGSA has had in the past before my time, but you get back to that consistency point, because you have boards that turn over. Once you have an executive director, it means that when someone dials the number for NBGSA, someone says, NBGSA, how may I help? You know, and you have people who get paid all day long, or who are tasked all day long doing the organization's work. You are in charge, but you have other commitments, apparently, and we know this. So, you can take on a task, but you also have that support. So you have the executive director may assist, who will of course assist with conference stuff, just as a person at the hotel will assist you. So you have enough time to do what you need to do, but mundane, things can be handled.
Thank you. All right, anything else before we move forward?
Might we need to turn the lights down?
That might help.
Yeah,
Somebody want to
Like in church.
What's that?
You keep on button.
They're gonna be awesome. All right. So this is actually the last slide of figures, facts, and data, and then one more regarding principles, and then we're good. We can move on to the next topic. Now we do need to still discuss the lunch situation. All right. India, are you prepared for that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that you're good, and if you're not, you can be gooder in a few minutes. So, fact, figures, and data continue. So these are basically the number of degrees that Black students have earned at the master's level, of course, of this year. All right. So we see, and this is 2009, 2010. So these numbers are probably a little higher. The major reason that I pulled this data is because we have about 76,000 master's level Black students, and then we have 10,000 foreign. So together we have about 87,000 Black students pursuing degrees in higher education above the undergraduate level. And so let's say 87,000. And that's a couple years ago. Let's add another 1,000. Why don't we even just round up to 90,000? Let's say we have 90,000 Black graduate students, graduate and professional students. Okay. How many members did we have? Excuse me?
195.
195 in 1 year period. All right. How many conference attendees did we have? 151. Absolutely. All right. Percentage-wise, that's less than like 0.5%. 10% of 90 is 9,000. 10% of that is 900. That's 1%. If we have 1% of all of the market capital, then we have 900 members and 900 conference attendees, approximately, right? So there's some opportunity to grow, correct? So as we're moving forward into the SWOT analysis and the strategic planning, part of the reason that I brought this data up and shared all the information that we just reviewed is so that we can effectively plan moving forward. Do y'all feel like that purpose was fulfilled or is being fulfilled? We can move forward more effectively now that we went over this information.
Yes.
Yeah. That was
Helpful for us to do some research around what organizations has the largest representation of these particular students. Because maybe we can find out what they're doing and what resources they're providing to this demographic, and then maybe we can somehow tailor-make some of our resources and our experience to be similar. Because maybe if we find out what other organizations that have that larger number of this representation have, maybe we can begin to follow them or draw some wisdom from them to find out how we get those numbers up.
So creating a list of aspirational and peer organizations, people that are doing what we want to do and that are actually doing the same thing that we're doing right now, and seeing what we can learn or what information we can share and collaborate on.
Right. See, there's more people.
Simple question.
Another thing we can do, not competing organizations, but go to other conferences. For example, you can be a part of NSBE and be a part of MBGSA. So how conferences have recruiters and things like that, they have college recruiters, we can go and say, hey, this NSBE is specifically for your discipline. But MBGSA, you can bring this stuff to MBGSA, and there's opportunity for scholarships, there's opportunity for position on the leadership team. Like, if we present our, we present like what we have to offer, in conjunction with whatever conference they're already attending, they might be interested in both.
So it sounds like we need to build guidance. Okay.
More like
Yes.
alliances.
Excuse me?
More like alliances.
More like alliance.
Like
Okay.
build alliances.
Through building guidance. So working together and getting people to realize the importance of working together. We got Naja and April. I want to say that we aren't in the SWOT analysis session quite yet. I do want to say that.
We keep trying to get it right.
Y'all are making great points. All of this stuff is being recorded, and we're gonna have the opportunity to put it all on the whiteboard so everyone can see. So now, I think that now, do you all want to move forward after we decide where lunch is gonna be?
You gonna do this one?
Comments? Yeah, this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. Because of course, I always want to hear from everybody. Y'all think I don't be this. But yeah, so I'm sorry, y'all. I was really hurt. But it was great feedback though. It was great feedback, and that's okay.
Do you just
Yeah.
I gave you a hug.
I'm always open for a good hug. We can always hug it out. We can always hug it out. All right. All right. So now in April, I'm giving y'all the option. You sure?
Oh, I was just gonna respond to what Jessica said about looking at what other organizations are doing. Like one thing NSBE does do with, I think AFC, or something like that, is they do joint memberships. So if you pay $25, you're a member of this organization and this organization. So that might be something to look at.
Sounds like an excellent collaborative opportunity. And fundraising doing too.
Yeah.
One quick point, just on because I think these are great numbers, so I'm just to understand, it's actually graduates, people got degrees, right? So presumably there may be more students.
Great point.
Right, so I just want to put that out there.
Great point.
So they are graduates.
Any other revelations? Great aha moments. All right, cool. So India.
Okay, so I have 3 or 4 choices. I know like the Jamaican restaurant you saw yesterday. On Facebook it says permanently closed, but did it look like people were like in and out of that?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the one yesterday.
So that one's pulled out. Okay, so a 2-minute drive away is this place called Taste and Tropical. It's Jamaican Caribbean food. They don't have their prices up here, but I'm sure $10 plates. It looks like they have pictures of mac and cheese, curry chicken, jambalaya, stuff like that. Another option, a little bit more expensive, it's McCormick and Schmick's.
Oh no.
What? Oh,
I said on
and then Mr. Everything Cafe is about 10-minute drive away, and they have a blog with a list of sandwiches. It's like a sandwich deli kind of place. They also have like lamb over yellow rice, desserts. They've got everything there. And then also, okay. And then lastly, I mean, we could also go back to the American Deli. I know we had chicken from there yesterday. They also have sandwiches and stuff like that as well. So, yeah, just
There is a Publix not too far away from here, and there's also pizza. So what I can do is take like orders if y'all want subs. I can take orders and go pick it up. If y'all want pizza, I can just go order some pizza. That way we can work.
I was just trying to say everything since we had it yesterday.
Oh, I mean,
Is everybody cool with
it too.
is everybody cool with like subs in the veggie plate? I know we got options here. I think that given the circumstances, quick is the most effective thing to do right now. Yeah, I think so. How far away is the Publix?
2 miles.
Where?
I don't know. I googled it last week.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cause I was supposed to go yesterday.
It's all good around here, so I was wondering. There's a Walmart. There is a Walmart. There definitely we can always do Walmart as well, so that's an option. But is everybody cool with like subs and like a veggie joint?
Yeah, I'm fine with Publix.
Yeah. All right.
Right there, pass it to.
So yeah, somebody get her the information. Get that woman that information.
Won't we? That might be hectic. Everybody right there.
What I'm saying,
I just want to pick it up. So I don't mind.
And they just need like we just need like turkey. What
Just give it simple, guys.
Yeah, so we want to get turkey, roast beef, and ham, and then if any vegetarian.
How many people?
Yeah.
How many people like turkey? Raise your hand. That's the primary thing you like. Okay, so if you're gonna get a sub, your first choice is gonna be turkey. If your hand is up right now. Cool. Okay, so mostly turkey, then some roast beef and.
Vegetable.
Does anybody eat roast beef? Will anybody eat roast beef sub? Will anybody eat a ham sub? Okay, cool. So mostly turkey and then the other two choices, and then maybe some. We already have chips, and then maybe some.
Get some mayo, mayonnaise, mustard, mayonnaise.
Yeah, they put it on the side.
We don't know how long this is gonna take, so. So yeah, so you pretty much got this stuff. You might need to put that on.
Oh, yes, we are.
Okay, you can order online.
Jessica, were you just gonna go get
Yeah, I was
the
gonna.
fixings and then everybody assemble the same?
Well, my
Now, any proposed changes, or are we moving right along with this? Because we still have to do this stuff over here. In spite of the conflict one, we'll be working through lunch. So do you all feel like the mission is still the top agenda item right now? That's the most important thing right now.
Good. I mean, the mission.
Y'all, everyone agrees that this is the most important agenda item right now. I need some feedback.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so that's
Sign time, time limits, can we sign time limits?
Let us.
So that we can accomplish some more.
Now, what happened yesterday, right? Okay, so now, when we put time limits on stuff, it might make us feel good at first. What happened yesterday is we extended the time about 5 times. So
I mean, I think it was structured. I mean, it helped us.
it did help. You all feel like it was helpful?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, somebody make a proposition.
Well, we're
30 minutes.
A non-sexual
30.
30 minutes.
Motion.
Are we back recording?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 30 minutes on the mission? Because we keep in mind we did some of this yesterday. So.
But we're not working from nothing this time.
Right, exactly.
So it should be less time.
Right. Okay.
So, 30 minutes.
30 minutes, so then we should be done with the mission and ready to move on by 12 o'clock.
All right, I'm start. Let me know when you're ready to start.
Okay. Cool. Can you bring up which one? Yeah, the main one. The main
It's probably a universal wide.
Yeah.
But is it off on It is. Oh. Yeah, like they probably cut off like 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night until probably just on during business hours.
And then the MBJSA website.
If like what time you want to they say it was on.
Hey, can you the mission on the website? Oh no, this your water? I definitely get that thing over. Okay, give us. Yo, let me know when you ready. Okay, it's 11:29, so in a minute, as soon as he brings up the mission, start the clock. Okay.
Mr. President, do y'all need a break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we need a break, y'all?
Yeah, I'm about to pass out.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get the run on that.
Okay. Well, look, hey, y'all talk. Okay. So 5 minutes, is that enough break time? I guess so. We about to eat. Keep in mind, food's coming. We about to eat. It'll be okay. It's on the road. No, you said
Yeah.
And we just like web portal and I just down for things that you
What's going on, man?
It's tough. I'll stick my life. You know how it is for me. Remember? You should have it.
and she also has membership. That should be a way they can all get education.
This is like for excellent food. You already got the temperature.
Yeah, whatever you think about it, but, so.
And I just think it's too much.
Welcome back.
Take 5 minutes. It's down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, there are 3 minutes for me.
Yes.
30 minutes for this session, and the time starts now.
So, yesterday we went over our vision. David made excellent points before. So what we're gonna do right now is consider the mission that we have right now, and see where it aligns and where we might need to make some changes. Okay? So
Can we write our vision on the board?
yeah, do we need to stuff it up? I think we might
need it for.
I'm gonna keep it up, I'm just erase this stuff.
Okay, cool. That'll work. So, somebody hit that for us, please.
The National Black Graduate Student Association is a nonprofit, interdisciplinary, and student-run organization dedicated to improving the status of Blacks in higher education by systematically identifying and addressing their needs and concerns.
Okay, cool.
All right, what's the vision?
Did you
The
mention?
national,
Go ahead.
MBGSA is the premier.
Interdisciplinary.
The NVGSA, the Premier Interdisciplinary Network for Engaging. Oh, I'm not going too fast for you.
I was people talking at the same time. All right, go ahead.
The NVGSA. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, because that's.
All right, let me just say.
It's just, it's the Premier Interdisciplinary. Network.
Yeah, you are.
For engaging, connecting, developing and supporting Black graduate students. Black capital.
Better capitalize it. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, cool. MGSA is a premier interdisciplinary network for engaging, connecting, developing, and supporting Black graduate students. It happens. All right. So this is our mission right now. If we have time, we might even move into some of these objectives. But based on this vision and the mission, right? You all feel like this is in line.
Very much.
I mean, they want
This is
that's cool.
nonprofit. We are a nonprofit, institutional, student-run organization dedicated to improving the status of Blacks in higher education by systematically identifying and addressing their needs and concerns. Now, let's turn this into more of a vision statement. I do think that is something that we do need to give some attention to. So, what are the action items for that? Like, what exactly do we do to do that, to make those things happen?
I got you.
Thank you.
I'm totally lost.
Our objective.
Hold on, we'll see. Give me 1 second. Let's do what we did yesterday and compare and contrast the information that we have from using our peer organization, one of our peer organizations, NASB, right? So, mission, to increase the number of culturally responsible Black engineers who excel academically, succeed professionally, and positively impact the world. A mission statement is the fundamental purpose of an organization that describes why it exists, what it does to achieve this vision. Okay?
Yeah, that don't match with the one that's on the website.
Right. The mission of the National Black Graduate Student Association shall be to enhance the personal, professional, academic, and social development of its members. Now,
I think that's fundamentally the same thing as what's there, because you're just saying they're just specifying what improving the status is. So improving the status is what, personal, enhancing their personal, professional, and academic and social. So I think they're just spelling out. You guys just spelled out what improving the status is, the status portion.
fair point.
So
Does this mean that we are choosing which one? Are we going to choose which one we're going to use, or are we going to create a new one?
This is so. Let's decide which one we want to use as framework, right? Because we not agree that both of them are potential as far as we can move forward with those.
Yeah.
So which
But the
one?
one on the website, I mean, if you look at it, but from the website and what we have on the board, they're somewhat in line. So I don't think we should look to go and change what we already have, because it spells out exactly what our mission is and what we need to come up with an idea as to what we're going to do to come in line with those.
With the mission.
Well, the thing is that none of this is unconstitutional. So right now, all we have is a purpose, a very formal purpose, very elaborate.
So this mission is not in the Constitution?
No. Neither one of these is in the Constitution.
So then we can do that.
So we can really, right now, we're really creating this based on things, bits and pieces that have kind of been laid before. We're kind of creating a stronger foundation. So
Have we met the foundation that we already created?
Was there how strong?
Well, I mean, if it's, well, this is public
Well,
information. I mean, I'm saying what's on the website has already gone out to the world, and this is who we are, and this is what we do, and this is how we do it. But I'm asking, have we manifested what we've already made public already?
Well, I think that's part of the challenge that we have right now. And now, what we did yesterday, right? We established the vision. So that's this. This is what we did yesterday. And so now what we're saying is that now that we have a vision, because it's difficult for any organization to operate without that, and that's what we've been doing for a while, attempting to kind of do for a while, kind of sort of like we have to have like a clear, distinct, this is what our vision is. Now we have that. So now we're making sure that we're working our way down to the deepest level of organization, and our next step is getting to the vision. So based on what's on the website, which I kind of don't even know where it came from. So it's kind of like.
Can we ask our institutional member?
Absolutely. Thoughts, suggestions?
I know. I think since I've been here, there's an exercise much like the one that you're doing now, where they try to clarify mission. I think that there was some redistinguish like there is now, and they tweaked it.
Okay.
I believe.
So if the
I don't know if those were
old,
already there.
it seems like the old one that's on the website, and this one are pretty similar. So what, are we just going to pick which one to go with or keep?
We're picking which one to use as framework. And after we decide, because we might say that it's perfect the way it is. So all we're saying right now is, out of this one and the one on the website, which one more aligns with the vision? The one on the website. You feel like it's the one on the website. I saw you making this in motion before we started. So you say you agree with the one on the website as well. So I might have been keying in on something else. Yes.
So is the one at the top the one on the website?
No. The one at the top is the one. I think this is what we drafted. This is what we drafted last year. That's my understanding, that we went through this process last year. This is ultimately what we came up with. However, we didn't implement. So this is more. This, I guess, it has more recent institutional memory, perhaps. I'm not sure. Yes.
Okay. Well, it appears that if you went over this last year, and we're going back over it again, we're spending time on something that we don't really need to spend time on, because we don't need to spend 30 minutes to an hour, 2 hours, to create a new mission from a framework that we already have something here that's congruent with what we came up with yesterday, the vision. So now we need to take those two and put it together and figure out how we're going to move those two things forward to make sure that we're going to meet those objectives. So I don't think, this is just my personal opinion, I don't think we just need to spend time to say, well, which, right, because that's what he said. This is what's on the website. The people have been seen. So now we need to hit the ground running and figure out how we're going to actually meet those objectives that's actually on the website, instead of trying to create something else.
Now, from again, principle-centered leadership, that's our focus here. So at the very core level of that is personal engagement, then the interpersonal piece, then managerial, then we're talking about organizational alignment. Okay? In order for that organizational alignment to take place, we have to make sure that on a personal, interpersonal level, we are all in agreement. So what you were suggesting, if everyone agrees with that, that's cool. Now, part of us going through this exercise is to create from a very core, very basic level, that agreement, which is why we spend so much time crafting that vision. Individuals that are in this room right now, so that when we walk away, this is something that we all created. We have that buy-in. This is our vision, right? The same thing is what the plan was to do with the mission. If you all feel like this mission or the one on the website actually speaks for us, right? If you feel like this says exactly what it needs to, or it's close enough to where we can work from it, or maybe it says like exactly what we wanted to say, then we can move forward with it. Well, that's what we're having this discussion now. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll just point out that to me, the mission statement is the broadest statement of the organization. And so, although I like it, I think the first one is a little narrow because it speaks to only serving its members as opposed to serving the constituency of the interest of Black graduate students. To come up with the higher education and Black graduate students is very broad versus serve your members is a little more specific. So I see that. So
which one did you say?
I'm saying the very top one. This is the social development of its members.
Okay.
Well, if you're not a member of the NGSA, then that means the other 90,000 people. So that's why I think it should be as broad. I mean, I like what you did yesterday, and so I'm just, giving you my insight is that as broad as you make it, wonderful, so that your vision is very specific. In line with what you're saying as to how you craft the vision versus mission.
The one that's on the website says improving the status of Blacks in higher education. It
Yes.
doesn't say its members. Or
Right.
Specifically.
So that, to me, that's more of a mission because it's a broader. It's what we aspire to.
Okay. So from the top one, I like the simplicity, and I also like developing the personal, professional, academic, and social development of this member. I like the fact that it's clearly stating something that exactly what it is that we're doing.
Okay.
Now, this is how. So, did you have your Henry? And again, we're creating, like it's flexible right now. It doesn't have to be one particular.
I agree with Dr. Shaw. Also, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the beginning of this, the mission that's on the website.
Yeah.
The beginning of it seemed more like a purpose.
Right.
And then it tells you what the mission is. So, I like how it says dedicated to improving. So the mission of NVGSA is to,
to improve.
Just to
yeah.
Right.
The beginning sounds
Right.
So I don't think we need the National Black Graduate Student Association is a non-profit.
Yeah. It just tells us who we are.
Okay. Yes.
What if we say, I'm just gonna throw this out here. The National Black Graduate Student Association Incorporated is dedicated to enhancing the personal, professional, academic, and social development of Blacks in higher education.
Okay. So now, what she was just saying was that take that part out. So the mission is to develop the blah 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 blah.
Yeah, she's saying like
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
can
just
one
put
more
it
time.
on.
So the National Black, should I say it slowly so Phil can write it, or just for everyone to hear?
Sure. Yeah, that's
Okay, I would. Okay, so NVGSA is dedicated to enhancing, and then copy exactly what's in that PowerPoint, Phil, the personal, professional, academic, and social development. Okay? And then so enhance personal, the personal is just, we'll see if it doesn't work, but the personal, professional, academic, and social development. Okay, and now I'm going to go back to what's on the website. Development of Blacks in higher education, period. There may need to be some grammar correction. That's my suggestion.
I think okay, so what you said, how does that relate to what you said?
What she convinced you?
Yeah, you feel like that's in line with what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And so y'all are,
It's wrong to do.
right? And y'all are cool. You feel like this is saying exactly what we do. We are.
Y'all like it to, you all
I like
prefer to say blacks in higher education and not black scholars or whatever.
Right, so
I like black scholars.
consistent.
I like personally, I like
Yeah.
black scholars. Yeah, and that is an issue.
Say that again.
So it's not.
Well, we didn't say scholars, did we? In the vision.
No,
Black
I was
graduate.
I was looking. It said black,
What does it say?
black graduate
Oh, you just saying
students.
of black scholars, period.
Yeah, but in the vision that we wrote, it says black.
That's what I'm saying, at the end of this, are you gonna say black scholars?
That way it includes perhaps,
Any,
yeah.
anybody that's learning.
That's going back to what Dr. Trinity said yesterday, is keep in mind that our core is still relative. So I think it's okay to say black in higher education, essentially, like it's gonna allow the career impact.
Right, it
So
should be
higher
funding, like, we should be getting there, we should be getting there.
So I think
As we move forward,
like,
so vision is supervised.
Isn't higher education undergraduate students?
Yeah.
But it does, isn't that a third of our?
No, specifically, our target market, our primary target market is graduates, professional students.
Right.
So, but higher education is still, it catches all of it.
Yeah.
This is something that we need to actually talk about. So what's
And
up?
I think we should talk about that because when you think about higher ed, we look at undergraduate students. We want to develop a pipeline to have the undergraduate students to continue their academic process to go on to graduate and on to professional. So if we include them in that higher ed piece, and when we reach out to undergraduates and talk to them, we're showing that we're able to actually mentor and bring them in.
Yeah, I thought that was one of our goals or whatever, was to increase enrollment in black enrollment in graduate professional programs. So it would incorporate undergraduate.
I'm about to say that's an objective.
Right.
So they can stay.
I think higher ed's fine.
Yeah.
Right. I think it captures undergrad, grad, professional, depending on how you're looking at it, right?
Right.
A fifth grader is a lower ed than a 10th grader, right?
Right.
So I think higher ed is sufficient.
And then you had a good point.
So does that align with our vision?
Yep.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
I was asking India, should we put it personal at the back end and put academic and professional at the front end? So it won't give off the impression that we gonna party first.
And I agree.
Well, hold on, wait.
So it's gonna say enhancing the professional, academic, and personal development. So that we put academics first, then social, then personal. So whatever.
It's for the
Nah, they're up for it. Social is the last person. This is something I want to point out. Now, what have we been doing this weekend? And in terms of organization, what has been most up for us at the system? Did we deal with academics first? Did we deal with social first? Did we deal with personal first, or did we deal with
personal.
That's
But this is totally.
we're talking about life, y'all?
no, that's our team.
No,
that's
We're talking about. So think about it. Think about this. If you got some stuff going on at home and you don't know how to effectively cope with that, what becomes a priority? Your academics or your personal?
But that's not our.
That's not our
role.
Our role.
But keep in
As an
mind,
organization,
As an
right?
organization.
We're not constant.
keep
But
in
when it-
mind our title, Black graduates. Graduate indicates academic link, right? That's the first thing you see in our name. Graduate, student, those are academic words.
What is a student?
Yes, a student could be you can be a student in any form of life, but I think here, what we're trying to do is increase the number of Blacks going into advanced degree programs.
And the experience of those who are already in there.
Exactly.
Right, so like, I get what you're saying, like, for this, the personal part is important, but that's this is like a micro level,
Yeah.
we're talking about
Is it
much
really?
larger. It is.
It is.
We can't,
Does it represent something larger?
Yes, but you can't do that as, like, you can't do what the therapist did at a conference with 200 people or with 200 members. So we want to first address academic and then the objectives. You can, we're not saying we're not addressing personal, but essentially we want to get you in here.
Yes.
We want to get you in school. We want to make sure that you're doing okay. And we will provide resources to address the personal issues with the mentoring or maybe doing mindfulness sessions at conferences. But essentially, graduate students is who we're reaching out to. This isn't like the...
Can we push it?
I think y'all are good.
I think y'all we gotta check our posture. Because if we're going to be working together, we have to check our posture the way we handle each other's comments. So we may be listening, but if we're kind of doing things and not focusing on what's being said, it's kind of not giving that integral, trustworthy, that whole thing we did yesterday, the exercise is really playing out right now because when we don't agree, we still have to listen to each other. And, I just brought up to India, I agreed, I tagged on to her. I was saying, however, and even Dr. Tatum had brought it up in one of our conversations that we probably spend a little too much time being social. And we probably spend too much time getting in people's business instead of keeping the main thing to get graduate students into graduate education and to provide a platform for them to present their research skills and gifts that they will not normally get in predominantly white institutions or on platforms. So I was thinking that to a PWI institution or a PWI funder, they want to make sure that academics, professional development is first, and then social movement. So as the mission of the organization is what people will ask us about. I think we should push forward
it's really a chance for the new leaders to define their team and do their thing. Like the other person isn't here. This is not the first time that's happened before. All I have to say is like, yeah, you do the oath now, and whatever you vote on, like, will be right.
Right. Yes, because it's like we work.
I mean, it sounds like everyone is in agreement.
Is that open formalities? What about those who aren't here? Like, they're going, okay.
I mean, so yeah. If y'all are, I mean,
We had to wait till the end.
I mean, it's grandfather anyway. Yeah, so yeah, we can just really, the informal vote would be just find out, honestly, in terms of what we're trying to do. And then we can say the oath when they get back, so we can make everything.
At one time, we can just do all of the stuff that we need to vote on.
Right. That's cool.
At one point.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so SWOT analysis next.
Yes.
Yes.
And we still got 50 seconds left.
Oh, right.
That would sound like a builder. They started off soft.
Yes. It's just
Right. Anybody write down the mission?
One other thing.
I already no.
And again, it looks like everyone's on board. I think it looks and sounds nice. But is there a place on your website? To me, I do think it was convenient in the old quote-unquote mission that they include, nonprofit, interdisciplinary, and student run because right away anybody knows like who you are. Is that you not include that in the mission? I mean, maybe you don't, but where else might you put that on the website?
About page.
It's an overview.
Yeah, like or the about.
It's an overview at top.
Yeah, about us.
Yeah, the about us.
We create the first page. So it doesn't have to
okay. And that's something that we can craft this for. So I mean, it's already in the overview. We can make that at some point. Y'all, I want y'all to think of this as an ongoing process. Like what we have with today is something that we'll be working with, right? But over the course of the year, we're gonna be trying stuff. We're gonna be putting in certain situations, and we might have some different insights as we meet. So this is something that we're building and creating, and often that takes a little while. So have that expectation. Okay, so the SWOT analysis, man. I've been ready for that.
Yeah.
Anything I want to say or need to get out?
Let's set a time.
Go ahead. Any 45? 45. 45. Is 45 enough time for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So it's 12 now. We'll be done.
Let's start practicing. So I move that this SWOT analysis session before 45 minutes.
Okay. Okay, cool.
I'm sorry. Mr. President, just for the record, you're supposed to make the motion. So I'm gonna recommend it to you, and then after that, you make the motion.
Okay.
And then we set it.
Well, actually, we're a little out of order, y'all. We actually need to, based on the agenda we said earlier, the Constitution. Remember that? So check that. We need to 5 minutes. Is there a motion on the floor for timely to cover the Constitution?
We have to make a recommendation. For clarification, we have to make a recommendation to him for this, and he makes the motion. Okay, so I recommend that.
Yeah.
No, actually, the presiding officer doesn't make a motion.
So
He opens the floor for the
Open.
Right.
So is that even with vote?
Yes. Actually, the presiding officer always presides, but opens the floor for the motion.
Okay.
He's the chair.
I mean, it's just, I think what you're saying is you restate the motion.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have to open the floor, because I mean, you open the floor, you say, I move, it's like, oh, the floor is open, somebody moves, so you don't need, right?
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is our
Don't get
agenda.
technical. I'm just saying that.
I don't have to make the motion necessarily.
You can.
Well, I restate the motion.
Right,
I can restate the motion.
That's our agenda. That's our items of business. We're at the next item of business. And now that you've done that, the floor is now open for motions to come from us, except the person presiding or chairing, and that's you. You just restate so that everyone's on the same page.
That's right. So is there a motion?
I move that the Constitution discussion be limited to 5 minutes.
I second.
But there is a motion on the floor, but it was already seconded.
Oh, for the SWAT.
For the SWAT.
For the SWAT.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot
So we're out of
So
order.
do we need to?
Okay.
So
there's a motion on the floor to limit the SWOT analysis to 45 minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Who seconded?
Any nays?
I'm sorry, it's second by India.
Okay. All right. So the motion carries. Ayes have it. We will limit the SWOT analysis to 45 minutes. All right. Is there another motion?
I move that prior to the SWOT analysis, we have the Constitution, in keeping with the agenda, that we have the Constitution discussion limited to 5 minutes.
second that motion.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we limit the Constitution discussion to 5 minutes in keeping with the agenda. If all in favor, please say aye.
Just because I know you want to practice, so the next step would be, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I didn't want to say
fair.
anything.
Oh, say it.
Yes, please. I mean,
Remember
We gotta
duplication?
start doing it.
Remember duplication? What happens if you? Right.
because I you and that's what I don't know. So,
Yeah. We're gonna keep passing this wrong way of doing things down unless we correct it right then.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's shadowing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, look, interject, please. Even point of clarification, point of question, all that. All right. So, any discussion? All right. What I said before, all in favor, please say aye. All right. All opposed? Excellent. Motion carries. So 5 minutes per constitution. Yes. To abstain. Okay.
Right.
Abstentions? All right. Excellent.
Right.
Okay. So Constitution. So basically, what we discussed yesterday was that there were many discrepancies in the Constitution. It definitely needs some attention, some good loving, and so we're basically talking about the best way to go about doing it. So there is a committee in place, the Judiciary Committee, and so they deal with questions and concerns dealing with the Constitution and other infractions. My concern is that do we want the same branch of the organization that is set up for judicial issues to be essentially drafting or responsible for drafting the laws? Does that make sense? So that was basically the question was, do we give that responsibility to the Judiciary Committee, or do we create an ad hoc committee of individuals that specifically are tasked with designing, updating, upgrading the Constitution? That was the point of contingency yesterday. Yeah.
No, we should not have the Judicial Committee given the task of modifying and updating the Constitution, and I move to form an ad hoc committee named Constitution, Code of Laws, Rules Committee, however it wants to be titled, that consists of volunteers, whether that are members of MBGSA, to be assigned the task of modifying and updating the Constitution.
Okay. So it has been. Was there a second?
I second that.
Okay. It has been moved and properly seconded to create a committee dedicated to the task of upgrading and effectively designing the Constitution. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you still hold office in different or no? I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
Can you still hold office? Okay. Can you be like on the executive council or leadership team still be on the
And a member
committee.
of the committee.
Right.
Absolutely, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think, that would be my idea too, especially if it seems like you guys are already working with the faithful few, that if you guys can find new people to do it, that's great, because always fresh ideas and fresh people are great. But it'll probably come from a leadership board or people on conference or, committees or whatever. So you might end up having somebody on judicial committee who wants to be on this committee. So keep that in mind if you want that to happen, but yes.
And that would be something that we discuss. What are the limitations? What are the those types of things? What are the criteria for being involved on that committee? Yes, and then
Should the parliamentarian be the chair of this committee, or at least sit on it, since sometimes, the chair at least needs to be a member.
Okay. Ex officio member, parliamentarians, correct? That's what you're asking?
Well, that was part of my statement. That and how many members will this consist of?
4.
I don't
I
know.
think it should be an odd number
I don't-
for the voting.
I don't know if we should particularly set a number.
Oh, a minimum, I was
Yeah.
thinking more of a minimum of 3.
So in a situation like last year, how many people were on your committee?
2.
Yeah.
Okay, I personally think that we should allow for, unique situations like that, where there might be a year where something just happens and maybe we can't find. Maybe it is just executive
We're just
council.
commissioning this committee for
Fair enough.
this year, right?
This is fair. This is fair. So I personally, I don't think there should be the number. Y'all think that? Then include that as
Or you,
yes.
Just one point of principle, that the Constitution should be different from the bylaws, as we all know.
Mhm.
And I think that we should get the idea of the Constitution being a very select and small group of rules that are the guiding rules and framework that you rarely ever touch. The bylaws you frequently touch because you want to tweak all the time. And I think if we had, then you would feel it necessary to tweak the bylaws when necessary. But you're always going to have a president, a vice president for this, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just a point of clarification to the committee at some point. How to select out those things that you're really not going to ever touch, for the most part. Oops, I didn't mean to take it.
There's already a current motion. So point of clarification.
Point of clarification?
Yeah, so there's a motion on the floor. We can't make another motion with the motion on the floor. So time is exhausted. In this situation, will we just move to vote, or will we just go ahead and vote and then make a motion in terms of extending if necessary, or? Yes.
The motion on the floor is to form a committee, so it has nothing to do with the number of people, whatever, so we could totally vote on that, because it seems like there's already an agreement of forming an ad hoc committee. So we can do that, so I'm just saying, we could just vote on that motion.
Okay.
on that particular motion.
Sorry, go ahead.
For parliamentarian, you can't have a motion to extend discussion at the same time you have a main motion. Okay? So you can have a main motion, but it's a subsidiary motion to extend discussion.
Okay. Is there a motion to extend?
I would make a motion to extend this.
I move that.
I move that. So to say, I move that we extend.
Yeah, or I move to make them. I move that. Yeah, that's cool.
I move that we extend the conversation about the Constitution for 3 minutes.
All right. Moving it properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Wait, hold on, you have a comment?
Yeah, I was saying, we're sitting in the discussion, or we just get extending the whole part about the Constitution.
We're
discussing.
discussion.
Oh, well, yeah, the discussion.
The agenda item of Constitution.
Yeah.
We want to extend.
So we're in the agenda item of Constitution, the discussion for the vote.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So
Is that what?
Yeah,
that's
I
your
was doing
motion? I don't
that.
want to,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, well, thanks for clearing it up. So we're voting to extend the Constitution from 5 minutes to 8 minutes.
Second.
3 minutes, you said 3 more. Right, okay. So, it has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. And that was, I forgot the discussion.
What is that?
No, really discussion. Are y'all cool?
Is your discussion question regarding the motion you just made, or is it just the general? Because your question should stick to the motion on the floor. Sorry.
So what are we
We're talking about.
at
So
this?
we have support
You want to continue the conversation, not cut it off, right?
We just,
Yeah.
right, yeah, right.
That's what it's
Right, no, because I was, well, what I was about to ask is about, who would be on the committee? Because I was gonna ask, you made the, comment of that the judiciary committee should not be the people that create the Constitution, but they can still be a member of this.
Yeah,
So
you're,
point-
so right now,
So, we voted to extend, we didn't finish the vote,
we
technically?
didn't, so that's what I was trying to say. So right now, the motion is to extend this agenda item about the Constitution by 3 minutes. You just made that.
Right.
I second it. Now the debate and discussion is about your motion to extend.
Oh, sorry.
So no
Oh, I
other
didn't
questions
understand.
are relevant
Oh.
to this. So if we vote yet, like I say aye, and the motion carries to extend the discussion on this agenda item about the Constitution, you may ask your question about Judiciary Committee members and so. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
Okay, if I need to say it again, I'm sorry, I probably don't speak clearly, but,
Does anyone need a repeat?
No.
okay, so, so we're now in discussion about the motion Naja made and I seconded about extending the agenda item about the Constitution.
That discussion ended. Or, is,
So that's where we are right now. So does anybody have any
any discussion?
comments about Naja's motion?
Alright. Has been moved and properly seconded. 3 more minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
All, any opposed? Alright, any abstentions? Alright, cool. 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. We learning. Y'all, we are learning.
To get 3.
We are learning. When we get nice with this stuff, it's gonna be off the chain. So,
Okay, so let us know when our 3 minutes starts.
Mr. Parliament.
Starts now.
Okay. And the floor is now open, I'm sorry.
It's recording. The floor is open.
Oh, I was just trying to clarify, if we don't want the committee to work on the Constitution, then why should, if they're a member of that committee, why would they be allowed to be a part of the Constitution?
So we would have to make, in our bylaws, we would have to say this Constitution Code of Law Committee, I know it's a great title, that if we want a certain members of this committee shall not consist of members dedicated to the judicial committee. That could be something added.
This is just a committee for this year. Is that what your motion is? Because the way what you just said, it made it sound like this is something that's going to be an ongoing committee.
I think this should be an ongoing committee.
So is that what your motion was for? Because I didn't know what I'm for.
Yes.
Okay, so that wasn't like clear.
Sorry.
So she does
I
it.
apologize for that, especially since it was.
That's okay. That's okay. Dr. Shaw, did you have something?
Well, one recommendation, leadership, would be make it an ad hoc committee and then have a constitutional, be one of the constitutional revisions to create this committee. Because I don't think according to the Constitution, you can't create standing committees until they are approved by now you can create ad hoc committees as a leadership. You can't create standing committees. I think. Am I wrong?
You're right. So I guess somebody would have to move to amend.
Your motion said ad hoc.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so-
Right.
We have, we good.
So
We good. We have that.
You're 10 minutes late.
Any more discussion?
So as far as specifics, like who can and cannot be on the committee, do we need to address that right now? Is that something that doesn't have to be addressed right now? I see heads, no.
We don't have to address that right now.
Yeah, so what is the team? Everybody agrees? We can talk about that later?
Agreed.
All right.
You hear nothing in this here.
All right, man, so moving. We moving.
Any more discussion?
Everybody good? Feedback. Everybody good?
Yeah.
All right, so vote before the
I got you,
time
man.
is up.
Oh, my bad. Oh, the SWOT analysis. I don't know which one is it.
We have to vote.
Did we not already vote on
No,
it?
we voted to extend the discussion. Now we have to vote on the ad hoc committee being implemented, and I don't know how many minutes we have left.
Sorry, Chris. All right. So is there a motion?
No, we already.
No.
we already-
26
now
seconds.
it's the time to say-
26 seconds.
So now you just have to
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
now that there's no more discussion, it's time to vote. All those in favor say aye. Just say aye.
Okay. Now that discussion's ended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstain.
Oh,
Carries.
Great. Woo, we did it.
we did it,
Seconds
y'all.
been left.
1 second.
All right, cool.
All right.
All right, cool. I'm gonna need somebody right. You got it? All right, go.
Yes, President.
Cool. Appreciate it. All right, so SWOT analysis, 45 minutes.
It's gonna run.
Alright.
It's gonna
Yeah,
1 o'clock.
we got 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we got 1 o'clock.
Yeah, this one, so in most 45
I have a,
minutes.
would it be easier for people to see if the notes were taken on like a Word document out here? Because I mean, or is that gonna mess up with?
I'm okay with either. I can see it.
So do y'all feel comfortable? Y'all want the stuff on Word at the time?
They need to know. I don't think they need our discussions.
All right. So SWOT analysis. All right. Evaluation tool, please. Okay. Please honestly and respectfully answer these 4 questions. All right. Strengths and weaknesses. This is one thing that you all keep in mind while we're doing this. So strengths and weaknesses are internal to organization typically. So these are things that are going on with respect to things that we can control. Right. And then the opportunities and threats are things that are outside of our control, outside of the organization. So, strengths. We can start here. Actually, I strongly suggest that we take 3 minutes, all right, for everyone to write down their pressing strengths of the organizations, 2 to 3 minutes, and then we come together and write all that stuff out after we've had some time to reflect and come together. How's that sound? Cool. Okay. So before we get started,
I heard a question. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
before we get started, what do we do well? So this is what you should think about. What advantages does our organization have? What do we do better than anyone else? What unique resources do we have access to that others don't? What do members see as our strengths? What do our stakeholders see as our strengths? What factors mean that we did a great job? What are our unique selling points? Things that we have to offer that no one else does. There were some questions? No? Okay. So 3 minutes, and then we'll come back together for a group discussion. You got it. I need 3 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
You got it, Kendra? There it is.
You got it.
You got an extra sheet of paper, bro. You got an extra sheet of paper. Excuse me. Thank you, man. You need beer? Yes, John. Well, you could have said that. Go ahead, write your strengths. I'm gonna deal with our weaknesses. Our limitations. I'm doing our limitations. We need your input. Just in it. We need your input. We need your input on. Okay, just a bit. I don't even know if that's a little bit big. I don't even feel like it's a big.
She got real, huh?
How much time left, Mr. Parliamentary?
55 seconds.
Cool. Everybody good on time?
Yes.
Thank you, Devin. All right, so need your power. Okay, I got it. Okay, so strength. Go ahead.
Form friendships.
Keep going.
Opportunities to present research.
Research. Mentorship. Excuse me?
Yeah, mentorship.
Mentorship is a strength. That's something that we have and we do.
I say yes because simply because of you have a variety of different doctorates that we here that share the same background as we do. So we look up to them.
So like mentorship opportunities.
Right.
Okay.
Access to large group of blacks in higher education.
Access to large network?
Yeah, and for a large interdisciplinary.
Large network.
Well, maybe large.
But large is too large of a word.
Yes. Specified target demographic of
Access to the interdisciplinary work network?
Yeah.
I mean,
of black students.
Network.
We have representation in high executive board.
Diverse representation.
Yeah, it's guys and
Diverse
girls.
leadership representation.
Yeah, it's guys and girls, which is good.
You mentioned that.
We conduct. Oh, go ahead. Conduct yearly conferences impacting the higher ed community.
Annual conference. Is that okay? This is your show. That's okay.
That's good.
We have meetings. We have meetings.
I was gonna say the ability to work together. I guess.
Working together.
Right.
Keep it coming.
Ongoing relationship with advisors, founders, and former or continue.
Ongoing relationships.
We elect officers well.
Empowering workshops.
Wait.
Yeah, without.
Huh? Still?
Yeah, without.
I don't know. You said it.
I missed one. Kenneth, I think that's an opportunity.
We elect officers well.
Elect officers.
We elect officers well. Yeah, so you can't think.
Yeah. He got the hot foot. Just
Okay. Leadership development. Okay, cool. All right, does everyone feel like we've this is a pretty comprehensive list? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We have the 25 places for history up there.
Oh, definitely.
I know it's up there in some form, but the word like interdisciplinary, you read that by
she said that.
Okay.
The fact that you're saying that the fact that we are interdisciplinary.
That's we have the positive astro up there. Oh,
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not in debt.
Right.
Also, John,
Yes.
our name, it has so much to be the National Black Writers Association. There's so much that could be.
Thanks, bro. Okay, excellent. All right, everyone, I'm about to take your ideas. You made a great suggestion. I'm about to run with that. Yeah, man. There it is. You're right. You said it. Yeah, man. Okay. I didn't know if we could have both screens up, but so that works out beautifully. Okay, so fair, very true. Okay, so our strengths are up there. So now let's make sure we're in agreement with those strengths. All right, is there anything up there that you all feel needs to be up there, or you want to type it?
I'll type it easy.
Yeah, network.
That'll work too.
Yeah.
That'll work. That's even better.
Yeah, networking.
The stuff is down here, y'all.
Question, should we take like a few minutes for everybody to get situated? It's gonna be a lot of noise and stuff going on while you're
That a
not
motion?
writing and which.
Yeah, I know it's hot in here, but I don't think I'm like.
Maybe like 3 minutes.
Yeah, that'll work.
So should we say our
This is,
I'm going to Man, yeah, hours.
Roast beef, see roast beef too much for y'all.
Yeah, we have. David, are there? One of them is not. What's the? Yeah, that's the one. Oh, yeah. What do you want?
oh,
All I have
All right, y'all.
are
Stay on task,
we
y'all.
have like 50. Best.
Y'all get the food right.
we got it, Daddy.
He's trying to get his time. Time to. Yeah, from the left.
I want to
Really? Okay.
You don't need it.
I should have.
I didn't forget that.
Did you fix some letters?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is simple like.
You don't keep off fast.
I'm sorry. It's not that long. I just so no. Yeah, we missed you. I'm saying that.
Come on, choice.
Another rule
Look, we should have hit that 5K, that HBCU 5K. We should have did.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even if it was just to help.
Oh, by the way, y'all, we're supposed to be going to the King Center today.
Oh, that is right.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's really a nice.
I've been here since we are a Black Student Association, but I think we gotten the black effect in this hot college. So I think for the stuff that we need to do, I think we need to work.
Reserve what one?
Hey, it's up to y'all. And everyone. So we can, look, y'all, we can
We're gonna go by
talk about We talking about, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, we have a schedule to.
I'm sorry to cut the conversation, but
No, we all only just one person.
no, but we need to figure out who that is.
No, we do. No, John and Philip. So they're they're on it.
Oh, I didn't see Phil's phone.
Oh.
He's on the phone. What do you call whoever he?
I think Phil.
I know you didn't want
I'm saying he tell him I don't know where he is. Okay.
Oh, they down here. So now you pass the mayo
I'm gonna just take this phone.
Anybody want some cranberries?
Yeah.
No, they.
No.
I don't see one.
You dropped the stuff over here.
Yeah, you got my email?
Oh, do I have it? Yeah. I'll just put it Hold on, who's cheap in the contract? Oh. We're just gonna move in the right direction and do everything right. How are you?
Over there. All right, excuse me, y'all.
I need something.
Excuse me, y'all. Are y'all about ready to get back started?
Well, sorry. Well, I thought that's gonna
Go ahead. Yeah, just let him know. I hear silence, so that must mean y'all eat.
How you get us quiet?
That too. Conserve energy.
Thank you.
2 hours.
Alright, now that's a straight. You gotta
Okay.
So
we ready? We ready?
Yes.
All right, cool. Okay, so out of all these strengths that we have up here, are there any that you all feel? Do y'all feel like this list is accurate or missing anything?
I think also we add like prestige on there, like associated with just the name. I know like when I tell people who don't know like an organization like National Black Graduate Student Association. Yeah.
National.
Right. Yeah.
So prestige.
Especially when you put the article in front of courtesy. When we say the National Black Graduate.
Yeah.
You're like, okay. Well, right. Name prestige. There you go.
Name recognition. Well, prestige.
Name. Yeah.
I would say continued dedication. Yeah, say this. Fact that 25 years.
One of your things, what factors mean you did a good job, and I guess this could be one, is you have people returning to serve in officer positions.
Members, returning officers, returning leadership.
Right. That's what that is.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Anything on there that you all feel like should be on?
Should not be on there, is that what you're saying?
Yes. I'm hearing that everything is good with this section. Yes.
I understand what was meant by mentorship. Oh, mentorship opportunities, okay. Never mind. We're good.
Okay. Anything? Yes.
Opportunities there.
I'm just trying to really like make sure that it's something that's truly a strength. So I don't know if you need to go through the list, but what's the one that says accessing interdisciplinary network of Black students? Like, okay, let's say you wanted to access this. I mean, I don't think that's the big strength. We have 195 people. Like, how is that? I mean, I guess coming to the conference itself, say the conference, that network. But I think that's the another territory. It's not like, oh, this is a place to. I don't know. I mean, it is. You're right. It is a place for interdisciplinary. So, I agree with that.
Well, I feel like it's the only kind of saying yes, like we're the only network or the only organization that is just. Yeah. So maybe the access doesn't have to be there.
So interdisciplinary network of Black students maybe not the access project.
And the strength is working together.
Those two separate. Where? Working together on. Working together.
Well, okay. So working together last minute. I think that's definitely.
I'm not.
Are we just brainstorming or we?
No, this is brainstorming.
Come on. Brainstorming. We're not critiquing.
But it's what first we're brainstorming.
Ideas.
First we are brainstorming, then we're making sure that this is accurate.
Oh, okay.
So working together. I think we should go last minute on that. It may, this is from the past year though. Keep in mind this is from the past year.
Done.
You saying that as a strength?
Working together last minute. I think that is a strength.
Let's speak for dedication.
The dedication.
What is it?
Well, because no, you're dedicated to the purpose. The conference must go on. Even given struggle.
So this is based on your experience with the organization. Some of you all were on a different side of the leadership team last year. So I think that is based off of last year's experience, not necessarily what things are going to be like moving forward. We can have another one of these in the quarterly to see how that shakes out. We consistently do it. Yes, no.
What is the meaning behind elect well?
Behind what?
Elect well.
Will, is that you? I'm not Will. Yeah, Willie. Will I eat? Did you say? Will I eat?
Willie.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we need some therapy. We need some therapy. Okay. But that sounds like shade. It doesn't sound like a strength.
No, opportunities for people to express their leadership. I'm not saying that.
Okay, I like the way you say that.
No, people opportunities. If you don't have leadership,
You missed the election, so that's why.
Yeah.
You understand like why that sounds like a strength?
I think we had
Maybe actually, you know,
I think that sounds more like that.
This is really mine, but I want to do a lot with the book. We have done a lot with the
Resourceful.
Oh, yeah.
organization where.
Well, Yeah.
We will do what we have to do.
Dedication, tenacity, determination. I think there was there another one? Working together. I think we did it.
What'd you say?
Yeah, we're working together. Do y'all feel like that should be up based on last year?
But I don't think we're just.
Yeah, but the 25 years is over the span.
Yeah.
So what we've accumulated is the strength, as opposed to some hiccups here and there.
And then even still, it's in a minority. Like it's 25 people. Like it's not. It's a handful.
But I'm just asking. So, achieving the strength of the organization is that this organization works well together. Because it'd be one of the first Black organizations that we say that about. So I'm just, that's true. That's not a decided strength. Let's be honest about strength. Do
you all feel like you feel like it should go up there? At the end of the day, that's pretty what it is. But especially people who are on or who have been on the example.
Actually, I think that's a perspective thing. Yeah. Because it's still going after 26 years. Yeah, you have to work together.
Right.
I say keep it up.
It's a good call.
Nobody added the word well, great, expensive, which is working.
Alright. So
John, I got this written down. I got this on your computer.
type it all over.
Yeah.
You took all the stuff off there. You took out.
And we really don't want actually just like pencils and stuff like that. Does it take too much? Oh, okay. So can we just shoot them out? Taking the when we get to weaknesses.
Like 3 minutes to
Instead of taking the 3 minutes or whatever, we're like,
Yeah, if y'all pull down,
okay.
hold on. So weaknesses. What are our growth? What are our opportunities for growth? And y'all, Phyllis writing all this stuff down too. So in addition to y'all taking notes, we'll have this stuff being sent out.
So weaknesses, we're on now?
We're on weaknesses. So what are our opportunities for growth? Think about what could we improve upon? What should we avoid? What are our members likely to see as weaknesses? What factors lose us members? April first. Oh, all these hands?
Branding and communication.
Branding, communication. Communication in what way?
Communicating to members, communicating to members. Yeah.
Okay. Members specifically. Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say the membership process as a whole. Yeah.
Okay. So the process of becoming a member?
Yeah, and getting like the information out to the members.
So,
Renewing membership, like everything with this whole process.
Yeah, membership.
Yeah.
I heard some information distribution.
Yeah.
Who's next? Will?
Oh, I was thinking conference customer service and organizational customer service.
Okay.
We don't treat people well when they're in our care. So I think we need that to get areas for improvement.
Yeah, like welcoming.
Okay. Org and conference customer service. Okay.
Yeah.
Overall, specifically. I don't know who's next.
India.
Website.
Website. Okay.
And can we add to that just the association management system period?
Association management.
So they're
That's kind of what I was gonna say. I was gonna say scattered information. So I was gonna say we need to consolidate our information. It should be, it should have one number of members, the treasurer has one number of members. It should have all the same information.
I'll do it when you move.
Tell me where you are. I can erase all this.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
You're typing all this too?
I'm on.
Okay.
But I also have some.
There we go. I'm sorry. Look, hold on. The last one I got was marketing for scattered. I want to make sure I get everybody. Scattered info, you said in terms of everyone being on the same page. So, like, unity, I don't know how to do that, but everyone on the same page.
It's more like organization.
Organizational.
Because if we're organized, if we know whoever clicks, hey, all that information, the same information should be the same to the people that it's supposed to go to. Y'all shouldn't be having to go through Excel sheets and manually count, because that's where you get mistakes. So that's what I'm not saying information. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about communication.
You're talking about information system.
Numbers.
Oh yeah, well that goes to back.
Okay, so I think scattered information just to go there, but you're talking about also like data and record keeping.
Yeah.
Okay. And then organization.
I about to say, is that not the same thing as the membership process?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so.
Yeah. I'm saying it was similar.
Okay, association managers. That's like that can be like a bullet point, I guess. And then we can decide later.
And knowledge of the mission of the organization.
Knowledge and awareness.
Awareness of the organization.
Board awareness.
The lack of awareness.
Well, these are weaknesses, so we know that.
Yeah, that was a weakness.
When you say lack of knowledge, what exactly that?
Lack of the mission.
Because I'm trying to understand how that's lacking if it's on like the website.
Because, well, individuals don't know.
We didn't know, they asked us yesterday. Yeah, and I think that would easily be fixed with marketing. Maybe we can just start branding stuff with our logo and our name on it. T-shirts or bag, school sports, customized. We need to start putting that.
That's what we have to just so we can.
I think fundraising.
Marketing materials.
Okay, so marketing is there. Marketing is up there. Are y'all satisfied with marketing in general?
With that, it's like the
Marketing materials, product services that we offer. Structure. I think fundraising.
Oh.
Transparency.
Transparency.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yes, that is sideways right.
Ooh.
So far as
Detail.
it's like a 30.
That's right.
Oh, I know that, man.
Y'all, I hope y'all went up. Y'all. Okay.
Perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you. Programming.
Programming. Y'all keep coming.
You can erase the other side.
Okay, yes, no physical national office. True lack of physical national.
Okay, so that's infrastructure we have. No national office, no physical national office.
Let's say, more about infrastructure, but lack of like stable administrative infrastructure, like executive director, somebody who works only for NBGSA, so nobody here does that.
So word memory and then lack of
Some minute, like a minute.
Would that be association management system? Or
I think it's well. I mean, I think
No, that's not
for a
right.
different reason.
Right, yeah.
It's related to that kind of.
so lack of like a director, executive director, like staffing?
Yeah.
What would you say?
Why does someone answer the phone?
Right.
Like try calling right now.
You heard Reach.
So what was the first thing you said? Like the
Stable administrative structure. Christian has a
ooh.
Like you, DB.
Consistency.
That means.
It was for her. Okay.
We Yes.
Thank you.
What's that first one? I'm sorry.
Infrastructure.
Okay.
Accountability.
Let's
That's
go.
it right there. Y'all, listen, y'all working now. We're working a little too long.
We need to also be mindful that we gotta be careful how we air our dirty laundry and when we air dirty laundry, because as leaders, like what dirty laundry is, we need to maintain that internally so we can deal with it in the forefront setting.
Bring that up. He wasn't in the conference, huh?
But I'm saying that we need to make sure we maintain that. Shady.
No.
Oh, what happened? Yeah, that was shady. We need to make sure all the shade stays in the room and not.
I mean, umbrella.
So now,
What's the word for that?
Character.
Look, y'all. Discretion. Okay, I like discretion.
Discretion, I like that.
Now, in a basic requirement of the board of directors as well. Or across any non-profit structure. Organization.
Discretion. Okay, so there needs to be there's a fine line between discretion and transparency. So I like for us. I mean, we have them both as ministers. Yes.
Long-term financial instability.
Yeah.
No endowment or guaranteed funding.
Long-term financial stability.
Financial instability.
I was fine.
I think the next one.
No.
We need a pat on the back.
Consistently low attendance at national conference.
Dr. Turner, you've been thinking about this, huh?
I see you looking down there. Like actually last year.
Right. Witnesses. We got to turn over the board.
Let's say turn forward over.
Consistently low membership, relative to the potential, right? I don't know if it's no members, well, you're like a small.
The ratio.
That also will be an opportunity.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so the financial and the financial.
Absolutely. So low
membership.
That's why.
underperformance.
Membership engagement.
Thank you. Underperformance. And then what did you just say?
Member engagement.
Okay, year long or member engagement. Member engagement.
Benefits.
Value and membership value.
Yeah, somebody's hacking it.
I'm depressed. It's not
The wounds have been open.
No, we have two. No, we got ONT.
No, I'm making we should end on part. The T is the T first?
Yeah, T is
So I'm just saying maybe we should end on a positive note.
Okay, so membership back, and then y'all said benefits. Bill, where you at?
Which?
So we can raise all this.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything that anyone else?
It was Philip,
I think we covered it.
not Phil.
Philip. PJ.
It's Philip, not Phil. No,
My friend's calling Phil.
I hate that.
All right. Love is weak. Trust.
Wait a minute. We were in a R&B song?
She's like,
Can't raise
I know me.
Oh, yeah.
For what?
Humor. I thought that's a strong.
Was it an ongoing strength or just like?
For the same
humor is ongoing.
We had some funny moments. Even with.
Always like.
Always, that's good.
Anyone?
I didn't know that. I think we have a lot of
This is good.
I know somebody does.
So, Ron, opportunities. Hold on 1 second. And y'all, by the way, because Pearlie is here, but she's waiting out the rain in the parking lot, so that works. I'm walking in. Oh, she about to walk in. So I think this would be a good time to pause.
Which one?
All right, so opportunities now, or?
No, he can't pause.
Do we need to flip our board over?
Oh, yeah.
Right, discretion, right. We might need to flip it.
I mean, we had a surprise.
My man, we good, right?
Yeah.
Problem solving.
Helping them.
No problem.
So when she asked, it's our name.
She needs the whiteboard anyway.
I heard me.
That's John. It's all and other people here typing. I don't know, but yeah.
Are we good at starting our conference events on time?
No.
Oh, timeliness. Ooh.
Oh, man.
Really?
Need you to walk around the table one good time.
Y'all don't pass out.
Once you walk around the table one good time, you can stand by your seat. Black folks, y'all can make a sound. I love it. All right, once you get to your seat, just take one hop up. Excellent. Now have a seat. So, this first lesson is for free. Why did y'all do that?
Because you told us.
So, anytime you talk to me, you'll know that I'll challenge you to question everything. Don't ever walk in a room and have somebody tell you to do something, and you do it willingly, freely, effortlessly, without context. That's how they control you. Understand? That's for free. So, today we're talking about problem solving, but we're going to be talking about a whole lot of other stuff as well. So I just want to make sure y'all have your seatbelts on. So I was here for a little bit of Dr. Hazlett's session, so she got you nice and warmed up. So I'm real happy about that. So, clicker.
Hold up. It's changing right here, but I ain't changing.
No.
I got you. You good. All right, go ahead.
There we go. First, so we have some ground rules, right? Always have ground rules before you get started in something. First thing is I want you to make sure you listen actively. So that means that you're respecting other people when they're talking. So don't try to come up with your rebuttal before they're even done with what they're saying. You have to actually be intentional about trying to get the message. Speak from your own experience. No, well, they all think like this. They all feel this way. And just because I have this experience, this applies to everybody else's life. Don't be afraid to respectfully challenge people, even authority. You should do that respectfully. But make sure you challenge the ideas and not the people. That way, nobody's taking anything personal. So it helps people get out of their feelings when they're trying to interpret what you're trying to say. Participate fully, particularly the exercise that we do today. I'm going to need you to get real naked. Okay? You came in this world naked, and you solve problems when you are authentic. And you can't be authentic unless you're naked, right? And I don't mean start stripping, like physically. Let me just get that clear, because I knew it was somebody.
Well, you know it's fine.
Make sure you share your own story rather than invalidating someone else's story. That's going to be very important. I think we learn a lot through storytelling, particularly women, because we don't have enough women's stories out there because men historically have written the history, right? And so when you share your story, another person can see the connection in you, and it validates their story and gives them courage to tell their own story, right? Last couple ones, go here is not to agree. You won't always agree on everything, and that's okay. Okay, that's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to be able to gather different perspectives and then come up with another solution. And then be conscious of body language. Nonverbal cues count 70% more than verbal words and sounds. Okay, so pay attention to that and other people as well as yourself. Okay, now the fun gets started. Raise your hand when you see the gray dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somebody else? Going once? Going twice? You got it? You see it? All right. Put your hands down. If you never saw the gray dots, raise your hand. You get to pick whatever candy you want. Did y'all win? Hurry up now.
All right. What gray dots?
Right. You didn't see them, right? So when you look at this Herman Bridge with your intelligent brain, are there any gray dots here? No. Absolutely not. But how many times have we been judged based off of something that wasn't really there, but because we're lazy, people just treat us like that anyway, right? So we have to be conscious of our own behaviors and doing that to other people. So it's real easy to look on the surface because the gray dots seem like they're there, but if you just dig a little bit below the surface, you'll see it's really not. Keep that in mind as we progress. So before you can solve any problem, you have to understand your own lens. When I say your own lens, that is, imagine you have on a pair of glasses and your experiences is the medication in the glasses. When you put those glasses on, that's the lens that you see the entire world. This is the lens that you begin to problem solve with. Right, so you'll have something to write with, right? I need you to answer these 4. They count.
The first thing going to say.
Well, all right. So I need you to answer these 4 questions, keeping in mind that cultural diversity, because this is who we are, right, has everything to do, but not limited to, race, religion, ethnicity, which is different than race, gender expression, which is not there, gender orientation, socioeconomic status, age, physical and mental ability, language, education, occupation, nation of origin, etc., etc., etc. Notice nice isn't on there. Notice beautiful isn't on there, and y'all are gorgeous. But I want you to dig deeper than that, okay? Respond to the following questions. Number 1, if you could describe yourself in 4 words based off of your cultural diversity, who are you? Secondly, how do you know that? Name a description that told you or helped inform that that was who you were. Then the last 2, tell me something that's good or makes you feel proud about being associated or identifying with any one or all of these experiences, or however many ones that resonate with you the most. And then something that feels embarrassing or sad, is difficult for you to be identifying with this thing. It could be one of them, it can be as many of them as you want, but you only have 4. I'm going to give you just a few minutes to work on that. And I'm going to come around and be nosy. Thank you. 3. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna give you another minute or so to finish up. All right, so was this difficult for you?
Yes.
Yes. Anybody else? Difficult?
Yeah.
Yes. Anybody just so easy? Was this just like super easy for you?
Except the last question.
Really? Up until the last one.
Just gonna find the fourth one.
Okay, so let's go with that. What was difficult about it?
Commonly associated
You know.
you're asked, to explain that it's not the list you're giving.
Really?
The first time in high school.
Really? Not the list you're given. Okay. Somebody else. Why was this difficult?
Just like I said, for me, was that fourth word, heritage background is for me because I have limited knowledge of the heritage, so that was easy to answer. But even with what I identify as, it's pretty distinct. So I'm trying to find another one that still fits.
Okay. So it was easy for you to come up with 3, but difficult to come up with 4? Okay. Somebody else.
Requires some vulnerability sometimes to say the truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How many opportunities do we have in society, any place in society, especially except for college? That's why I love college, right? Where you get to actually choose how you identify. Right? So when I asked you to do this, did any of you have a challenge thinking, okay, well, do I identify with who the world told me or somebody else told me I was supposed to be versus who I think I am versus who I think I want to be or should be? Because all those people are different. Yes, ma'am.
I think that's what made it difficult for me. Because I found myself writing something down, and that's not how I am right now. That's how I see myself.
Mhm.
Or I wrote something down and I'm like,
Mm. So if you don't know who you are or where you are here, how then can you approach anyone else? If you don't understand you cannot see your connection with your community. So I challenge you today and from now on, and kind of keep this conversation going, figure that out. Because if you don't, you will never be able to connect with other people. You ever heard of the term namaste? Do you know what that means? Namaste means the God in me recognizes the God in you. Meaning we're all connected and I should be able to see who I am in you, in every single person. Right? So connections are real and they're not by happenstance. Okay? So can I get, yes sir?
I think the second question is pretty significant too. Because a lot of times we talk about the things we've done or the things that we're doing, but we don't necessarily tell our story. So we talk about it in terms of what we think other people want to hear.
Right, right. And so as leaders, particularly leaders of Black villages, that's what you all are, right? You know you're a social activist. If you didn't know it, you know it today. That is your duty, right? So you begin to tell your story, regardless of what somebody wants to hear. Because when we start telling them what they want to hear, that makes us safe for them, right? But you're not walking in your truth. And that is a sin. When you sin, that means you're going against your soul, going against who you are. That is what truly sinning is. Can I get somebody to share their 4 things and how they came to know that? John, and then go ahead.
So my 4 things are Black, spiritual, Nigerian, entrepreneur. I think one of the things that really has helped me form this subscription is going to school, going to college. And then one thing about those things that makes me feel good and proud is that I'm unique. And then one thing about being all those things that sometimes is difficult is rejection. And so I guess the spiritual piece is probably the area that I've had a lot of struggle with because I've always been someone who questions things. So certain things with respect to I was raised Christian. I now consider that to be my first religion because I'm exploring different things and different spiritual belief systems and kind of just okay with saying I don't know or I'm exploring. So it's kind of tough to have that conversation with people that are close to me or explain why I don't go to church when I'm not at home. You know, those type of conversations. So I really do identify spiritually, and that's a big part of my life. I connect with, you know, what I consider to be God or spirit.
I get that. And for all of you, the more that you grow and evolve, so will your circle. Okay? So those people that you may have known since high school, you can still be cool, but sometimes as you grow in different directions, your needs become different. And so you connect differently. And it's okay to invite other people into your circle. Because the people that you want close to you are people who help you to be the best you can be. Right? Anybody else want to share? Yes, ma'am.
I have a Black woman/woman, Southerner, and fighter.
And what was the last one?
Fighter.
Fighter. Okay.
The second one, that was a little hard to find, but I would say probably if I had one experience, my father, like making me get out of bed to watch a documentary on Blacks and something when I was 7, or making me watch movies like Poison and Red. And I wasn't old enough, but just making me say, like, you need to know, like, who you are and everything. One thing about being, I say resilience, knowledge, ability to touch others as well as being able to receive other people. Makes me feel good and proud to identify with those things.
Okay.
Difficult is being able to be heard without being dismissed.
Because
Without being dismissed.
because of which identifiers?
Probably the one.
Okay. I feel you. One more person. Yes, sir.
I ain't get to the last. Black, urban, strong, gift, and being able to handle certain things others outside my heritage or culture can't. And I say that because I guess the most interaction I had with other people outside of my heritage or culture is with white people. And
the white people like one of them. I like that. Go ahead.
So, like having conversations with certain like white friends and stuff, like talking about things I've been through, like, and it was like, wow, I didn't know people actually went through stuff like that. And like from there, I was like, oh yeah, I'm thinking y'all probably couldn't have had it, like, cause like things like single parent and welfare stuff like that, and that's and experiences like that, and then underestimated the third one. And I didn't get to the fourth.
Okay. You seem real passionate, so I'm gonna let you tell yours.
No, I'm not passionate. I just think I put for educated, conscious, black, and a woman. For the one experience that has helped me form this description was through observation and different encounters on the college campus.
Okay, so I want you to dig deeper on that one. What does that mean? What does that look like?
Just interaction.
Give me one.
More specific, like an example. Interaction. Classroom settings of students that aren't familiar with Black culture, and we're at HBCU. Is
it really ironic?
Well, for me it is.
Okay, so that's fair.
Yeah. One thing about being that these four things is that that makes me feel good that it does allow me to connect with other students who are the same. So I form a different, circle, so to speak, that allows me to grow while still having other friends who may not be these four things. And something that is, so to speak, embarrassing about it is that it's kind of stereotypical, especially at Grambling, because I look the part to be this way. If that makes sense. And people expect that. So.
Okay, good. I'm going to share mine because I want to make a point. One, I identify the most with being Black, a woman, which I didn't realize I was a woman until I moved to Georgia in 2004, right? Mother, and an educator. The spirituality piece kind of flows in and out of all of that piece because that's my being. I can't really think of my first experience, especially understanding that I was Black, because I grew up in the South, so there were so many. It was just normal to live in a racist society and understand what my role is. So when white people walked on the sidewalk, we learned you walk on the side to let them go by, right? So over years, I had to learn to unlearn that and then relearn something else. My children, however, totally different. So my oldest, who's now 14, when he was 5 years old, he came home and he said, "Mom, I don't want to be Black anymore." What the hell? I'm director of Multicultural Student Center. My child don't want to be Black. So, the researcher that I am, I went to school, found out what's going on. Turns out he liked this little white boy. He liked him back. But when the other kids saw that she liked a little Black boy, he wanted to change himself. So you find in privileged situations, it's the person that doesn't own the privilege or doesn't have the privilege that wants to do the changing, not the privileger, right? That's another story. My youngest one, that little one, so he's 4. And mind you, kids in our country learn about race between the ages of 4 and 6, right? So when my youngest was 4, caught him in February of all months, right? Scratching his skin until the white ash comes up and says, just a little bit more here and a little bit more there, and I'll finally be white. I had to walk around the house, right, and catch my breath. And when I spoke to him about it, and this is my critical thinker child, I said, well, Courtney, why do you want to be white? And he says, Mom, it's just so much more fun. So at 4 and 5 and 6, they have no baggage, right? They see it very black and white. So we have to begin to question where these things come from, where the codes are, where the messages are. And to say, well, let me ask you, where do you think they come from? And that is a trick question, by the way. So be prepared. Where do these messages and codes come from?
School.
School? Television?
Neighborhood.
Neighborhood? Honey, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And once your mind is stretched to be able to recognize and identify them, it's hard to turn it off because then you start seeing it everywhere, right? So you can't just say it's the parents. You can't just say it's black people, the school system, the government, the politicians, the history, post-traumatic slave syndrome, which is really being passed down to us, right? Awesome. But it comes from everywhere. And it's up to social activists who are empowered to be able to change that. So understanding that we go into situations with these lenses on, there are a couple things that you should consider when you're actually trying to resolve a problem, right? So this problem may be a team problem, an organizational issue, a personal issue. First, don't think of it as a problem. Think of it as an opportunity. If you can retrain your mind to understand that there is no such thing as a mistake, there are only lessons, then you tend to accept it and go into it much better, much more hopeful, right? So again, no such thing as mistakes, only lessons and opportunities. So you want to identify what the issue is and then disaggregate it. So you don't just want to say, okay, hey, that's the issue. You need to know who says it's the issue because it really may not be an issue, right? You need to understand who the issue concerns, who is it affecting, how is it affecting them, who's not being affected and why not, where they are being affected and when are they being affected. So you want to disaggregate that data. Then determine, verify, and analyze the root cause. And all three of those are very different. Because once you determine it, you got to make sure, right, that it's right. So you got to do some measuring here. And then once you do that, you have to analyze it, see what those rising themes are to figure out what the root is. Because if you only address the symptom of the problem will always remain. So then you want to generate and vet alternative solutions. So not only are we brainstorming by generating these ideas, but you also need to vet it with other people. Okay. Last couple ones. Choose a solution and implement it, but once you implement it, you cannot stop there. And that's where people get in trouble. You have to evaluate it. And once you've evaluated it, pay attention to what the evaluations say, and then adjust where you need to. Last thing you do is create standards to prevent this from happening again. And nothing is ever finite. So it's not like you're going to prevent this and that's the end of it. It could evolve into something else. Right? So once we consider that life is not finite, that is a very European thought process. Life is very cyclical. It comes in cycles. Right? So this is the not so fun part. Here's where I want you to apply this. Got it? So you are in a special team created by Washington, the government, Washington, D.C. So it turns out World War IV is about to happen because I think we've already done 3. I don't know. Right? We'll find out in 100 years when they write it as 3. Right. Mm-hmm. So you're going to split up into groups, right? So your team has been called because you have to choose from 12 people. Who of these 12 people will be able to go into a fallout shelter as bombs are bursting everywhere? Nuclear weapons are going off all over the place. Who is going to survive out of these 12 people? And whatever you say goes because you're the boss, right? Only thing is, you have only 10 minutes to make this decision. So out of the 12 people, you have to ixnay, ready? 5. So the remaining 7 can possibly restart the entire Earth. Love leadership roles, right? So here's the important thing about leadership. When you're in that kind of tight situation, you have to make real quick decisions, and you're going to piss somebody off. So understand that. So the best thing you can do is be as experienced as you possibly can be and be fair. So break them into groups before I hit this next slide, so then you see who you have to ixnay off. So everybody knows each other, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Groups of 3 or 4.
That nigga tired. They trying to move too much.
Right, go. First person, the 16-year-old girl of questionable IQ. She's a high school dropout and she's pregnant. A policeman with a gun thrown off the force for police brutality. Clergyman, 75 years old. 36-year-old female physician unable to have children. 46-year-old male violinist served for the last 7 years for pushing narcotics and has been out of jail for 6 months now. 20-year-old black male militant, no specific skills. She's my favorite. 39-year-old prostitute. She's tired. Gotta love her. Architect, who's homosexual. 26-year-old male law student. And then the law student's wife, but she spent the last 9 months in a mental hospital and she's still sedated. And they refuse to be separated. 10-year-old girl in a wheelchair indefinitely. And lastly, an illegal immigrant who's a successful underground business owner. And go. You got 10 minutes. Eliminate 5.
I get rid of the police. The threat. Yeah, like when people got a gun and they got these people before you even make it out. So yeah, so far.
You keep 7, right?
You keep 7, yes.
No, I'm just saying people are suggesting. Okay. I think 16-year-old girl, then you're talking person.
So we have 16-year-old.
Yeah, I think we can keep it.
10-year-old. She's looking both of them. I say 10-year-old.
You gotta keep to right.
Y'all going, okay. Yes, if you like, I mean, prostitute. You might need some recreation. She's kind of. That's another reason why you might need that 10-year-old. Right. True. What is 16-year-old person? Oh, yeah. What about the violinist?
Yeah, we didn't. We need to go. We want to keep.
Go that way. Alright, so well, is it easier to go right now there are only 3 people. I say the
If we keep 9, we gotta keep 10. Vice versa.
I'm indifferent. I think the immigrant.
Like, I don't see the benefit. Well, what is the benefit to them?
10? I don't see other than the age. That's
Keep in mind, they will be in this fallout shelter for a minimum of 3 months. That's what they are anticipating. And there is enough food, water, and shelter, well, food and water, for only 7.
Who's that?
And he could do it.
Yeah, who's that?
Oh, yeah, and.
Yeah, I said that.
You said
How many women do we have on
And we don't know about the architect or the immigrant.
What? No. The law. You said the law student wife or the law student?
We gotta have to get like.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right.
We can only get 7, so we need to eliminate somebody. So we have the architect. Male law student,
Yes, he was there.
so they can make kids.
Then they know law. Then they know law.
But if the wife is well, we have the physician. Maybe they well, the clergyman, maybe. But we don't know why she was there. Yeah, she doesn't know. Right. I mean, physically wrong with her then.
But I mean, mentally, she's acting.
Yeah. She might cause a problem.
So she's sedated, but we do these laws.
I'll still hear you sedated. She might not.
Like, did that last 3 months? So, out of this, he might have access to so between him and the he's responsible. Yeah. I feel like this 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh, those are the oh, yeah.
All right, we need one. Architect. Alright, so the benefits of an architect.
So, yeah,
Just come to show if you procreate, you know, like the active. We can make them. We don't know if he or she. Oh, you're right. But either way, he or she could. Alright, the physician. Alright, because we had to do a 3-star rating. Because he was playing clergy because of his skill set. What about other? I'd say 2. Alright, the male law student. I'm about to be going to male. I said 1 star. Cool. Male law student.
You only have 2 minutes left.
Immigrant? Okay. But we don't need how much of a law lawyer.
Yeah.
As a law student, you learn just certain.
I mean, you specialize. But he's a law student.
You're a law student, so you learn. You learning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
So wait for one.
So then, if we get
So both of them got to go.
yeah, that means so we can knock somebody else in their spot. So now we're going to
Black military.
So the black that's what that
But he don't want to identify. You don't know.
Exactly. So being a minority, we're gonna
well, that's
yeah.
They put the wheelchair person like wait.
You said what?
Because we're saying that there's a minority, so it's the handicap.
all right.
No, I'm talking about like racism. Being a minority, I would assume that most of the
we don't know.
30 seconds.
I'm just
All right,
saying.
so here's our final seven. I think I'll agree. Architect, physician, clergyman, immigrant, violinist, 16-year-old. Like, some of them we're not sure.
Oh yeah.
We have definite like.
It's better to do the keep list instead of get rid of it.
Oh,
Yeah, she got good. That's true. We might kill our.
10,
The what?
9, 8,
I mean,
7,
Those are only 60 those. We said.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right, so first off, remember, there are no mistakes, right? Only lessons. And whatever you chose, there's no right or wrong answer to this. Okay. So I'm going to relieve some of that pressure. How many of you thought, let's just keep all of them? You said kind of?
Yeah, I said, well, why do we have to limit it?
Well, he didn't say that, so he
And it's important to understand it. Different people have different filters. But was that an option?
No.
Why wasn't it an option? It's always an option. Right. So you have the right to question. You're the boss too. So who's questioning you? Right? Here's part of the lesson. That's fine. So then they divvy it up even with less food.
You're
We don't know.
Jesus
Right. Or guess what? The war might be over a lot sooner. This is anticipated. So here's the thing that I want you to get from that piece. Listen for what's not being said. Practice training your mind and your ears to what's not being said. That becomes so loud once you get used to it, right? And it's going to be real hard to turn it off, but that's how you become successful and effective in your activism. So, I am going to play devil's advocate for all of these people. I understand that you only had 10 minutes. All you can do is make assumptions, right? And the more you're in leadership roles, the easier it gets to make the quick decisions. Doesn't mean that it's an easy decision, but because you've been in leadership long enough, you've been able to assess trends to see what works and what doesn't work, right? So when you look at a leader, perhaps a president or anyone or some other kind of politician, and they're not making a decision that's in your best interest, they're probably making a decision in somebody's best interest, even if it's their own, right? But when you're in that role, man, that is some serious kind of pressure because you have to make some real hard decisions, right? And people may get killed or hurt or futures totally wiped out because of your decision. So we're practicing today. How many groups got rid of the 16-year-old girl with questionable IQ? Pray go. Everybody kept her? Why? She can reproduce.
Young.
She's young.
She's young.
She's okay.
Right. So how pregnant is she?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. And does it matter maybe how pregnant she is?
No, they delivered a baby on the bone.
Like I'm feeding it right now, right?
Yeah.
And we don't know how long it was.
Right. So anybody been around a newborn baby? What do they do? How often?
All
The time. And it's challenging when it's your child. But if it's somebody else's kid that's crying all the time, that could also pose different kinds of issues. What does it mean to have questionable IQ? Again, look for what's not being said. That's the assumption that she's not that bright. Why do you think that?
Looks like she didn't score well. Yeah.
So it's based on some like societal standard.
Absolutely. And the people who create these tests, right? Do you know if it is a committee of folks that represents the actual public? It absolutely does not, right? So people are taking standardized tests by a standard created by somebody whose standard only applies to them. So now her IQ is questionable. So when we look at people with questionable IQ, you have to then question, well, there are different forms of intelligences, right? And they're all very equal, all very equal. So if you read like even Their Eyes Are Watching God, has a lot of dialect in it, right? What? We're gonna not do this. What?
I was just gonna say that
Okay. So at the end of the day, the dialect matters less than the actual idea. And the idea can be communicated in several different ways. So as long as it's communicated effectively, that's what's most important, right? So I remember sitting in an interview, a group of us interviewing this guy, PhD, older black gentleman, graduated from, I don't remember where he graduated from, but it was HBCU. And his dialect was very strong. And so this is post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? So my colleagues in the room, these are diversity folks who are saying, and black diversity folks, who are saying, oh no, we can't hire him because he would embarrass us. Right? Okay. So that's the kind of thinking we need to get beyond and help to teach because, again, there's several different types of intelligences.
I was going to say that people with, as far as like terminology when it comes to who's intelligent, who's more intelligent, that's just based off of a standard, and we often rely on people who are up there more to set the standard.
Right.
But that standard only means you're trained. It doesn't mean that you're more educated.
Right. So what I expect from activists like you is to create the standards rather than lift somebody else's standards. You understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. So she's a high school dropout and she's pregnant. Oh. Now what connotation is that?
I mean, it's a negative connotation,
but what?
I mean, it didn't make me think any less
of her. Mm-hmm. Is that a consensus? Yes, that it did not make you think less of her?
I mean, I think in this situation, for what we were working towards, but overall.
Overall, no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And one, yes.
I was going to say that I think because a lot of people are thinking that she's fertile, you know, and you need somebody to reproduce. But I think it could, like, under normal circumstances, be like, you know, oh, like, Lord, you know.
Okay. So under a normal circumstance, we see a 16-year-old girl pregnant and dropped out of high school.
Not a selling point.
Not a selling point. Why not?
I'm just about
No.
No, I mean, just saying it from a society perspective. Those are things that most people would say, we'd like not to happen.
Right.
I mean, we want people to finish high school because there are all kinds of outcomes statistically.
Right.
And pregnancy is a blessing, but generally at that age, it's less a blessing.
Right. So here's, again, I'm playing devil's advocate. So indigenous villages, cultures, all across the globe for centuries and centuries and centuries, including even today, who never picked up a biology book, can tell you that a woman's body is much more ready to reproduce life at that age.
Yeah.
Those folks who consider themselves Christians, right, and we read King James Version of the Bible, people getting married, those girls were 12, right, context. And so when we look at her in a negative light, we have to, first of all, remember that that's cultural, right, particularly culture in the United States. Can't even say America, because you have to differentiate South America, North America, and even though Canada is part of that, it's a little bit different, right? So you can just say America, but that's cultural. Secondly, ain't nobody looking at him, right? So again, we have to retrain to look for what's not so easy to see. Number 2, policeman with a gun thrown up force for police brutality. How many people kept him or her? Do we know?
I thought you were a policeman. I don't know.
It did say policeman. Do we sometimes say it really fast, policeman, even though it's a woman? So what would be the police officer? It's a feminist way of saying things, is it? So,
I mean, it's just in case, just being the fact that the police brutality, that may be the reason why it happened.
It may, we don't know, yes.
I think a lot of our decisions are based off, even if we look at who's in the room, just cultural experiences. A lot of black men in general don't deal with police. Black people in general, they don't deal with police. And so when we say police and police brutality, put it together, it's like, oh,
absolutely.
I was thinking gun.
You're thinking gun.
Yeah. Our political answer was, well, if he or she was kicked off for police brutality, what if they stands out on all the rest of the people?
Absolutely.
That was the political answer, but in all actuality, I think it boils down to our culture and how we think about the law.
Absolutely. And I heard black culture, the second time I heard it today. We're going to address that one in a minute. So it is very true in the United States, because that's where I live the majority of my life, so that's what I'm going to talk about. White children learn about police differently than black children. Right? So white children learn that the police are there to protect us, right, and to serve us. And black children learn something very different. We learn to fear the police. Right? Here's another perspective as well. Anybody ever see the movie The Departed? Yeah. So I can't watch movies for just plot anymore. That started years ago when I started my master's program. And it's very difficult. Like, I have to be drunk to watch something. I'm serious. I'm not playing. To watch something just for plot, and then sometimes that don't even work. But in The Departed, there were so many messages that were undergirded, and one was, if you are on the police force and everybody else is bad, and you're the one cop that wants to do right, and you speak up, what happens to you? You die, you get thrown off with bogus charges, etc., etc., etc. So that does happen. Number 3, I like the clergyman. How many people kept the clergyman? Okay, so some did, some didn't. Tell me why you kept him. Y'all tell me why you did not.
But we thought that 75, he had experience and wisdom. We also thought that, a spiritual guide would be necessary. And we made assumptions that, that encouragement was good. Like that it was a good.
And that is an assumption, yes.
So.
Yes. And for those of you who did not keep this person.
I don't know what religion that person belongs to. I don't know. Although most likely reproductively sound, like 50% of bone production is reduced after 65. But you can't lift anything, or I assume that because you're 75, that you aren't going to be much help in terms of lifting heavy things or being able to go long hours, helping build the wall.
Also, with the encouragement, never know what kind of mindset he has as far as being judgmental toward the 16-year-olds that's pregnant or the homosexual or whoever. So.
Very good point. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking along the lines of like, thanks for playing. But you have some spiritual whatever, so I'm sure you're all praying. It might be a good place.
Yeah.
You might be saying, but there's a limit. And it's just, we respect, I love the wisdom. But again, if you're looking at advanced society, you're probably less able or less period of time to produce those kinds of things.
So again, devil's advocate, and I'll have to say I've been doing this particular exercise for a number of years, and on this particular question, you are the smartest group, right? For those of you who decided to keep them and decided to get rid of this person, the exact perfect reasons for both. One, again, you look at indigenous cultures. They don't put the elderly away. They keep them in the center for counsel, so they value them, right? That is a very African perspective, very indigenous perspective, right? And so if you are starting a brand new world, wouldn't it be super smart not to have to reinvent the wheel? Okay, one. Secondly, glad I don't have to do the biology lesson. So yes, even though the sperm is reduced, it don't really even have to go, it just has to jump over and swim up. They can produce until death. It doesn't matter how old they are, right? The other piece is, does it matter what religion this person is?
Yes.
No, that's why.
No.
Right. Raise your hand if you say, yes, it matters.
So that's a
Right. And raise your hand if you don't think religion matters.
It's not part of the church. It's not like
Okay, so let me.
His beliefs is on that.
So if everyone in the shelter were atheists, and this person was clergy of whatever religion, because we don't know what religion, right? Right? What if this person was Christian? I mean, the clergyman was Christian. Everybody else was atheist. Would it matter?
No.
We're talking. We're in a fallout shelter. We're in a confined space. Will that matter?
I mean,
It's going to cause some tension.
especially with the.
I want to hear. Sorry.
Well, I'm saying just because a person is a clergyman, we don't. I mean, I don't know. That could be a deacon, could be a clergyman. But even if you're a clergyman, we're not. My perspective is not asking him to be there to play the role as a spiritual advisor. Maybe for the guidance, because I can be a Christian and still be in the company of atheists, and my Christian principles still will allow me to love them and to treat them with respect, and not in the aspect of I need to minister to them. So more so, I was thinking from the aspect of peace and keeping the peace, because if you are in a confined space, you're going to need that wisdom for the age and the person who can maybe facilitate some things and know how to deal with different personalities from an aspect of love, not because I'm trying to convert you to.
Right. And so if you read your history, you'll find that there have been more wars, including crusades, over religion than almost anything else. So to say religion is peaceful, right? It's almost like saying the Patriot Act. Understand how language works, and people who have the cultural capital to define that language. So if I have the power to say, this is a Patriot Act, what I'm really trying to get you to do is say, hey, I'm a patriot because I believe in this. But again, you got to look at what's not being said. So, yes, John.
So when we talk about a clergyman, are we assuming that that person is associated with a particular sexual identity?
We just don't know. We don't know. So my major question on him or her, because we don't know if it's a woman or not.
Well, I would assume if you say clergyman, people shouldn't go around saying, like you say, then a member of the clergy, like you say clergy.
And that's the thing.
I was assuming talking about that. But we got down to the point where it's like, you know, well, I was kind of leading the discussion on like people to get rid of. It was like, at this point, we've gotten rid of 3 men and 1 woman. So at this point, let's just balance out, like trying to figure out. I mean, so all those things matter.
They do matter. Again, my challenge is, so like, what if the clergy is an imam?
Right.
And everybody, that's the head of a Muslim, or it's Islam. And everybody else was Jewish. Would it matter? Absolutely, it would matter.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just thinking, is one person really, I mean, there's going to be contention regardless of it's on the basis of religion, period. But thoughts, Shelton, I'm thinking your first instinct is survival, one, and not conversion.
Yeah.
So you're like,
Yeah, well, not necessarily conversion, just, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Just as far as the conversation of what's gonna happen next, that may cause tension. Like,
right,
as far as
but to
your
the point of
spirituality.
breaking down a civilization, because, and of course, most wars are started on the basis of religion, but in the name of conversion. So you have one person who is of the faith, they're not in the power position. They're not in, they don't have the power of military, they don't have the power of resources. So that's what I'm thinking of. We're talking about like wars and all this stuff.
Well, if you're talking about keeping 6 people who are Jews and one clergyman is a Muslim, then what's his point of being in there? If he's not gonna
Diversity of
leave
thought.
them. But I mean, we get that from other people as well. Yeah, just because Muslims, they're different types of.
But we don't, I mean, that's argument point that has to be.
I think even with this, like, you
I
really
think those
don't know. But I think we can think of many different examples where you have one person influencing millions of people. You know, so the potential to influence everybody in their follow structure is there. Now, we don't know how much it is with that individual. And who's to say that even if it is in the mind and there is a group of Christians or, you know, or Jewish individuals, then that person still is not able to connect with them, you know, basically. So I think that, I mean, we just don't know, but I think there's potential there. And we also don't know that person's interest. So that person could be planning to convert the whole time.
We don't know. I mean, it could be a clergy that it's against their religion to touch women. And when I mean touch women, I mean just like you can't even really be in the same space with them. What were you going to say?
No, the same thing is like, I mean, again, you know, clergy, it's like, you know, religion needs rules. So even the whole way you want the society to be structured depends on your religion, or, you know, you wouldn't, you know, touch with. So we're keeping you to kind of help push the society forward, but you actually can't help in that regard. And you might be so religious that all the food that we have here is like, you can't even eat it. So what did you do?
Right. Okay, good. Love it. Let's go to the next one. 36-year-old female physician unable to have children. She's barren. Anybody get rid of her? No, she's pretty easy, especially if she's like MacGyver. Are y'all old enough to know who MacGyver is?
Yeah.
Awesome. 46-year-old male violinist served 7 years for pushing narcotics. Has been out of jail for 6 months. So this is a convict. How many kept this convict? This guy. Raise your hand. Only one.
Really good drugs.
Okay. What did you just say?
And he won't have access to them.
Say the whole statement. Every word clearly.
It was just drugs.
It was just drugs?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
age.
And age, 46 is not that great than the 20-year-old that, you know, as I was at Disney.
What's wrong with 46?
No, it's not awful, but I'm just saying it's not great.
You got birthdays coming
No,
up.
right.
I'm like, I'm 42. Hold on now. Kill me out. Yes, sir. And then you.
He knows music.
Absolutely.
And he can, I mean, he might have access to the.
He knows music. He can write music.
What happens, those of you who are who watch Walking Dead, if there's so much tension around,
Music.
what can music do? It can soothe anyone because music has no language. Everyone understands that piece. When you look at school systems, when they start cutting budgets, what's the first to go? Music and arts. So we're restarting the world, and ixnay him, we can potentially restart an entire world with no art or music. What does that look like? Right? What does it look like then if we are now beginning to raise generations of children who are not exposed to music and art? Or then we even demonize fulfilling a passion of music because there's less monetary value in it. I saw a hand somewhere. Yes.
I was going to say it's also proven that when children hear music in the room, it advances their thinking.
Yeah.
So that can, the 16-year-old girl,
Also,
maybe, can be a genius.
he's been in prison, so he knows how to eat on a.
Rations, okay. Yes, ma'am.
I was outvoted on him. I didn't want to keep him. But the reason why I really want to keep him was because if you have to be really smart to sell drugs. You have to be really smart. Well, the drugs I'm thinking about, the kind of drugs I'm thinking about are not like no mixed down bag pushing. I'm thinking real drugs. It takes some. You have to be smart for that. And then also it's been studied that people that play instruments are smarter people. Yeah. Right. And so
You got to call him.
I mean, somebody could have told him. Somebody could have told him. They don't make.
Maybe he wasn't smart.
No.
Or he was with that policeman.
Right.
I think going along with the other point that someone made about him being in prison, because people might this is a fallout shelter. You might just freak out about being in a confined state. He's probably good with that. He's there for 7 years, so he'll know.
I think
the fact that, and I understand my audience today, the fact that he's a felon, is convict, is that an issue?
No. It's an issue, but it's not.
Not for us.
And then restarting the world. If you're completely restarting the world, that don't matter anyway. They gotta remake the law.
The concern was more about the culture that he's bringing into.
With the music.
No. With being coming out of jail. Because we don't really know what his mental state is, and the rehabilitation system doesn't really rehabilitate. So that could be a whole nother issue to consider.
Let's talk about this pushing narcotics thing, right? Because we know that white folks are about to make millions of dollars on marijuana that black men have been in jail for decades upon decades upon decades, right? So you mentioned you have to be real smart to sell it. Do you think he was using? Well, let me re-ask the question. He's in prison for selling, not using.
They could have imposed that charge on him.
Right. So the other piece is there are certain drugs that are racially criminalized, while others are racially considered mental health issues. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So we have to be able to identify, recognize, and name it. Right? You're social activists. You will be in positions in front of people where you will have the power to name it. And you only have the power because you have to take it. You can't expect them to give it to you. Next one. Oh, my man. 20-year-old black male militant.
Yeah.
Who kept this person? Okay, anybody not keep this person? Okay. So, why'd you keep him?
He's black.
Thank you for your honesty.
It's the only one that explicitly says black person.
Absolutely. So, thinking about what's not being said, if he's the only person that's black that we know of, what is everybody else in your head?
It's the majority.
What is that?
Other than the illegal immigrant.
Other than illegal immigrant.
White.
Not black. What? Be honest.
White.
White. Automatically thought white. Why couldn't they all be friends?
I said,
We in the United
Because we don't have experience with them.
Right.
You have a race of mongrels.
Oh, well, the point, or I know you're joking. But the point is, if you get rid of this person, then you potentially get rid of only one of two, perhaps, only pieces of diversity than everybody else. Right? We don't know. We'll get down to the legal immigrant because that's a trick down there too. Yes.
Sorry, just a question. I don't know if you do this exercise with individuals that are white.
Absolutely. And I'll be willing to come to your school and do it for you in front of them. Yes.
Every time.
Every time. And the funny thing is, and you'll find
Black.
I mean, what do you expect?
No, but I will tell you, and I wrote about this, right? One year, I did the same exercise for two different groups of people, and it was a mix of people, right? And some of these people I indirectly worked with. So one white guy said, oh, we should get rid of the black guy because this will be the perfect opportunity to start the human race again, right? So I had to ask him to restate that because there are black people in his group, but it was so normal for him. He didn't get it. Right? So when you're in situations like that, you have to remember, don't be offended, right? Because you can only be offended if there's a wound that is not healed. Let me say that again. You're only offended if somebody taps a wound that is not healed. So that's his stuff. That's some growth opportunities that he needs. And when he's in a position and ready to receive it, he will. So we restated that. He said the same thing. He wasn't ready. Right? A couple days later, did the same exercise for another group. And this particular white guy said, you said be honest. And it is, whenever I do these workshops, I do insist that it is a safe place for you to say whatever, and there is absolutely no judgment, right? He said, we said be honest. I would get rid of the black guy because he's black. And I know it sounds racist. I don't know where it's coming from. But it just is.
But he gotta go.
And that's great because it's just
and
instilled in them.
And that's the thing. It's instilled in all of us. We have to, you can't just imagine that if it's been there for centuries, it's going to just go away tomorrow. Right? Yes, sir.
I mean, honestly, even when it said militant, I was thinking, okay, that could cause problems with the rest of the group. So it wasn't, even if it had just been black person, then I probably even would have read that differently.
Mm-hmm. Generationally, I think I read the word militant a little bit differently.
I was gonna say that.
So
it's been programmed to make you think negative.
Yeah, well, I think Black Panther Party. I think.
Okay, so do I. Right. Some younger people today, I'm getting when they see the word militant because we've been going through wars, they think military, right? But going back to Black Panther, right? If you're militant in that perspective, that means you are going against the system. Aren't you supposed to go against the system if it's fucked up? Right? That's what you're supposed to do.
So he could
That's
bring in
why.
a branch of government.
Absolutely. So just like Bush had the power, cultural capital, to define certain people as terrorists who may consider themselves as freedom fighters, you gotta understand language and how powerful that is. And how if we don't understand and control what we're saying and how we language it, we continue to perpetuate shit. You gotta understand, yes.
And I think too, like we do a lot of office time, like every day we try to keep the calm. And so that, like, thinking about that, I'm like, okay, if he's a militant, then it's going to be more difficult to keep calm, which is not the same as peace. So, like you just said, if something is messed up, we should have a willingness to push back against it.
Yes. And too many times, as Black people, we have been conditioned to not fight back in a strategic way, right? So it is my belief that there are several different ways that you can fight, right? Like on a team, everybody has a particular role. You fight the way that you fight best, right? But collectively, you're fighting together as a team. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr., two different methods, both equally as effective. One was more accepted because they felt less threatened, but they were equally effective. So, yeah, let's move on because I think I'm running out of time. 39 you're a prostitute. Why is it great to have sex with a prostitute in Denmark? They're trained.
And they have, they're clean.
They're clean because
They have health insurance.
it's legal. So if it's legal, they regulate it. So there's a lot of safety measures, there's precautions, absolutely. So how many got rid of her or him? Because we don't know. Yes, you did? You got rid of why?
For me, well, it had nothing to do with the personal thing of finding sex workers, great, but I didn't see, like on the list of skill set, hers is just kind of lower because the other one have sex. We already had someone on that reproduce.
Yes.
I kept her just under the assumption that just because she was a prostitute and she's been retired for 4 years and she's still, I guess, you never know if she's successful with that money or what. So she may have other skills outside of prostitution.
Okay, so she possibly could have.
Yeah.
And she's still not old.
Right. Yeah. No, I wouldn't talk about that. She might have other skills.
Yes.
We had a conversation about it at 39. We don't really know about her fertility at 39. It's more questionable than 16. And then because she's been retired for 4 years, that's also questionable. Like you said, it's regulated when she was working. If she's been retired, that we don't know what she's been doing.
She may be tired.
Sorry.
She may be tired by now. I don't know.
And then I think Kim made a good point too. Like if she is retired and still living off of whatever, then it sounds like she's pretty mature. So, you know. And we assume that she's a woman. We definitely
We assume, right?
Yeah.
The architect, homosexual, man or woman. What you think? Assume demand. Absolutely. And again, what I want you to do is begin to question your assumptions. Where do they come from? We know they come from our lens that we talked about earlier. But how can we put in place measures to deconstruct our identities and reconstruct them into activism? Right? So the architect, anybody keep them? Anybody not keep them? Why didn't you keep this person?
I didn't know anything about their age. So are you reproductively sound? Architect, I feel like maybe I don't understand exactly what an architect does, but I feel like they might be able to make the building nice. But can you, or the type of architect that can really help lay out the foundation and understand that part? And then that was it. Even though at him or her being homosexual wasn't a problem, because I was just like, for us reestablishing the world, you're going to be heterosexual for this act here. But otherwise.
I can imagine some people probably believe that so they can say no homosexual.
Absolutely. It happens every time. But and when that does happen, it's really important to identify the difference between morals and survival. They're very different. Survival skills are innate. Morals are taught.
Right.
And so when we're taught morals, many of us say, okay, whatever you want, and never question them. Right? So you might hear a politician say, vote for me because we feel the same way about homosexuality. or we feel the same way about marriage equality, or we feel the same way about black people or white people or whatever it is. But I know your schools are jacked up. But I know your core. You don't have access to healthy food. Those kinds of things. That's survival versus morals. We feel the same way about abortion. We feel the same way about religion. Totally different. All right, and yes, for those of you who kept this person, why don't you keep them? Whoever it is could potentially reproduce. Because again, we're talking survival. And not only that, but the architect. What'd you say?
DC too. Diversity.
Okay, yeah, that's diversity. When I see that, I first, because this is a survival thing, see architect. And although they are not the builders, they have to know something about chemicals and foundations and structure and all that kind of stuff that I don't know. And I don't care to know. Absolutely. So, okay, now these next two are funny. How many of you kept both the law student and his wife?
I got in a fight on this.
Good. What was the fight about?
Because I said we're the people that can make the rules, why we gotta keep her?
Absolutely. That's what you were supposed to do. Stand up and stand your ground. That was the exact thing you were supposed to do. Now, when you do that, leaders, activists, understand the consequences of your choices. Now, I used to watch a lot of Lifetime back in the day. I'm healed now. Because he may have been drugging her, making her think she was crazy, making everybody else think she was crazy, and she may not be, right? I'm just saying, that's one. Or he might be real happy because he feels like she's a burden, and he's too young to be having to deal with all this stuff. Or he may be so distraught that he won't be able to function. So when we talk about vetting ideas and problem solving, this is what we do. We look at what are all of the potential outcomes, and then you make the best possible solution. 10-year-old girl in a wheelchair, indefinitely. Anybody keep her? Oh, what's that? Right?
I think now.
What's your name? Kenneth is going to be a great leader because he's like, look, it's a hard decision, but this is the way it's got to be, so this is what we're going to do. I will encourage you to have people around you who are openly compassionate. You know what I'm saying? To help keep that balance. Right. But I get it. Like, I have to keep that. Y'all do True Colors, right? Okay. It's a leadership personality kind of assessment, but I have to keep people around me who are intuitive to people's feelings and emotions. The older I get, I'm learning. But at one point, it was like, this is it. It's very cut and dry. The illegal immigrant. Who kept this person? Okay. I'm sorry, what now?
Oh, well, no, well, just they have at one point on last week, we did keep the 12-year-old girl.
You did?
Yeah, it was a debate. And so it really came down to, I felt bad about the wheelchair, because, she was on the list, and she was wheelchair. Because it's like, you have to take special care of you, and that's kind of the wrong thing to do, and this is a young person. So it came down between her and the prostitute, so it's like, you know what, we went with the less years, because one of the questions I asked is, could you still, this is ridiculous, but could you still get pregnant if you're in a wheelchair?
Yeah.
I mean, there are other complications.
But then definitely it's like, we don't know how long she's in the wheelchair. And then,
indefinitely.
So that means that it's going to, or does it mean forever?
That's for
indefinitely forever.
Indefinitely.
That's unspecified. Yeah. That's not forever. Yeah. So indefinitely it's not forever. It's unspecified.
So last one. I like this one.
Yeah.
because I challenge Black folks to understand the importance of coalition building. Right? Let me say this again. We need to understand the importance of coalition building. Because you can't be effective in movements alone. Okay? So how many got rid of this person? Everybody kept him. Okay. Why? Why'd you keep him? Business owner.
And
immigrant.
He's resourceful, absolutely.
It's another
Cultural diversity.
Yeah.
What explain?
Maybe we were in the mindset that we want. I don't know. Maybe
No, we said the fact that he was underground and he had not gotten caught yet, or he had not gotten in trouble.
Ooh, I mean, what if it was like child sex trafficking?
Yes.
I mean,
Let's just say, the person might not be Hispanic and still be in
You know I'm doing it right.
Right.
So let's talk about this illegal immigrant, because I want to make sure that you have language around this when you leave me today. What does it mean to be an illegal immigrant?
You don't have papers. To me, the real rules of services.
So no one can be illegal. Your person, you are not illegal. You can be undocumented. But if I have the cultural capital to define what is, and I choose to say this person is illegal, now I got you scared of.
Like illegitimate child.
You see what I'm saying? So be careful of the language that is imposed on you and recreate your own language. So, one, nobody's illegal. That was, again, very intentional. When we look at people who are undocumented that are immigrants, we immediately are coerced to think about Mexicans and how we need to secure our borders. And those borders are very different in security than the same borders of Canada. And that's not discussed. Right? What's also not discussed is that Native Americans, First Nations people, indigenous people of the United States, and go on and on with names, they are the poorest people in our country. And nobody talks about it. The absolute poorest. Nobody talks about the fact that what happened to them was genocide, and that everybody else that came to this country are immigrants. Some involuntary, but we're immigrants. So when we talk about illegal immigration, you cannot allow the invisibility of Native Americans to remain. So, anything else on illegal immigration? So, should Black folks be concerned with immigration?
Yes.
Why?
Because we probably from last year or
I think anytime there are laws and things being created to keep a group oppressed or kept out of things and marginalized, we should always be concerned, because it's only a matter of time before it comes out.
I also think that a lot of immigrants, like African Americans, so that's another opportunity to racial profile.
Absolutely. And again, it gives you an opportunity for coalition building. But when you look at people who came from Europe that migrated to this country, especially at the beginning, they didn't have to pay money to get here. Matter of fact, they got here, they were given land so that it could grow. Today, and for the last few decades, it's been very difficult for certain folks to migrate here. And if you look at the laws, right? Look at the laws. The only people that are being let into the country legally are the ones that we need something from. So they provide a particular service, or they provide something in the workforce. Otherwise, and the laws change every few years to accommodate the needs of our economy. Yes.
Yeah, actually, when I think about it, I'm not really upset about it, but that's really why we work with the whole Mexican board thing, because we need stuff from them too.
Yeah.
We can work in the kitchens and in the
Yes.
fields, whatever. I mean,
We need-
a lot of times it's the Republican or majority business holders who are like, no, we really need this. And,
Right. And so what happens is, remember when I got y'all up and had y'all walk around in circles? So what politicians do is have us walk around in circles, fussing over stuff that we're really it's not either important or we can't control it anyway. So they keep us, here's the word I want you to remember, distracted. Mm-hmm. Then we don't focus on the real issues. So that's what you have to look for. All right, we are going to break some cycles here. How we do that? We're going to be proactive in resolutions and prevention. And we do that in a few different ways. One, we do it very introspectively to make sure that I'm bringing to the table a whole person, right? Understanding what my lens is, understanding what my stuff is that comes along with that, right? And doing other things to be very intentional about solving stuff that nobody else is talking about. So, introduce yourself to someone who's different than you. How can that solve something? Diversity of thought. Because I might think this person is a particular way because I grew up Christian and the church told me that this is what I'm supposed to think about them. But then if I go and talk to this person, and I'm going to take the best example I have of that. We did, when I was working at Georgia Southern, we did drag shows every year, right? So the first one we had about 300 or so people that came. We had some really radical, what's the word? There's some Christians out there with the Ricola horn, blowing it to distract everybody. Radical is not the word I want to use, but extremists, yes. Police were there because, I had to make sure that everybody's going to be cool. The next few years took down all of our signs, but it grew in numbers. So my last 2 years there, we had to turn 100 people away in a place that accommodated 600. So when you talk about evaluations, right, you see what the need is, and you accommodate that need. So we kept having them, and because people kept taking down the signs, they knew about it. And it got to the point I didn't even have to advertise it that much anymore. And because our office had the power and the funds to go make more signs and the staff to go put up more signs, because the GLBT organization didn't have that kind of power. So that's what we do for each other. So, and I brought that up because at the end of the show, this is my favorite part of the show, the drag queen sat on stage and did a question and answer. Where in society are you given an opportunity to ask for yourself about their life? That's what education is. There's a huge difference between being schooled, trained, and educated. Any fool can be trained to do anything. But if you're educated, you don't have to have a degree because you are emancipated mentally from anything and everybody. You know what I'm saying? And you understand to question stuff that just doesn't feel right in your core. When you interact with people, pronounce their entire name. When you are born, your name means something based off of the vibrations of the letters and the sounds, how the moon and the stars are aligned. All that means something, and it adds to your destiny. And when you are lazy enough to cut somebody's name short because you don't want to learn how to say it, you interrupt that destiny. Okay? So, and it's just respectful. It's absolutely respectful. Assess, understand, and challenge your own biases and prejudices and how they impact your expectations for and relationships with other people. Explore how your identity development impacts the way you see and experience different people. My favorite one. Understand the difference between intent and impact. Right? So I might, have great intentions of having this wonderful program. But if I'm sloppy or I don't know how to do it and I do it anyway because I'm trying to impress people, but I don't ask for help and it comes off sloppy, my intent and my impact doesn't match. One of my daily affirmations, and I affirm every day, because I think that what you say, you create. And in the universe, it has to conspire to do what you say. And so one of mine is, my impact matches my good intentions. Right? Reflect on your own experiences and how they inform my interactions. Always be a student. Always be a student and educate yourself. Reject the myth of color blindness. Some black folks just consider themselves colorblind. You know that, right? But when you choose not to see color in today's society, maybe it won't be like this in 100 years, you have now dismissed every single experience that I've had to help create the identity that I identify with today. Recognize and take advantage of teachable moments. Invite critique and accept it openly. Challenge yourself to engage in radical accountability. I know. I mean, it wasn't my fault. I didn't do it, right? Affirm and model an appreciation for all forms of intelligence. Fight for equity for all underrepresented and disenfranchised people. Last slide on this. Interrupt prejudice, including prejudice jokes, even while people of that target group are not present. That's very bold and brave. Encourage your workplace or organization to assess how inclusive and equitable it is. Learn about the history and culture of other identity groups, and when you do this, be careful. Be real careful about learning it from people who aren't part of that culture. So if you're picking up a book about Brazil and the indigenous people of Brazil, written by a white guy in Wisconsin doing his dissertation, it's a little bit different hearing the story from someone in Brazil. Initiate a discussion on whatever the pink elephant is in the room. Be okay with having complicated conversations, right? Because when you, even though it's uncomfortable, you cannot grow unless you're uncomfortable. So for those of you who've not been to the gym in a long time, if you were to go now, it hurt, right? Absolutely. Your mind is the strongest muscle in your body. Same thing. If you don't use it, if it's not put in uncomfortable and challenging positions, it will not grow. Challenge biases and stereotypes. Take risks and be uncomfortable. With that, I believe in conflict, right? I'm not afraid of conflict. I think how you manage conflict can really make or break a situation. So if you think about conflict like an iron or a movement as an iron rod, right, or your mind, if you want to bend it or mold it, it takes fire. It's not going to move without some kind of heat. But if you manage it well, you'll make the progress that you need. Listen openly to others who are different from you, and don't try to create their story and tell it better than what they think they know it. Because sometimes we have a habit of doing that. Actively pursue the process of self-education. We no longer are in medieval period where there was, or Middle Ages, where there was a cave where all of the information was, and this big guy is guarding it, right? So I had lunch with president of one of the African countries a few years ago, and she said to me, Consuela, you know, people in your country have more information on my country than the people in my country because we have access to information. Celebrate every moment you spend in self-critique. Speak from your own experience. Build coalitions, and lastly, encourage your workplace environment to ask critical questions about all information they receive, including the information they receive from me. Now I'm going to end on my favorite poem in the whole world. I wish I wrote this, but I didn't. But I love this poem so much. 6 humans trapped by happenstance in black and bitter cold. Each one possessed a stick of wood, or so their stories told. Their dying fire in need of logs, the first woman held hers back. For on the faces around the fire she noticed one was black. The next man looking across the way saw not one of his charge, and couldn't bring himself to give the fire his stick of birch. The third one sat in tattered clothes and gave his coat a hitch. Why should his laws be put to use to warm the idle rich? The rich man just sat back and thought of all the wealth he had in store, and how to keep what he had earned from the lazy, shiftless poor. The black man's face was full of revenge as the fire passed from his sight, for all he saw in his stick of wood was a chance to spite the white. And the last man of this forlorn group did not accept for gain. Giving only to those who gave was how he played the game. The logs held tight, and death's still hands was proof of human sin. They didn't die from the cold without. They died from the cold within. Thank you very much. Please, the quote that I want you all to take away with today, considering the problem solving, we cannot solve a problem with the same mind or thinking that created it. Once you go into that with that understanding, again, you're much more empowered. Questions, comments?
Wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
About Black culture.
Thank you. Okay, so let me help you out. And I'm not going to be here long because I know Jay News like, oh, I love you. Well, but can you please hurry up? We're going to talk about this Black culture for just a second. So we were told that we have Black culture, right? Somebody told us that. I'm going to challenge that idea. I believe there are Black conditions. So a couple centuries ago or so, there for 247 years of slavery to be exact. You know, we only have, well, we had another 100 years of Jim Crow. We barely sitting at 50 to 60 years of just legislation and not necessarily a huge change in people's mindsets. So we had a long, long, long way to go, right, to undo some stuff. But, so during slavery, you had people coming to this country from different countries in Africa with different value systems, different rules, mores, and they were put into one condition. That was the biggest commonality that they had. How do we survive? They had different languages. How the hell do you survive and you don't even understand who's talking to you? So then you have people who were brought here from these different countries in Africa and died here. You had the ones who were born in slavery and died in slavery. And then you had the ones born in slavery and set free. So you can't even think about the condition as monolithic. It's very stratified. So to say that we come from culture, hell no. We come from a condition and we may do with it to survive it. And people are at different points of healing on that journey. So there was never any reparation saying that, well, you know, we understand what y'all went through, so we're going to give everybody free counseling. That never happened. So because of that, everybody's still wounded in some form of fashion. So you take Christianity then, for example, to say, well, we healed from it because Christianity. While it is definitely a path to God, it is not the only path. It is definitely not the path that most Africans had in coming here. It was what was taught us, and then we tried to make it our own after we used it to just save face in front of it. So that has evolved. It has never been only one way in Christianity for us. So while it saved us physically, because as long as we said, yes, I'm Master, Jesus is Lord, we could commune together on Sundays, because that was the only time they let us do that. So, no Black culture, Black conditions, some Black similarities. So when you even talk about Black women today, I challenge people, well, hold on now. It's a few different types of Black women, because I don't identify with all of them. You even look at the movie industry. You don't ever say white movies because we consider it normal. You put the modifier of Black because it is not the norm. when you say black movies. Same thing with poor white people and black people, right? You say black middle class because they are not the norm. Middle class is white folks. But if you say poor white folks, well, they're not in our heads technically poor, although white women with children are the ones that are on welfare the most. So getting back and closing up, because he's standing up on me. There are definitely some similarities that are handed down to us, and that I identify with post-traumatic slave syndrome, hair being one. You don't hear white women say, oh, I'm going natural. Right? So somehow along the way, we were made to believe that there was something wrong with it. And at some point, we have to be able to embrace it and think it's like great. Right? And even I revere Madam C.J. Walker, who first woman billionaire, right? Love that. But at some point, we have to begin to question the relevancy of the product today, because she made billions helping us to hate ourselves. But we won't talk about that part. Black History Month. I love the fact that Carter G. Woodson created National Negro Week, which turned into Black History Month. However, to fight getting rid of Black History Month and saying that American history is Black history, to say that then means that white folks have to own that shit. As long as we fight to keep her separate, oh, that's just our little problem or our little stuff. But black stuff needs to be every single month, all year long. And as long as we keep it as Black History Month, we're telling them it's okay to only consider us that 1 month. You don't got to think about it the rest of the time. That's what I mean about black culture. Thank y'all very much. Yes, I have a card. Matter of fact, I have a card. I'm coming to your school. I actually do a powerful women's empowerment workshop. So awesome. That one, I do a poverty simulation that is super awesome as well. This one, this is just a piece of the diversity workshop. I can do this for, I have enough stuff for like 6 hours, but I can do 2 or 3 to be real, comprehensive. And I'm selling shirts. Question everything, And I'm gonna tell y'all, as you become scholars, you want multiple streams of income. So while you're selling books, sleeping, you making money, right? You selling T-shirts or whatever, you speaking, you teaching, whatever it is, you want several streams of income. They have taught us that the American dream / nightmare is you focus on one stream of income. That is considered slavery. You know what I'm saying? So, $20 for y'all 15. I have my square, or you can buy it online, and I do have business cards that I'm gonna leave with all of y'all. But if you want me to come to your school, I'm more than happy to do that. My purse is over there.
Sorry.
Yeah. The t-shirt sale. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do that right now. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
I move that we. All right, y'all, real quick before we allow time for a quick break. All right, PJ. Oh, you can hear me? Cool. All right. So we started late this morning. We were supposed to go to MLK stuff. However, we started late, and we also have a lot of things that are imperative for us to take care of. So, I think it would be fair and also responsible of the organization to agree to stay until we get those things done. I think we're like until 4:30 on the thing. I think we have the room till 5. So I think the main things that we need to get completed are roles and responsibilities and some strategic planning, and we absolutely need to leave here understanding what we need to do on a day-to-day basis, and then also know things like the quarterly dates and how we're going to budget our money, at least for a few key things moving forward. So is everybody in agreement with what I just said? Mm-hmm. Questions, comments, concerns?
All right, so is a 5-minute break enough time for us to kind of like regain? Y'all know, and look, y'all, I just want to say thank you all for staying in this fight against this temperature. The thermostat is losing the battle right now. We'll say that much. So appreciate y'all being present. So we're gonna allow for a few more minutes to get back on track. Then we're gonna get our minds right, and then we're gonna dive back into this thing and finish strong. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Excellent. Thank you all.
When you talk about the light skin,
Nope. They train and then they show you they show like video about the Oh, yeah. I don't know. Sunday, yeah, they open tomorrow from that one. The king, continent. I mean, I can. The agency is awesome.
What we want to
No, okay. That's a different teacher. That's or to me, the Apex is way better than.
Yeah, I like Apex.
What time do they okay, all right, okay, all right. Just that, What Albert is.
Here we go.
Oh, that was. Okay. Okay, all right. All right, great.
Yeah, it's the truth. And I put things in the person, the typical right person, they can't be.
Little one, get a double shot of out. That's the only like coffee. Yeah, coffee. Yeah. But if you do like just get the pure espresso, not all the milk and all the extra. Don't put any coffee. Pure like double shot espresso, you be like this much. Like a shot, you be wired. You'll be good. They tell me all the
Yeah.
Don't Starbucks, whatever. That got me through. That still get you through.
So I guess I would get grace on it. Yeah.
It's like $2, like no for the dollar shop or something like that. Maybe like here. Take it in.
But I understand. It ain't really here.
Oh yeah, I tried those. They
Don't work.
Yeah.
That won't work.
Yeah, what you That's right. I could drink coffee and go to bed.
Right.
Soda, all of that.
So next quarter, man, we got a lot to do. We got a lot of things to do. Right.
It's like, yeah, going in on somebody's side.
Oh no, that's cigarette. There's another bag coming.
But the worst case scenario, we'll send a check out to you.
So, but you say
Information.
I don't think there's any more.
I'll
text that to you.
Just note about, please do you.
I feel like it's a little fuller.
Or it could tell a lot more.
No, I think it's been fuller.
I'm not even trying to.
Is that everyone? I'm sorry.
Somebody said they thought that this had it right
Yeah.
now. It working? Yeah.
I'm serious. Yeah. Now, I can go online, like from a website, and do it. That's all there.
We about to start, everybody can jump back in.
It's like rain on your wedding day.
All right, y'all, man. How you feeling? What's going on?
Tired.
Yeah. Necessarily have to justify it. That's how you feel. That's part of the process. And so just be present with the feeling and then reflect on that, meditate on that a little bit. And then that's how you get to know the revelations and realizations, and that's where the growth happens. Like what just happened, that's like a catalyst, right? You know, when you're dealing with a catalyst or an enzyme, all it does is lower the activation energy, right, for that process to take place. So what you did is put yourself in a position where that education can take place. Versus, all this stuff, because you've experienced all this stuff, right? What person in an oppressed group if you're looking at system of privilege and oppression, if you talk about oppression, you can talk to people that have never been in school, and they can tell you some of the deeper stuff about the system and how it affects people who don't have political capital or social power, right? So you learn this stuff all the time. The thing that I love about the educational piece of it is it's focused. It's like shotgun versus a laser. You know what I'm saying? So she pinpointed on some stuff that we probably all have been dealing with all our lives and did that in about an hour, right? So now you actually have that catalyst to kind of move that process forward. What's up? You can ask. Hey. Yeah. Let us know what you was Can we get maybe some like I guess those last couple slides?
The video, I mean, you can, the video's on YouTube.
Oh, true. That's true. All right, so y'all, let's go ahead and run it back. The last thing we left off of was opportunities. Huh? Okay. Great time with those. You mind bringing back up that screen?
Integers definitely need to be on the menu for all future children. According to
Yeah, we might need to talk about potential coalitions.
Right.
Relationships. All right, y'all. So, what were some opportunities that you all? I know we just got hit with a bunch of stuff, so we're gonna switch gears a little bit. But yeah, back to what we were doing before. So, what were some of the opportunities that you all came up with?
Sponsorships from big companies, Coca-Cola, Microsoft. I'm talking bigger.
Big name sponsorships. Okay.
Jobs.
Excuse me.
Jobs.
Jobs.
Graduate school opportunities. These kind of regular things.
Okay.
And I also see it for entertainment purposes. Powerhouse speakers, like we entertain about speakers. Number of speakers you guys
Kendra, what did you bring up earlier? And you said what opportunity? It was two things.
Mentorship.
Mentorships, and there was one more.
Well,
it was one after that. You asked me about it. So I think that's something more like an opportunity.
Building. Professional development.
Oh, professional development.
Yeah. All right, what else? Can you bring up that screen with the definition? I guess. Now these are so when we talk about opportunities, we talk about things that are
Is that potential?
Potential things that could potentially happen, things that are external to the organization, things that he's about to bring it. Yeah, keep brainstorming.
What about collaborating with other big organizations like NESB? Why are we not capturing them on there?
So collab with orgs with similar missions and visions.
Is that one here? I'm sorry.
No, we don't have it up there.
Oh, okay.
But
I don't want to be redundant, but
I'm asking you that, effectively what you're saying.
what was the comment you said?
Collaborating with
just collaboration.
Collaboration.
Yeah, I was gonna say collaboration.
Okay, so
Are there any opportunities with us in has anyone even been to a national graduate student association? Or with the just
NA, whatever it is. GPS or something.
Yeah,
John,
yeah,
can you move it over there?
Graduate professional.
The board. Or no, you good.
Jalen?
Cause I'm tired of looking back. You good.
I forget, but she's the president now, right? Yeah.
So she's very familiar with MBGSA. She's not, she might be out on president.
Yeah, I think she was president last year.
Or past president, so we should reach out right away.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what they do.
Somebody should be taking it.
Well,
What's
they
happening?
have a different model, but they do is all the schools send representatives to the conference. It's like the leaders go to the conference. You know what I'm saying? It's not like everybody.
What are you saying?
I was saying, were there any? I was saying because to see if there were any opportunities. You know.
National Association of Graduate Professionals.
NAGPS.
It's not.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. National Grad Organization.
And Dr. Tennessee was saying she's a former member of the association, and I think she's a current member. Well, now nobody is, but she was last year, and 19 people are. But she's the former president. She was president last year of that organization. So
Of the entire world.
mm-hmm. She was
She came to.
remember point of whatever.
Yeah.
Remember that meeting?
She's quite talented.
Yeah, she's very vocal.
There are other black, who I know y'all know, other black graduate and/or professional organizations that are umbrella like we are, but this is what the Alliance of Black Professional Students, and then there's the
Institute.
something like the Black Doctoral Network.
Oh, the
Black PhD Network.
Black
Black
PhD,
PhD Network.
yeah, Black PhD Network.
So it seems like they are as opponents, but we are the union.
Right.
That might be an opportunity to partner with them as well.
Well, I would say, I mean, in particular, going with the sister organizations, you know, we could partner with people like NASB, the Boss of the Law Association, Student National Medical Association. It might even be that people get, you decide how much, but a discount for coming to the conference if they're a member of
the other organization.
Since we're the interdisciplinary organization, you actually get a discount if you're a member of your disciplinary organization.
I like it.
Yeah, me and Naj was just talking
One
about that.
opportunity, I think, I mean, it might be far-fetched, but I think it's possible, is if we created some type of, I don't know if we should call it an association, but like how you have the university system of whatever state, we could have a system of graduate organizations and maybe get some kind of way that we all collab. I don't know, like we're separate institutions, but we're all on the same system.
So all the BGSAs of the region or Florida?
No, I mean like
organizations.
NPGSA, Black PhD, whatever.
NASB.
Oh, okay.
We have a
Umbrella.
organizational
Umbrella.
system. Sort of.
Didn't one of our presidents try to have a roundtable with all the other presidents?
That was discussed for this year.
You know, to clarify, I mean, so I had a cool thing I want to do with it, but it's it's something like the Alliance for Black Graduate Students. I mean, it exists, but it's like perennially, every couple of years they get together again. So NASB's involved, Student National Medical Association's involved, the BALSA is involved. I don't think that the newer one, the Black PhD Network, I don't think they're involved, they're different, so they probably could be pulled in. But the leaders of all those organizations are members, so they bring the calendars together to say, here's what's happening, when, and there was some other thing that was big regarding that, like, oh yeah, it used to be, we changed the Constitution a couple years ago. There used to be a line in the Constitution that said that the immediate past president's job was to be on that group and be involved in the service like a liaison. We took it out, or it was taken out. You know, people decided to take it out. But we'll reach out to those people or to that organization. It used to be like kind of required. If you look at the Student National Medical Association's website, for example, they mention that they are a member of this group.
The Alliance.
We don't know what this group is.
The Alliance. Scholarships like.
You guys on the scholarship?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, we did. All right, let's make sure we're all on the same page real quick. What are our opportunities for advancement? What good opportunities can you spot? What interesting trends are you aware of? What are some things you notice our other peer or aspirational organizations do well? What are some things that we can do that no one else is? So thinking along those lines as we move forward in the planning process. What are some interesting trends that could be beneficial to us? Are there funding opportunities like governmental changes in legislation that could benefit us? Anything like that. What are some things that we can do that no one else can do? Yes.
I think when it comes to, like, for instance, on college campuses, when it comes to curriculum and workforce development for professionals and graduate students, there is no one. It stops. The buck kind of stops with us in our administration. Like in the past, with our past administration, we had problems with student concerns with the curriculum. Students feeling that the curriculum is not necessarily preparing them to leave college and get a job, but preparing them to continue on in education. And so maybe on a bigger scale, and this goes back to advocacy, finding ways to advocate for graduate students and professional students when it comes to making sure that our affiliate chapters on these college campuses are being afforded a well-deserved education. Find ways to figure that out. I mean, it puts us on a higher level, but it's something we've never done before.
So you're saying like have like a representation to where they're like a liaison between the school and the organization?
Yeah, and
but that would be our job.
I was gonna say that's a regional rep. It sounds like.
Well,
so are you? Okay,
maybe
so I heard you say that. I heard you say that there are people who felt like, when they're with respect to the administration, they feel like the curriculum is not preparing them to get a job as much as it is preparing them to continue education, and the administration is not listening to their concerns.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was
maybe I missed it first. What curriculum are you
talking about? Like in grad, like
in my graduate program.
In your programs and shit,
okay.
When you go to, I guess, a chain of command, sort of, when you think about that, you went to your student leader, your department head, your dean, the dean of the college, through administration, having.
You're talking about
lobbying. Yes, and that's why when you talk about government, that's what made me think about that too, because our opportunities could be on that scale. Something we've never.
Can I try to explain?
Go.
I think what he's saying is, for Black students on campus who have issues, once they've gone to their campus BGSA, they talk to their regional rep and say, hey, we're having this problem at our school. Can you come advocate for us? Like that MBGSA would go to, say, Grambling on behalf of the Black students and say, this organization, this is what we do, and the students here, our members here, feel like they don't have the power of the voice. Where can we meet with you to help our members at Grambling be successful?
I'm hearing. Oh, okay. I'm hearing something a little bit different.
That's on the scale. That's
okay.
What she's saying.
I help me understand that you're saying that whatever graduate program is not adequately preparing you for work within your field, and you're looking for MBGSA to help impact the graduate programs at the school, so that there are initiatives or resources in place that would better prepare you for work after graduation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or go back to what our mission is, what we just established today. That social, that personal, those experiences, enhancing those experiences.
Gotcha. So kind of figuring out what the needs of the Black graduate student are, and then like effectively communicating that to the different institutions, finding a way to make sure they listen as well.
Right.
But specifically, Life Beyond Graduate School, is that your focus, or is
It's
it
a
just
start.
Okay.
It's a start. Yeah. I think it's more than that, but that's a start. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think like you have situations in the past where organizations have kind of put together like a list of demands. I can't think of the exact word, but I mean, I think that I personally think I don't think it's a bad idea. I think that long term that is something that maybe we can include, kind of like that's something to work on ongoing, because there is something like that.
Sort of preparation for our own members.
Right, and it could be something, just a start could be like you said, is just reaching out to these institutions that are affiliate chapters and actually addressing the students and seeing what their needs are, what they're lacking, and see if that's an opportunity for us to do something.
Now, there might be something that we can consider. Dr. Gilbert mentioned the NSF grant. I know there are other grant opportunities that might allow funding for that type of thing, and that I think that might be an excellent opportunity for us to at the beginning just get a pulse of where people feel, how they feel on different campuses all over the states.
I think even as a precursor to this, that's an opportunity for, I guess, to give our members those skills until we establish being able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's something at a regional conference or even at our individual BGSAs, we can send out, like I know with Zeta, sometimes they send out suggested programs. And they send out toolkits so that people can complete those programs. So maybe that's something we can send out to our affiliate chapters and say, this is a suggested program, you can implement this on your campus. And it's kind of a way for them to establish, and that toolkit would include establishing what it is that they want, how to go get what they want. And we would be a resource for them, but we wouldn't necessarily have, because right now we don't have the ability to do that footwork.
Right. Now, these are opportunities, that in addition to that, like if you feel like what you said is an excellent opportunity, like there's an opportunity for that to happen, then that's cool. Right now, all we're doing is taking a list of everything. So I want to make sure I'm clear on what you're saying. Now, with people have been saying and what's listed on here, do you feel like that fits within the framework of what you've been communicating?
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Lobbying on it.
Okay, I'll throw that on there. Yeah. And so after we get done with this, I think it'd be a good idea for us to do the swearing in piece as well. Especially, I think that'll run smoothly as we run into strategic planning as well. So we'll officially be voting on stuff. Lobbying. Okay. Can y'all think of anything else?
Needs assessment.
Yes. Thank you. Coming from that clinical background.
What's that? Discipline.
Excuse me?
Discipline.
I would like the discounts for like people in different organizations, like NSBE and stuff. So needs assessment of the org or everybody?
Student needs.
Student needs. Okay.
Yes. Let me say that, well, actually, you never started. I'm not saying you. I don't mean you. I mean in general. I want to be careful about starting to brainstorming that side by critiquing it. I will add, however, to the lobbying piece that works well with collaboration, so that you don't get into, this goes to Jessica's point, so you don't get into the difficulty, sometimes of mission creep, and sometimes the problem of there are many more problems than there are resources to cover. So being part of a coalition, you know how you're advocating on these issues in conjunction with others. So you may, NSBE is very focused on Black engineers. And Black engineers call you. You say, well, our partner organization here can help on this. We will support them and support you in this, but our partner organization can address that specific concern. So even to have like a lobbying day where you're going to a specific, you could be part of the next lobbying day on Capitol Hill, so I mean, there are opportunities that are out there that you don't have to necessarily create yourself, in doing that. Real particular to the mentoring and to the fundraising, I'll just say, I'm just telling the leadership that I've talked with Dr. Thomas Stewart, and I have a conversation with Dr. Juan Gilbert. I was talking to Dr. Turner Seed. I talked to Tina Ladon about us presenting a proposal to the board about some real infrastructure behind the mentoring program, the online mentoring program. He's got a lot of ideas on that regard. And then I'll say a weakness of mine is the capital campaign, but that's an opportunity that Dr. Turnipseed has put some fire back under me about. In that, presented the board with a proposal about, how do we come up with a fundraising opportunity as we go toward our 30th year. So, anyway, that was just an amen. I know that is.
And just to solidify in terms of thinking, the real opportunity is we're coming up on 30 years, so
Mhm.
we're about 3.5 years away from the Capitol campaign. So that's an opportunity to engage outside people in the organization by saying, hey, let's get behind this organization. There's also an opportunity to engage underrepresented groups. I think India was talking about this. We have, for example, 10 academic divisions. So whether we use that model, that information is on our website, we actually have positions technically in place that are available. Someone who's going to be, the science academic division rep and the educate, there's 10 different divisions. Also, we happen to have state reps. So technically there are 50 different states, and we can have somebody from every single state. So there are ways that we can go out and really encourage people to get involved and be a part of the bigger solution. And you mentioned Dr. Gilbert, but that's clearly an opportunity. The whole University of Florida / Juan Gilbert connection. I mean, that's a very clear opportunity. Another opportunity is revitalizing call and response. Does anybody know what that is? The journal. Right. It's the name of Call and Response, the scholarly journal of the National Black Graduate Student Association. We're an academic organization, not to have a journal.
Anything else? Good old Juan. Good old Juan. Alright. So you got all these, Rick?
Not the ones you just wrote.
Okay.
I got those.
You got this, right? Can you scroll down on that other screen? Oh, well, no, my bad. We good. Threats. All right, so what are threats for the organization for our advancement, or to our advancement? What obstacles do we face? What are we raising? Are we raising or lowering the standards of our organization? Is anything threatening our position currently? Do we have debt or cash flow problems? Do any of our weaknesses seriously threaten our advancement? An example also would be other organizations with a similar vision and mission, funding cuts that prevent members from gaining financial support from their institutions, etc. What are some of our threats? Egos.
Like, what if we just
Egos, destructive, manipulation.
People not seeing the need to join the organization.
So, lack of value. Lack of clarity.
Clarity what? You said lack of clarity?
Yeah. Yes.
On clarity.
In terms of,
You said, that was off of hers, with the value and clarity.
yeah, clarity can be used in a lot of different senses. Lack of, first off, people may not understand the value of the organization, the fact that we are interdisciplinary, and the fact that that is such a huge, possibility. It has a lot of potential. Like all of us in this room come from different backgrounds, and we're creating something amazing together. So people often downplay the importance of that. And then the clarity piece is lack of understanding of what we do. Like that kind of ties into value. Lack of understanding from, our members of our purpose, of our vision, So, and then when we don't have that clarity, we're operating in a bunch of different directions, and it's not really focused. So. I think funding, timing, timeliness, in terms of our planning. I think you were saying that you all weren't able to get everything covered because of our timeliness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So maybe.
What? I don't know if I'm speaking for myself, but maybe a threat to leadership is the cost of being a leader on the leadership team, the financial responsibility that you're asked to take on.
Financial market.
Mm-hmm. Kind of stemming off of that, I guess we have to keep in mind that we're not asking too much of us. I mean, our first priority to be a graduate student, we need to graduate from our program, and all the ideas that we have, I think, going to look great. I just want to make sure that it doesn't get in the way of someone being able to graduate, and also just not asking too much of someone in your role to do so much to take this organization to a level where we just don't have the manpower to do as much as we want. And that's great that you're doing strategic planning and long-term planning. It's something, I don't know if that's a threat or not.
I think that, so burnout. Okay, so part of that clarity piece too is, and that's why I use that term, because it's so broad. On some level, who in here has ever had too much on their plate? What happens when you eat too much? You get sick. You get full, you don't want to do nothing. You want to go to sleep. You get itis, all that.
I think you said it yesterday. You just drop from.
That too. You don't want no more food when you pay enough. So I think part of that clarity piece is understanding how much you can take on a personal level. So like clarifying your schedule, understanding the things that you already have to do, like being aware of what that means. Because a lot of times when we're in the heat of the moment, we think we're Superman and women. We can take it on, we'll find a way. And a lot of times we do. A lot of times it becomes too much, especially if the value in the organization is not there. I think that's what happened last year. Because like you all saw earlier, our attrition rate was 40%. So balance, maybe.
Yeah, I just feel like, so for example, the website, that is going to be such an undertaking. I feel like with membership, I think it's Brooke who's in charge of that. That is going to be such an undertaking, but, not trying to downplay, I'll pick on parliamentarians. But, that the number of responsibilities with that is not, in my opinion, the same as a website. You know what I mean? And I know Phil can always ask us to help, obviously, not all of us are computer savvy. And it's just being able to ask for that help, if that help's available. But I'm just saying, not putting too much on someone's plate. Yeah, not asking. I see it. Yeah.
Or unrealistic expectations.
Yes.
Ooh.
April, there we go.
Sorry. So can that like handle everything? That encompasses everything. Okay. All right, well, we're almost done with this. We can move on. And then, this will be the final lap, y'all. Now, you got this left side too?
No. Mr. Phillip?
Yeah.
Y'all know, that's unrealistic. Y'all know.
Do we know if numbers are actually going up or down in terms of graduate education? Question of, you know, higher education getting higher each day.
Boy, 8 years.
Is it a threat that the overall population of folks are decreasing?
Well, I guess.
No. I'm talking about world. I'm talking about global population of black graduates.
So you mean like looking at 1999 versus 2009?
Yeah.
Or black people got advanced degrees?
Yes. I mean, I think the numbers may be.
Yeah, we had that.
Those numbers might be incomplete. Like, they are incomplete. You already, they're from 2009, 2010, and then they were graduates.
We know it.
Right.
And the top of the
I believe in 3 points per train. So I would like to know, because you don't look at 2 points and say they're going up. You want to really, I mean, those numbers are out there, so it would be useful just for us, you know, going back to the point about advocacy, for us to actually know what the pool looks like.
So what you're saying is that there may be a higher volume of students graduating, there may not be a higher volume of students coming through
programs, but like, for instance, you hear what's going on in terms of various levels of for-profit universities, you know, where folk are taking, well, actually, the debt burden for folk increasing. And the ways in which that debt burden for graduate students and black students becoming higher and higher.
Yeah.
In ways in which that will directly impact their ability to attain these degrees. And that will impact us eventually.
That's a crop. Undergrad all the way to grad.
Right. Yeah. Fewer field fellowships, fewer scholarships.
All right, and then yesterday we talked about recruitment, retention, progression, and graduation. So I think those are all huge threats as well. The pipeline as well. What is that? So this is something I was thinking about, right? So how do you all know that? How do people project how many prisons are necessary to be built in different areas of the country? What's one trend that people use?
Elementary.
Third grade.
I heard that was a
Third grade reading scores. That's one what they did. Now they've taken it a step further. Now they're using kindergarten ability scores in order to project how many prisons may be necessary.
I've heard that wasn't necessary. I don't know.
It's fourth grade. Okay, so we know it's elementary, but there are in some other areas of the country right now, and I'm not saying that this is the only way it's done, or that this. I'm saying that there's yes.
No, I'm just trying. This is new to me, so I'm always watching their stuff.
Yeah.
Kindergarten scores or third grade scores are used to predict how many kids.
I'm saying that it traditionally it's been fourth grade. That in different areas of the country that's one trend that they look at to consider how many prisons are necessary to be built. I'm saying that now there are areas of the country where they're using things from the kindergarten grade level to do that same projection.
Why is it not like crime, like the number of
They're using those numbers.
For people who commit crime, people with limited education, low income, poor schools, so that's a bigger predictor than just crime doesn't predict crime.
Right.
But, well,
it kind of, to me, okay.
But now I'm saying that that's
So,
Okay, sorry, I'm getting away from the point.
right. So the point, the reason I made that comment was because you know, that's something that we should consider in terms of what are we looking at, right? What are so if they're taking that many steps ahead in the game, like if they're thinking that many moves ahead, then where are we in terms of our thinking? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So forgot what I guess more research.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's a threat. But anyway, I think that so I forget what I said. Sorry, guys. All right, so that school costs. What else did we say?
Pipeline.
Pipeline. That's what. Okay.
And I thought it was. I mean, there's a real moment of MDGSA. Well, we've had many of them. A real moment of MDGSA innovation. We didn't have when our Scholars Day didn't include undergraduate. It included high school. And to me, to sort of really kind of think about that level of the pipeline, that's really where you have to start, right?
So why not bring elementary? Why not bring
I
elementary?
think that's where the program and stuff will come in. You get into planning, you might find that something we can make like a state program because it fits right into the vision.
And that counteracts the third grade.
Right.
We're gonna get to them to make a positive impact.
I'm sure that we have some individuals who specialize in K-12 curriculum or that can design something that is standard for every type of thing. Or we can work with individuals and institutions as we go to different areas of the country and say, look, this is what we want. And that can be another year-long collaborative opportunity or initiative or something like that. But anyway, yeah, so. All right, anything else? Oh, can you grab this letter somewhere? I think there's more of an opportunity.
What?
Scholars Day, research, reach, or research. Okay, how we feel? We feel good about this? Okay, cool. All right, so before we do the swearing in, have a little exercise for y'all. All right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
I like All right, the first thing that I need for everyone to do, is raise their hand.
Wow.
Because I asked you to.
Question everything.
Because I need for you all to raise your hand because I would like for you to trust the process and believe in the exercise. Okay?
I guess so.
Raise your hand. If you don't,
y'all tired already.
Yes, whatever.
Did y'all notice the air came on?
It did. All right, now raise your hand as high as you can.
That's because we raising our hands in worship.
Y'all
missed
I need for everybody to raise their hand as high as you can. Is that as high as you can raise your hand?
That's why I'm saying.
Is that as high as you can raise your hand?
Yes.
No. Does everyone agree that that's as high as you can raise your hand?
No.
Can you raise your hand as high as you can raise it, please? I need for everyone to raise their hand as high as they can raise it.
I mean, that extends on your hand.
Has everyone raised their hand as high as they can get it? Yeah. Everyone agrees that they can raise their hand. They can't raise their hand any higher. Does everyone agree that?
Yeah.
Yep.
So everybody right now has their hand as high as they can raise it?
Yes.
Okay. I see people raising their hand even higher. That's crazy. Because just a second ago, y'all had as high as y'all can get it. All right. Everybody has
Because you gotta ask, what's the height? Is it from here to here, or is it up there?
So I'm asking this again. Right now, is your hand raised as high as you can get it?
Yes.
Yes. I need to hear everybody say yes. I can't raise my hand any higher.
Yes,
I can't raise my hand
any higher.
Let me go to the second floor. All right, cool. That's cool. Y'all can put your hands down. All right. So, how many people were able to raise their hand higher after the first time I said raise your hand as high as you can?
No.
Yes.
Hmm? Who? If you were able, if you raise your hand as high as you could the first time I asked, say I. If you raised your hand as high as you could the first time that I asked, say I. Anybody want to say something about that? Any thoughts?
Push yourself, mental, mind over matter.
Never know your full potential.
Oh, absolutely. And the other piece of that is commitment, right? How committed are you? Some people were committed to get up. Somebody made a comment. I'm not gonna. That means I have to get on the chair, and then nobody got on the chair. That means I have to get on the table, and nobody got on the table.
I was thinking about to. I ain't understood.
We have to think about insurance purposes.
So what I'm saying is, over the course of the year, are you going to do whatever it takes to make sure that you get results? The results were what? Raise your hand as high as you can. That was the result, right? Who in here was willing to do that? Do what it takes to do what was truly the result. Yes, sir. Are you got a comment? No. All right, other piece of that too is, in order to get to that point, the whole thing that we've been talking about all weekend, critique, right? Accepting everything as feedback, and being able to consider it as a possibility without accepting or rejecting it, right? Some people was like, I'm not about to give up, right? Some people might see that as a commitment issue. Other people might see that as there's something really preventing from that person from getting up. So if somebody over the course of years is unable to do their job for some reason, shape, or form, first reaction might be to cuss them out. Or yes.
If you stop walking in circles.
My bad. If all of y'all? All right. All right. So over the course of the year too, we have to be able to critically examine ourselves as well as the people on our team. That's why it's so important that we build that bond and that trust. Because especially if we have that trust, the first question might be, well, what's keeping that person from doing their job? Versus that person ain't you know what I'm saying? So that's part of it as well. And the last piece is, man, it's so important. The commitment level is so important. And so as long as we have those expectations, those fairly set, agreed upon expectations, then I think that will help with a lot of that stuff. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to the individual. Some people are just not going to get on that table. Point blank, period. And you have to decide, regardless of what anyone else is doing, are you going to raise your hand as high as you can get it? Are you going to do whatever it takes to make that happen? And some people, given different environments, some people would have been on that table already if they were in a different environment. So are you going to allow your external influences to determine how successful you are in life and in this organization? Does that make any thoughts, any comments, concerns before we move forward? Cool.
Can we check in with each person? Okay, how about stop? I feel like I need a break. I feel like I'm checking out. If nobody else feels that way, I'll push through. I push through it. Yeah. I mean, if that's where everybody's standing, I will join in the push. But if the 15-minute break will help people or not help people, but I just wanted to address that.
I understand where you come from. I also feel like I was checking out and the exercise, I think it was a really good exercise, but I'm looking at the clock as well. And so 15-minute break, I don't know if that's feasible, considering we still have a lot to do. We have yet to talk about conference, constitution, roles and responsibilities. So I think that we could be more engaged if we just keep it moving, but we're actually moving. I think the issue right now is we're trying to sit still listening, and we're not actually in our groups working.
That's a good point as well.
So we good? Are we good to move forward, everyone?
Yes.
You're also saying, what was y'all?
Yes.
There's an opportunity after dinner to talk.
Yeah, all right. That Ma'am said, what's the village talk about?
Because I mean, the agenda you just laid out doesn't sound like it's important.
Yeah. We got a lot to do, man. And this is something that is gonna get done, right? We're going to make sure it happens and gets done. Yes.
I'm sorry, y'all. I know y'all tired of hearing me talk. Another thing we need to do I guess in this planning, all the other things we're doing, we had a lot of people who were nominated for multiple committees, and like you can't be on the judicial and something else committee. Like it's something you're not supposed to be able to do, like the judicial and the elections. Like you can't be on both. So
there's nobody on double committee. Huh? There's no one on double committees.
Not anymore?
Yeah, I made them choose.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, so we can determine.
So an event, so it sounds like right now we need to continue. An event that we're unable to get everything done, which it looks like here, we won't get everything done. Now, what is our contingency? That could be, we're going to get together tonight in the hotel to make sure that it happens. We're going to hold each other accountable to make sure that meeting happens, even if no one else is there, I'm gonna be there. That's the type of attitude that we need to have. If not me, then who? All right. That could be we're going to decide to work collectively in groups outside of the quarterly. Present the webinar. We got the hangouts. We can be plugged in. We can be engaged. It all boils down to what we want to do and are we going to make it? Are we going to do what we say? Or we can say these are the things that we need to get done. We can focus on getting those things done today, and then decide how we're going to attack everything else. But at the end of the day, we're going to have contingency.
So right now, game plan roles, budget, problem solving.
No, problem we already did.
So let's see what we checked off. Let's see what we checked off.
So I have, yeah. Game plan roles.
Within strategic planning, there's another sub-list.
So the budget, the conference,
Quarterlies,
the quarterlies, the quarterly budgets. So we have the main things that we said we had to do with this one were roles and responsibilities and strategic plan, which included budgets for the quarterlies, the conference, and then dates. So the main budget that we definitely need is for the quarterly. I would say. We need the dates for the quarterly, and we also need the budget. Yes.
I'm just talking quarterly meetings. How effective has 4 quarterly meetings been in the past? Because this is just something I was unaware of. Was that officers were expected. I feel that it's a lot asking for graduate students to commit to traveling 6 times a year. 4 for quarterly meetings, and then your regional conference if there is one, and then 1 for the national conference.
Well,
and
national
then,
conference is one of them.
right? That's one of the quarterly meetings. Okay, so 5, 3 to 5 times. And I'm not speaking just for Auburn. We like that's not counted. Transition meetings aren't counted as far as travel awards. So, 1, has it been found in the past that 4 being together in one place 3 times a year is more effective than other methods of communication? If so, fine, so be it. But I just had a question.
Open to the audience.
I think that it's important for conference planning committee and the conference. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to be, for example, none of us live in Gainesville, so we're having a conference there and we're hosting a conference and people come ask us questions, we don't know anything, we have anything right.
So for conference planning, it's
what's all the
I think yes, it is. I think that was one of the. I personally believe that was one of the reasons that there was the high attrition this year, because we didn't have for a period of I think it was almost close to 7 months. We didn't have any physical face-to-face time or whatever, and I think that contributed to people lowering MBGSC on your list of priorities and so on and so forth. The coming together is not just to do whatever work we can do here, but it's also to like refocus, re-energize. Normally you leave here, motivated. Everybody, when you leave the conference or whatever, you're all inspired and everybody's ready to go save the world. For MBGSA, the same thing happens after the 40 meetings, in my experience.
What position are you going to be in?
Regional rep.
Okay. So, yeah, well, the good thing is everybody doesn't come. So if you have 4, it's like, well, some people do that. I mean, you're supposed to be there. I think it's different once you definitely know what you're supposed to be doing. Like, think of this meeting, like you're like, okay, like, well, I'm not really working. We did do some things. I think for the next meetings, let's kind of like, I know what it is I'm supposed to be doing. The idea is that you get a lot done. So I think it's very wonderful.
Yeah. So why don't we get sworn in? I'm gonna do that, and then we can after we get sworn in, we can do roles and responsibilities, so that everyone walks away with some type of idea of what it is that they're supposed to be doing, and keeping with the principal leadership concept. I think that those will be things that will evolve over the course of the year. And then after that, we can decide. We at the very least need to know what the dates of the quarter will be for planning purposes. So we can work on that. And then it's going to be up to the leadership from individuals who are chairing various committees to make sure that things get done. Everyone's going to have to know their role and play their role in the meantime. And we're going to have to make sure that we hold everyone accountable. Now, we also have tonight. So before we turn up, we could actually turn up on MBGSA first. Or we could turn up twice at the same time.
Might lift the spirits.
Yeah, it will. I'm not gonna lie, like from personal experience, nights, like when we have meetings, when I've had meetings at when they're scheduled a meeting, like a lunch meeting or something, it kind of brings down the stiffness of the whole everybody, and it's more relaxed, and No, I'm just saying, like,
yes, over food and
something like that in a different setting,
in good spirits.
And then the break, I think the break would be good too, because you get to where we're going, that 3-minute drive or however long it is, that would be enough, because I know I said it's not
most business is done over.
Everybody knows that I
dinner.
Yeah, we know it is.
Thank you.
One question, I guess for John or whoever. I know they were going to send a letter out, about for all the new leaders. Did everyone get the letter?
No.
Okay, because see, here's the thing. We talk about things that are important. I could make a whole big deal, but I tried to make a big deal about this when we were at the national conference. It's been done differently different years. The best years are when people get elected, and then in their hand they get the letter that says, I am the XYZ of the National Black Graduate Student Association, and I understand I need to be at all these different meetings. And what I would encourage everyone to do, because it brings up a good point, if you have to rely on funds that are usually for travel, for presentation, or whatever, this really doesn't cut it. But again, when I started off as Western Regional Rep, like really walk into everything that you are. I was the Western Regional Rep for the National Black Graduate Student Association. I have to be there, so it's critically important that people fund me. So I wasn't able to get money from the Graduate Student Association, and it was the beginning, but I went from office to office. VPs, deans, faculty members. It's like, no, I need money for everyone because I have to represent our school. So walk boldly to people on your campus and go from person to person. If you need to gather letters that other people have used, you should be fully funded. And the first time I went, I was funded through like 4 different sources, including a faculty member who just gave like $500 because I was like, I have to go there. And there's a whole different attitude. Which is kind of simple. This fall, you can take the class, you can ask your instructors, like, oh, well, I'm involved in this organization. Am I going to be able to? And they're going to be like, no, class comes first, obviously. Or you can say, on day one, I'm the Western Regional Rep for the National Black Graduate Student Association. I want to let you know that I'm not going to be able to be here for this day. And this day, how can I get my work in early? What can I do? So don't ask people if it's okay. Don't wait. Literally, like, let people know that what you're doing is critically important. Plan around it. Do everything that you can on the front end, but definitely work with each other and with us to try to get funding to wherever we can, because that's important. It's a lot to ask. Right. But we have to get those letters out.
Yeah. Do you still have those letters? I'm sorry. Do you still have those letters you gave out to your sponsors?
One person give them out, but we have to have a template, right?
Yeah. I think Dr. Tatum was supposed to be.
Like today, like I'm that kind of person. Like, well, I'm saying you should find out today because it doesn't take a long time to do. It just takes. It should be done.
Yeah, Dr. Tatum was supposed to.
I think that was coming.
Wait, are you talking about the fundraising letter or the?
Well, it's a letter saying that
you've been elected to, like it's like a press release. I know the one that I got a couple of years was the press release.
Like you've been.
Right. Such have been elected here to the position and tell us about the organization.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they have some of those on Skype too. connected to one another, all this other stuff over the course of this weekend. So now that we know what it is that we need to do, now that we know how to do it, we need to figure out what to do. So what I want to do is 3 things. First, to have an overall review of the positions and organizational structure. Then I wanted to do that brain right activity that we talked about a little bit earlier, and then to end or conclude with some one-on-one goal setting, tasks, lists, and so on and so forth, so that we can physically write down what our next steps are when we leave this weekend. So the first things first, if we could go to, well, I just sent out an email to everyone with SkyDrive, OneDrive, which is now OneDrive, thank you, which is our online document storage. So on there has the access information, has the website, the access information, our username, as well as password. There is a wealth of information that is stored here. I strongly, Michaela alludes to this as well in her presentation, for you not to reinvent the wheel. We've heard that like half a dozen times or whatever over the course of this weekend. So there's stuff, as you can see, dating back to 2009, 2010, 11, 12, so on and so forth. 13, there's a few 13, 14, there's a few documents in there. We didn't do such a good job with that last year, but the years before, they did much better job of keeping records of the things that they were doing. So there are, I normally just go in and search for whatever it is that I'm looking for. Like if you click on, like for instance, if I was looking for Constitution, can you search the Constitution? So if you just search Constitution or something, you'll pull up documents that are related to the Constitution. I think it's especially helpful. These are all different things that have been done in regards to the Constitution. So you can kind of look through and see what's been done so that you can modify. A lot of the stuff you started talking about letters for funding and whatever. A lot of those information is here. People who are planning their regional conferences, treasurers, budgets, secretary minutes of meetings. I know that when I was secretary, I have all my minutes and all that stuff's already here. Templates, letterhead, all of that stuff is here already. So it's already done. You're not coming into something with nothing. So I strongly recommend that you go here as your first resource and then build from that. So we have letters, we have all sorts of flyers from previous events that have been done, all sorts of things dating way back. Proposing amendments to the Constitution, all parliamentary procedures, all that stuff is here. So please use it, and I emailed you guys that access information. So that's that. You had a question, Jessica? I'm gonna write it. I'll just write it up here. Okay. OneDrive. What? Live. Username is @live.com, and then the password is all right, so that's the first thing. Any questions about that stuff? So I wanted to give you that access because when we break up in a few minutes and we start working on our individual task list, if you have no idea where to start, this would be an excellent place to start. So I would even go through, I know in 2012, 2013, in that folder, it's separated. Each one of the positions, there are folders for each one of us, and we're putting our documents in there. So you can look under secretary or whatever your position is and find things there. All right, so the second thing is that the folders that you were given for this meeting, so you can open those folders. There's a copy of the most recent version of the Constitution in there so that we can briefly go over the organizational structure. Chief Admin Protocol. Oh, sorry. It's manual.
I don't know what it is. We have some extras. I don't know what it is.
There's a bunch.
About the protocol and the procedures.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me look up manual. It is. I put it on there. Manual. Yeah. Pull up the PDF version. So you can scroll to page. Okay, so here's a document that was created, I believe, during the 2012-13 administration, which is a manual of standard procedure and operations. And basically what was done was that at the end of the year or throughout the year, each one of us within our respective positions, we pretty much detailed exactly what we did throughout the entire year. So, and it's an overview of our position and our regular activities is much, much, much more detailed than the Constitution. And we even went month by month and said what we did during each month. So that's what this document is. So if you want to, I would write it down: manual of standard operations, standard procedure and operations. It's a long document, it's like 60-something pages. I printed one, and I made, so I'm going to give each one of you your section of it that pertains to your position. The rest of the stuff you can look at on your own if you like. But I'm just giving you that. So here it talks about this is the contents, but tells you everything that's in there. The only thing I want to focus on right now is the organizational structure on page 8. All right, so here's the overall organizational structure of NBGSA, and it kind of breaks down who falls under where. So we have our executive council that from president up to historian. Within the Constitution, I think it's on page 3 or 4. Yeah, it starts on page 3. Yeah. Actually, it starts on page 4. It talks about the specific offices. So I'm not going to go through each one of them, but the reason I want to just to talk about the focus is because after this I want to do the little brain bright activity so that you can give ideas to each person's position, and then we can go through and brainstorm after that. So president is basically the in section 5, the chief administrative officer of the association. So they pretty much oversee all of the association's internal affairs, so on and so forth. Conference affairs, over the conference, we got that. Membership affairs, over the membership. There's only a few things I want to highlight. Information services. This person is not only in charge of the website, but they're also responsible for the association management piece. So that falls under that office. Treasurer is the chief financial officer of the organization, and they also sit on as a non-voting member of the finance committee. Secretary is a chief records officer of the organization. Parliamentarian is the advisor to the Judicial Commission, and then we know all of Robert Rules of Order and all that other stuff associated with that. Historian, I did want to point out for historian that in addition to taking the pictures and all that stuff, they create and administer the membership surveys and keep that sort of historical records as well. So I think that will require you to work in collaboration with the VP Information Services also. Immediate past president provides advice, and then we have the regional representatives in section 16 that are responsible for their particular regions. Like we said a little bit earlier during the course of the weekend, they're not required to do regional conferences. However, it has tradition by the Constitution. However, it's traditionally the expectation. Did you make a face?
Oh, I didn't. I just thought it was. I mean, I don't think the Constitution says you have to have an annual conference. Does it?
We have to have an annual business meeting.
Right. So,
but we don't have to have a national conference, right?
But I think that's a different message, because here's the thing. In recent years, we've just missed way more regional conferences than makes sense. Like, you're supposed to have a regional conference. That's why you're here in large part, like you are. And it's difficult, but reach out for help. Many of us have done it. Many of us will assist you. You can definitely do it.
Right. And it doesn't, you can do something rather than not doing anything. So it doesn't have to be on a huge, large scale or whatever, but something, I guess, the expectation is that something is done within your region to bring your region together during the fall.
And did you miss the VP for admin?
Did I? Oh yeah, I did. I sure did. Okay, so the VP for admin in section 5 on page 4, the chief administrative officer of the association. So they're responsible for basically from my understanding, the management of the organization. Specifically, some of the roles and responsibilities are related to like the quarterly meetings, organizing and coordinating those things. The call for proposals, those have been traditionally things that fall under the Vice President for Administrative Affairs. Yes, so those are, and then let's go to the committees, because we have a few committee members here. On page 8 of the Constitution. We begin on page 8. Let's see, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong section. Where is it? Naja, you got where's the description of the committee? 12, thank you. So the advisory committee are our advisors. And then there, you guys can read it on your own. The details regarding the advisory committee. Nominations and elections committees are responsible for nominating the system as well as implementing the nominations to office, the regular elections, making sure that rules are enforced and followed. The finance committee oversees the financial status of the organization. And then they also work in conjunction with the president as well as the treasurer. The communications committee is the one that we don't elect to, but it is formed from the VP information and the secretary. Both of those are required members of that committee, and it is there to coordinate all formal means of communication from the organization to the general public, and also I believe within the organization, yeah, to its members and the general public. So how exactly you guys Philip and Stephanie, structure that? I don't know of any formal structure as to how the communications committee has.
It's the VP of admin.
The VP admin?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm about to say. Let me see. Why was I on it last year?
On which committee? I'm sorry.
On this committee.
You made
it seem like that was my job. Hold on a second. You know, I sure did.
Said, don't ask.
Like, hold on. He just told me. Somebody look that up again. Yeah, I sure should have. So Kendrell and Stephanie, sorry. So how you guys? I think that's something that we're gonna have to address very soon. Especially as we start preparing for our national conference and whatnot, how we get information out, how do we streamline information, what is the timeline and the turnaround for getting information to the communications committee so that it can be sent out to the membership or the general public. All of that stuff needs to be ironed out, because I don't know of any system of that thus far. So that is I think that's a big thing to touch on. Is that it? And then judicial. We talked about judicial all day, earlier today. All right, so those are the main. So those are all the offices of the organization. What I would like for us to do at this point is I made sheets with each position at the top. So I'm going to distribute one to everyone. If you could just take one and pass one down, so that you have one. It doesn't necessarily have to be yours. It just needs to be one of them. So what's going to happen is we'll just rotate. You'll have one in front of you for about a minute. You'll write down any ideas, suggestions that you may have for that position. Things that you think that.
It's not supposed to cover it.
So you want to pass it down. Things that you think that might be essential, any ideas, any suggestions. Even if you served in that position in the past, or even within another organization or whatever, something that nugget that you think that they should have, this is the place for you to write that down. So we'll give you about 2. Can you pass on to the advisors too?
Sorry, I knew.
So if we can give about, can we do like a minute? Okay. So we can do like, because there's a lot of sheets. If we can do like a minute each, that I'll take that one. And then we'll just keep rotating, and then at the end, we'll give these sheets to whomever is in that position, and then you guys will work on your task lists and things for the upcoming quarter, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So, a minute on the clock. Go.
We got a minute on the clock.
I'll keep it. I'll keep it.
Mark.
She said she could.
Right now, ideas, suggestions, comments, questions that you have related to whatever's on it.
Well, I mean, you didn't hear me just say.
I'm gonna come perform.
Check that. Get back on the chase. It's been a long day, you know.
You gotta
keep it up. You try to tell me.
You gotta send me some stuff.
Good, you're on 4 o'clock. People check out.
I gotta have. I need a YouTube link, website, and a CD.
Remember that next time. See you later. Thank you for coming. Safe travel.
Go. Bye.
Try to slide out.
Safe travel.
And at the end, it should get shorter because the list should be long already. You should be adding to it. So I'll give you like 30 more seconds on this one before you pass it.
Are we passing it to the left or right?
I said clock
On the left hand side.
No, to your
They're right.
So to your left. There you go.
So,
Oh no, I'm saying.
Oh.
Or you gonna pass it to me?
Okay. Seconds. Switch.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
4, 5 seconds. Seconds.
Shut up.
Yeah, some stuff is already there. So you know, you don't
Just write it over.
gotta read it first.
Yeah,
Don't read it, just write it. Not for real.
Two seconds.
I think
What?
5 seconds.
I thought he said it.
Question.
Which one I started? Membership. You started membership?
No, you started with me. You said I was done, you just did it.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Oh, sorry, I'm ready to.
Probably good, but probably good price.
Good and expensive.
Good and expensive. What comes from it?
15 seconds.
No, that's not enough. Everybody gonna do it.
What?
Rotate.
Now the president is almost as long as
Okay. Focus.
Five seconds.
All right, this is last one.
All right, rotate.
Or this one?
I didn't write everything down.
Lord have mercy.
Lucky I didn't have, I only had a minute. I'm not seeing rules at the right.
That's good.
Let me go ahead and write see on you.
Sorry, that
All right, now.
All right, so you're gonna pass them all this way, please. Oh, we didn't. We sure didn't. I'll do that while we're meeting. I'll just pass them around. Got the chance? It's all right. Okay, then. So the last thing that I wanted to do was, we talked specifically, especially since you spent such a great deal of time on the vision and the mission, and needing those in order to guide our work. So at this point, I want to make sure that we are actually doing that during the course of our goal setting at this time. So I printed out this sheet prior to us doing this activity, but the mission is pretty much the same as what's here, with the exception of the improve the status. So I'll pass it out to you anyway if you want to just take that portion and add the academic, professional, or whatever things on the other side. So if you want to modify it slightly so that you have it, and then the objectives that are listed there are the ones that are on the website. I know we didn't go deep into objectives this time, but it's there to guide you through your work. And then I want to give you just some, I'm a paper pen stop person. So I'm going to give you some goal and activity sheets to guide your work. Oh, first I wanted to give you the things that are for your position. This is historian. I think you pass that down. Parliamentarian. That is the treasurer. Secretary is not here. The regional rep is one thing for you guys. So VP conference, VP information. On here, admin affairs. You can pass that down.
No, we'll
President.
watch this.
We have our committees here. Finance. Okay, let me just ask you what do you? Regional rep. Your regional rep too. Is that it?
I was about to say Rashawn is nominations.
His nomination was right. Okay. So if you guys who are regional reps, I'll show you that. Well, you guys have computers?
Yeah, my
Okay. We can pull it up here to pull up you guys' thing, because there wasn't a specific one for regional reps in there already. But I have some stuff. Sit in. Oh yeah. Oh, you sent it to them already?
No.
Okay.
I will.
Okay. So John is gonna go ahead and send you guys a regional rep one right now. So if we can share computers, you guys using my computer as well as the one that's over here, so that you can begin your work. So I want you to think specifically about how your position aligns to the goal, to the vision, the mission, and the goals of the objectives of the organization. So you should be able to, for every activity that you plan to do over the next 3 months, you should be able to say that this aligns with this particular goal of the organization. This aligns with this particular objective. This is how I'm carrying out the mission because I'm doing X, Y, Z. So my goal as a regional rep is to recruit, 3 new affiliate chapters for my region. Then that directly aligns to right, increasing the number of whatever. So you should be able to determine what goal, objective, or aspect of the mission that it directly aligns to. So let that be your focus as you're working. to have a few goals and activity sheets. I think that you need to develop something, and perhaps you can add, put a timeline on this, to develop goals for the overarching goals for the entire year of things that you want to accomplish. You should be realistic. Think about SMART: goal specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. So you want to make sure that you're setting SMART goals for yourself. You also want to make sure that you're fulfilling each one of those aspects of SMART goals, and that there are specific activities with deadlines that are tied to those goals. So if you're saying that I want to 3 new affiliate chapters, so what are you going to do to do that? So that should be outlined in the activities that are related to that goal. So that means I'm going to email all of the presidents or I have to develop a database of all of the leaders of the BGSAs in my region. And then I'm going to email them and blah, 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 reach out to them. And it should have very specific things that you are planning to do in order to accomplish that goal. Because then you can give yourself deadlines, and then we can share them so that we can hold one another accountable, since that was a major piece that we said that we were missing. All right, so I'm going to pass around these goal sheets for you. I would recommend that you take like 1 or 2 if you decide to do so. If you wanted to do it on your computer or whatever, then you can, by all means, go ahead and do that. But I hope that at the end of maybe this time, we can decide how much time we want to devote to this before we leave here today, that we will be able to share out some of those things so that, we can know how to assist one another. And if you guys can email, and if we can submit those to the secretary so they can become a part of our historical record as the things that we've accomplished over the course of this meeting, I think that would be good also. So in the meantime, while you guys are working on that, in addition, while you're working on that, I would strongly encourage you, if someone is here who has served in your position in the past, I would recommend that you meet with that person so we can kind of incorporate the whole one-on-one thing as well in your goal setting, so we can do that at the same time. For those who the people are here, and for those people who are not, for the regional reps, I really, really want for you guys to meet with Dr. Turnipseed as well, because he was a regional rep president. He did everything. And he has a wealth of information. So if you guys, when you get that information, if you guys can kind of meet, brainstorm, so he can kind of direct your steps. Because the goal of this whole session is that when you leave here, Monday when you get back to your campus or your hometown or whatever, you hit the ground running with whatever activities that you need to be doing. Also, if you're not doing something for MBGSA on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, then you're not doing your job. So there's always something that you should be working on specific to your position and to the organization on a regular basis. So I would strongly recommend you setting aside a specific amount of time or a day, or where I just do MBG, Friday mornings or whatever when I go into my office. Don't do it at home in bed. It's not gonna happen. But like when I go into work, I just do MBGSA stuff. This is my 2 hours or whatever that I devote to that on a regular basis, and then I add on to it when tasks come up or whatever, when deadlines approach. All right, so I'm gonna pass these out. So feel free to go ahead and move around, brainstorm if you need to do whatever. And if we can set a meeting, reconvening time, can we do that, John?
We certainly can.
What time is it now?
4:55.
4:55.
Mm-hmm.
So 5:15. Is 20 minutes enough time?
I think so. For now.
We gotta be out of here.
What time do we have to be out?
I thought we had to be out here.
I was asking.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
yeah, we good.
Yeah, just
Is that fine?
if somebody, we talk to somebody.
Well, how about we check in at 5:15,
That sounds good.
and then we'll see what we do from there.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. And in the meantime, I'll pass around these sheets for you.
Oh, you want all of it?
Yes. And
we just went here to give you guys a little bit more information than you might have. I think there's some other
Oh, I wrote that.
Oh, you so.
John, so what committee I'm supposed to be on? Or am I?
The Constitution piece, and then you said, because we talked about it, you said that was something that you were interested in doing, and then nomination and elections. I don't really know. I don't know if there are any limits with that. I don't know if there are any like conflicts.
Rashawn, what committee are you
I think
in?
since you were already on nomination and elections, why not?
Well, yeah. I could be like an unofficial member. I think they said they wanted to use the same system anyway, which means it would go through me anyway.
I think that would give an opportunity to create like some duplication down there. Like somebody else you would teach somebody else the system, right? Yeah. So more than one person would know what to do.
I'm gonna make that advisor sheet now.
Does everybody have their people already?
What committee you on? The Constitution.
Long, not too long. How do you get enough? Move business along, but not enough to obstruct.
So I gotta move.
Right.
I'm not saying we gonna make you get out
Yeah, good enough knowledge to mess
Like, dang.
I'm sorry. We know what we want to do. How do we do it? Right.
Oh, he's over there.
How do we make it happen? Right.
Not sure if I want to,
Oh.
Nah, you want to work on the side?
No, I'm already on another committee.
Imagine what committee are you on now?
I'm gonna be on the Constitution.
The Constitution Review Committee.
Yeah, that committee, and then also I'm transitioning. I'm giving advice on
Nominations.
nominations.
That's what I thought you knew.
Here's the regional rep one. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I know, I'm like.
Did you send them the document yet? You sent it to Tennessee? That's what they're working on.
I didn't have Kenneth here, but yeah. Who's the other person? Will?
Send it to advisors.
Okay.
Protocol for advertising. There really is.
Where are we now?
Yeah.
Well, when everything happens at the conference.
So if ever in DC, try and see if you want
For
to visit the archive.
Because it's not based on it's not really on our, or it won't really be on your end to be responsible for making sure.
They will go forward, it will go.
Current. We don't run into the Another thing is, I think we should go in position, not a week before conference, but that's something. I say even in the fall. March, April. Oh.
From that, I think Nicole. Yeah.
You're not gonna look at that. What never.
Well, I know I did one. I did that one.
Oh, we didn't even go over it. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, I wanted to go over that at some point too, like maybe at the next quarterly.
Except for what's the
Yeah, and then that would be good to put.
That's not even
Hey, what's my? I need
Like a, or you mean like the organization of that? I don't know if that it was something needs to fall somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, but right now, everything's just thrown in there. It's like our organization, I don't know if
kind of like
yeah,
problems.
that's what I know. Right. So I think I put it on my way.
You know what? Can I follow this? I just muted. Okay.
but so that she can have the hard copies to work from for the minutes. What else did I want to do? I believe that was it. Oh, I wanted to go and if we could do a brief share out of some of the things that you intend on working on for the next couple of months, or some of the goals that basically the work that you've done. Please don't share everything. We don't want to hear it all because you're gonna give it to us all in I didn't mean to say it like that, but we're gonna read it all in a report anyway that you're going to prepare for us for our first conference call. I'm sure you'll prepare those items for that. So we're gonna get it anyway. But if you could just touch on just a few of the highlights, and then we'll turn it back over to John. So anybody would like to start us off?
I will.
Thank you. And if we could just be present. You know, I'm learning the lingo. If we could be present as each one of us shares, that would be appreciated.
Just a couple in July to educate the leadership on Robert's Rules. One of the activities, purchase Robert's Rules before July, which I'll include in my set parliamentary procedures for conference calls and pretty much all calls, getting a set standard for when we have our conference calls and stuff like that. As well as continue to do some research on Robert's Rules. Me and India were talking about trying to find ways to make it creative for the leadership, for the leadership. And also, I even think went a step further, and I think that, you know, providing this to even our affiliate chapters would probably be good for them as well. Yeah. That's
great idea.
Mine.
All right, next. Well, let's just go around from that point. Oh, let's go regional rep since you guys are in that area.
Phil.
Never mind. We're gonna go clockwise.
What did David say? Oh, what did David say? Just a few seconds ago.
About being president.
I'm here.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Well, welcome to a weekend at Grambling State University. I plan on having
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I'm sorry. Body language.
I'm listening.
Your back was facing him. That's appreciate it, brother. All right. Sorry to cut you off, man.
The first night is a presentation. Hopefully we have a speaker. After it'll be on the mix, we'll host a comedy show. Everybody has a meeting there. The next morning, we have another poster presentation. At evening, we're going to the football game. And with a tailgate, we'll come back in and have another presentation. And then Sunday, we'll just have lunch. Yes.
I think that sounds really good. I just had an idea. If you guys are going to do a poster presentation, maybe, please no pictures. Maybe something.
Everybody knows.
Maybe one of the things y'all can do is make your poster presentation a competition and send your winner to conference so that they can present their poster in the poster presentation at conference, and that can increase the number of poster presentations we have, because last year we didn't have that many.
Or like have like the top 5 or top 3 or something like that. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Like top 3 or something like that. If we had 5 posters, 5 posters.
That's what I'm saying. That would be like the incentive for if they say you had it.
Oh, we're supposed to be, wait, you mean like companies or something?
No, yeah, if you had a regional conference,
okay.
You pay for your conference sponsorship, right?
Nah, we don't have to spend on that.
your winner of your regional poster presentation, then you'll have to go for it. Or you could also propose to your leadership team.
All right, appreciate it.
Just a few things that I have for the election committee. Thank you, great transition. But I have some goals in mind to set criteria for election, but it tells me to kind of research some other policies from other national organizations that we have going on as it pertains to voting in election. A method of voting that is, I guess, going to try to implement apps for voting or just using the internet, as well as Prime 3 as we did last year, since it was so user-friendly for everybody. That's basically it. Shit.
Thanks so much. Jump back to Kendra, please.
The one really big thing, and of course this might be the technical difficulty and I'm discussing, is just to figure out the voting roll. Just to figure out exactly who is the eligible to vote. It's not always an easy question, but it's a lot easier if you can think about it a month ahead.
Got you.
Yeah, so in this case, to work closely with the VP of Information Services and the VP of Membership Affairs to make sure at least 2 weeks before the conference we have whatever the updated list is, so that we're not trying to figure out the day of the election.
I think we need to incorporate in the structure too, like some type of mechanism to like verify. Because right now, who's to say that anyone can't just say I'm a doctoral student and let me sign up as an official member? And that was one of the problems that we ran into at conference. And it might take longer than 2 weeks to do that. So I'm saying, like, as new members come in, maybe we can contact the university and say, is this person in this program?
I'm saying that's the role of the election.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that falls in line with making sure that official members are official type thing.
But does that fall under VP membership though?
I'm throwing it out there. I'm saying that.
Are you saying that we do that at the level when they register?
I'm saying at some point we need to talk about that is what I'm saying, and talk about the best practice for that.
Even if they have to use university
email
or something like that.
Honestly, it's really no way to really do that. I mean, but universities are, I don't know how they would feel about giving us student information.
That's fine. The students can get enrollment verification.
Yeah. Or take a screenshot of your transcript that says that you're current. Sometimes your transcript will say September 2014 fall, whatever, but you're current.
Dr. Turner, to you.
So just one of the things we missed this year that we had last year was when people are nominated to run for office, they have to fill out an information sheet. So that's a document that has to be around somewhere. But again, you have all the information that you need, and one of those things you might want to do is also require that the verification of enrollment.
So I mean, if we called up a school and said, hey, does such and such go here, they would be like, we can't tell you that.
It's federal law. There's a line between telling you, looking up in the directory to see if the student is there, versus verifying that they are in fact enrolled. That's two different things. You can look up in the directory to see if in fact their name is listed in the directory, but that directory may not tell you standing. Right.
And you said clearinghouse?
Yeah, the student can go and do that themselves. Like most institutions now have it hooked up in their portal, so the student should just be able to go click on it and it will show whether they're enrolled.
You sent us a PDF of them, and I think it's real money.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So like proof of registration type stuff.
Proof of enrollment.
Enrollment. Okay. Cool. So that's something to just think about moving forward. Is somebody right there? I hope somebody right there.
All right, who's next? Sharon.
Kendra, all right?
Yes, Kendra.
Oh, I'm sorry. Some of my goals for the upcoming quarter period, to start the planning for the October quarterly meeting. Once the date is confirmed, once we get all the dates for the quarterly meeting, get it sent out to the leadership team. And also, the national office is securing a new place, or, being familiar with what the term have recently. That's it.
I'm next. Okay. One, build relationships. So constantly networking, constantly meeting new people, constantly figuring out ways to provide value. The next goal is monthly video broadcasts about the state of the organization. So that would kind of fall in line with the newsletter. And basically, I would echo the stuff that would be in the newsletter, assuming that we have things to affect. Even if it's just saying, hey, how y'all doing type stuff. So that they can associate a face and a name with the organization. Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I know I need a face. I'll let you finish.
All right, cool. Implement a system for principal-centered leadership. So just, working with Kendrell as he plans the quarterly meetings to kind of, and over the course of the times that we meet between the quarterly meetings, to kind of reinforce some of the things that we learned today, and also teach new things that will allow us to hold each other accountable and all that other stuff in an effective way. And then maintain effectiveness at all levels of the org, so personal, interpersonal, managerial, and organizational. Making sure that we're aligned, making sure that what you say you want to do, I'm helping you do that. Making sure that I'm finding ways to be a resource to you all to make sure that you all get what you need done.
There's a president's corner on the website.
That's what?
There's like a president's corner.
I mean, he has a message.
Okay.
Mm.
And does that say coming soon right now?
Probably.
Okay. Is that something you still want? It will be kept on the website?
The president's corner. I'm not even honestly aware of what it is.
I thought there was something on the website that was like president's message.
It is.
Like message from the president, or like.
I know that when I did it last year, I just I don't know if you remembered or whatever, but when I was on the website, that I just asked people, like, there's someone from BP conference as well as a message from the president. So whenever so both of them need to work on it.
And that's like a one-time thing, though, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
I mean, it can be updated. Right.
Yeah, that's what I was getting.
Yeah,
president. Okay, president.
Okay. So that's something we can consider as well, especially as we transition.
And also to include on there, I know that we've also done. I don't know if you just put those letters. I don't know who it falls under. The
PR stuff, the press release.
Yeah, the press releases.
Mm-hmm.
But I know Anta did it in the past 2 years, so I don't know if it was supposed to fall under her or whatever. But somebody needs to get assigned that before we leave.
Who, like, traditionally, who does that fall under?
I think it's been the chair of the advisor group.
I think that
said she just probably forgot. Or sometimes the immediate past president, because she worked for everybody for all of you.
Right.
Okay, so Dr. Tatum has, based on what she's told me, she has started that process, and so she has everyone's email, and I guess I'll talk to her tonight. I'll call her tonight, after the night as well, and then see where that stands.
Yeah, because you probably thought maybe in that grade 1 drive, there's a letter somewhere, right? So
yes.
You probably just have to adapt that letter, just wrap, change those 2 things. Voila.
Okay. Anything else? Cool.
My goals, the first goal is to create a budget that tracks our actuals and helps us do projections for the following year. And the way I want to do that is to establish a complete list of expenses and revenues. Last year, we had an incomplete list, so we weren't able to really make a budget. So that means I will need officers to send me, as soon as possible, a list of what you need financially so that we can at least put it in a proposed budget. Even if it doesn't get approved, send it to me so we can get a complete list of what actually goes out or can go out. So we can, because we can't start the budget process without that. The other thing is I would like to create a multi-dimensional budget. So we'll have an overall budget for the whole year, but then we'll have separate budgets within that. So, for example, if we spent $1,000, our budget for the whole entire year was $1,000, and $600 of that was allotted for a conference. Say we went over by $100 and we spent $700 instead of $600. We would still be within our yearly budget, but we would be over our conference budget. I want to be able to show that. So, and then the other thing is I would like to create a transparency binder to keep records for transparency. So all bank statements will go in there. Any receipts for what we spend will go in there. Any of the reports that I have, any budgets that we create will all go in that binder. And I would bring it to quarterly meetings so you can have it. Also, whoever is the treasurer after me, I'll just give it to them so they can look back and see it. And then it'll be on OneDrive. But I'm a physical person, so it would be better for me to have it in a binder than on the internet.
Of course, the budget is the statement of your goals. So,
yes.
You know, sometimes you go over, sometimes you go under, but at least you got a framework.
And I want to include in that budget a space for going over, like miscellaneous space. Yeah.
Margin.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. What I plan to do in the next 45 to 60 days is to actually reestablish old chapters in the Northeast. Conduct a couple of information sessions for the local colleges and universities in my community, as well as when I get back next week, work on creating a regional conference somewhere between the next, say, 45 days.
Regional conference in the next 45 days. One honestly, like for I guess standardization and uniformity, I was wondering how feasible it was to have like all of the regional conferences around the same time, same day if possible.
Same what?
Same day as possible.
I don't think same day is a good idea. Because you want to be able, ideally, you would like to have some people on your leadership team go to those conferences as well.
Or same, how about same month?
Well, I mean, I think that.
That type of range. I was just wondering. Just for marketing purposes, so everybody knows that during this time period, it'll help with momentum as well, like all kinds of stuff.
I said why I wanted to agree with that is because of the way that school calendars work. So, like, let's say, like for instance, at Florida State last year, or it was homecoming weekend or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So there was nobody there. So why would we, like, if we're going to do a mixer or something and the students aren't there, why would we post it? Like, everything? And then let's say another institution
thing we can. It's a long
yeah, or whatever. We can
And each school is different, so you want to be cognizant of that.
I mean, it's in the fall.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just have the September to November window period.